Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet, a YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice. Of all alignments, I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play Sickness, Part 10. Part 9 we finished the game. We'll have to do a second playthrough at some point to see all the options we missed, because there's multiple paths in the game. But something we unlocked was an extra chapter where we can play as Misa. Heck, I recently completed the Death Mark game, and there is an extra chapter in that called the Mock Princess or something. I could probably return to that if anyone's interested in watching more Death Mark. Or if you have any other visual novels or games of any genre to suggest. I kind of play games of many different genres, but I do enjoy a good visual novel. The Misa Path. Tonight, like every other night this week, I have been chasing ghosts. Two phantoms of the night, malevolent spirits devoted to hunting, the most dangerous game. They are mysterious, elusive beings, never seen, never heard, identified only by the markings they leave on their prey. Supernatural beings capable of walking through walls, breaking into the most secure buildings, and taking the lives of innocent people without effort. Or so the media would have us believe. In truth, these two are mere flesh and blood, just like the rest of us. They have no powers, they cannot walk through walls, and they most assuredly can be killed, as I have just proven. These two were simply thrill seekers, opportunistic killers, high on adrenaline. How do I hide the Y button? They would casually walk down the street, look for victims, then discreetly follow anyone who looked promising. This pattern would be repeated over and over until the two had an array of potential targets, and as the veil of night fell, the first would soon be claimed. The victims of the night would be selected by ease, location, and whim. Some would die, others would be spared, and none would be any the wiser. Hardly what I'd call supernatural. These two murderers did well, I'll give them that, but there's nothing special about being able to pick the targets least likely to fight back. If you want to be a true professional, as my father taught me to be, then stalking innocent, unsuspecting people doesn't cut it. It doesn't matter how many victims you rack up, nor does it matter how quickly you can kill someone in their sleep. Such easy kills don't even count. Rather, a true professional must be able to adapt to the situation at hand. They must take out their prey quickly, discreetly, and without fail. A professional kills anyone whose death they are tasked with, not just the victims of opportunity. They take out felons as dangerous as they are, not just sleeping students. So, as professional killer myself, if there's one thing I can't stand, why do I feel like this is reminding me of that one episode toward the very beginning of one of the Hellsing animes? It's like, what's that? A real fucking vampire. It's seeing wannabes get a kick out of killing innocent people. True, my criticism may be hypocritical. After all, I've killed my share of innocent people, as has my father. But what I do because I must, not because I enjoy it. My father didn't become a killer by choice, nor did I. We wouldn't live such a life if not for necessity. So when I think about the people out there who would take the lives of others, not for food, not for shelter, not even for money, but merely for the thrill of it, my job becomes much easier. Sickness. Misa's extra chapter. 8 days later. Friday night, September 9th. As will be the case every Friday night for the foreseeable future, tonight I am duty-bound to spend my time here deep underground in a dimly lit conference room. In this room every Friday night and Sunday night, I meet with my peers, my father's subordinates. We all discuss our targets, get assigned work, arrange for one another to take over problematic prey, and generally just kill time until the hunt begins anew. It's a largely unnecessary process, and personally, I wish we'd simply correspond digitally instead. These meetings never cover anything terribly interesting, and it's certainly nothing that couldn't be typed. Truthfully, I am here purely because I have nothing better to do. And you couldn't make that work to your advantage? Hey, it's not as easy as it sounds. You gotta take it slow, you know? Ladies don't like it if you come on too strong. You gotta take control of the moment. Force them to go at your pace. And when the timing's right, that's when you... Perhaps I should skip out on these meetings after all. At least then I'd be spared from discussions like this. I never have any input in the decision-making anyway, so I could certainly ask my father to bring back whatever work is assigned to me. That way I wouldn't have to put up with these people, not to mention the time I'd save from travel. The only problem is, if I weren't here, where else would I be? So you got him alone in a private room, and yet it took you 4 hours to finish the deed? Not at all. It took me 10 minutes to make him mine, 20 to get him to take me to a hotel room, and then, well, I'm sure you'll be having this discussion with Misa in a year now, so I might as well give you the details. Even if you aren't the best person for the job, I can at least prepare you for the essential years your daughter has ahead of her. Shudder. How disgusting. Every word out of that woman's mouth makes me want to vomit. It's one thing if she wants to treat her own body like the worthless slab of meat it is, but if she thinks for 1 second that I'm going to be anything like her? Forget it. Even if this job lumps me together with filthy whores like Violet, it's under no illusion as to how much better my life is as a result. I know well how many people envy those with jobs, especially lucrative, straightforward jobs like mine. There are many out there who would love to be making thousands of dollars a week at 17 years of age, not to mention complete lack of responsibility. Nevertheless, for all the perks of this job, solidarity is not one of them. You hit him with a what? Come on, Si, pay attention. I know you aren't into cars, but this is basic stuff. So like I was saying, I whacked a guy over the back of his head with a carburetor, and the son of a bitch stood right back up. You should have seen this guy. Okay, holy shit. Why is a carburetor a weapon? I mean, I'm tough, but if you hit me like I hit him, I'd be out like a light. Yes, no matter how much time I spent here, I just can't relate to these people. My father and I aside, the only people in this room right now are a playboy, a whore, a muscle-bound idiot, and, for heaven's sake, tell me you have good news. Of course, just who do you think I am? And an overconfident creep. I don't care how good he is at this job. If there's one person I loathe more than Violet, it's this man right here. At least the others recognize and take responsibility for their own shortcomings. When it comes to Leon, everything he does is perfect, and in his mind he can do no wrong. I'd love to take him down a peg if it didn't mean spending more time with him than necessity already dictates. Well, I guess that's it then. Meetings do feel shorter with fewer people here. Despite the fact that I loathe my comrades, my feelings about being here aren't so simple. I do hate them. I wish the worst upon them all. In all honesty, there's nothing I would love more than to slice them into pieces. And yet, despite feeling that way, I actually come here for the company. Even if I hate them, and even if it's less than 1 hour per week total, this is the closest thing I ever get to social interaction. Outside of work, my father and his boss are the only people I ever see, and even then we don't meet that often. All in all, I spend more time with my victims than my own family. So as pathetic and as messed up as it sounds, I'm just happy not to be alone. I love short meetings, as much as the next person, but aren't we going to start recruiting again soon? The way work keeps flowing in, we could certainly use the help. Oi, oi, don't give him any ideas. We still haven't housebroken the latest additions to the team. There are times when I wonder what life would be like if I went to school, like a normal person my age, rather than spending my nights slaughtering strangers or meeting with criminals. I would be surrounded by people my own age, engaging in ordinary, everyday activities. With 8 hours a day being spent as such, I don't think I could ever feel lonely. At the very least, I wouldn't resort to keeping present company. Who knows, things might actually go well for me. I could spend my time among friends, wishing for popularity and thinking about boys, or whatever other farcical things normal girls my age crave. Would I have many friends? Maybe I'd play sport or join a club. How would my grades be? Would I have fun? Would I have a best friends? Perhaps I'd be the teacher's pet, or the class clown? Actually, we have feelers out right now for potential new recruits. I can't say I have much faith in the people doing the scouting, but there is one boy I have my eye on. Unfortunately, those are all questions to which I'll never know the answer. Whether I like it or not, that chance is long gone. I'm too old now, and I know I could never catch up. A predominantly self-taught teenager can't join a random high school class and expect to keep up. It would be impossible for me to cover the entire syllabus, let alone absorb the required knowledge from the previous grades. But even with school out of question, at the very least, I want to be people. I want to be with people my own age. I want to see what kind of lives they live, what kind of things they do in their free time. I want to know all about their everyday experiences, about the life I could have had. I want to live vicariously through them, and convince myself that I'm better off the way I am now. If I could do that, then maybe, for once, As I recall, he's around Misa's age. Huh? I don't know what to expect, given that he was scouted by that idiot Marcus. But right now, he's the most prominent candidate. The other potential recruits are out of the way, and it would take at least a week for most of them to get here, let alone for them to be tested. Wait. Who's my age? What did I miss? Another brat? Give me a break. Last thing we need is another high school dropout joining us. Oh, relax. Sai is obviously just looking for a playmate for Misa. Ha, that must be it. Either that or a boyfriend. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Could be. After all, with that baby face and flat chest of hers, there's no other way that she'd... Enough! One more word out of either of you and I will literally cut your tongues out. Understood? Ellipses. Silence. Ha, this scene again. I appreciate my father's concern, but in this case I must thank Leon and Violet for catching me up. It seems a high school dropout, a boy around my own age, will soon be joining us. Still interesting though it may be. That isn't necessarily good news. People my age don't tend to enter this line of work, so there's surely a reason behind it. Is the boy a psychopathic killer? A hopeless case who murdered his own parents? Maybe he's in a situation similar to mine, forced into shady business by familial circumstances. Whatever the case may be, this is sure to be interesting. So it happened again, huh? Really now, I try to be a loving father. But watching my children haze one another like that is just... After the meeting ended, my father and I returned to Karasu's office for the usual post-meeting briefing. Since Karasu rarely attends meetings himself, he relies on my father to inform him of anything important that was discussed or that he observed. And as is often the case, however, tonight the briefing is merely a pretext for the two to chat about trivial matters. These two do seem like legitimate friends, though. After everything we saw in the previous videos, it would be easier if you stopped thinking of my subordinates as your children, especially when it comes to their discipline. I meant what I said. One more word and I'll rip Leon's tongue out of his throat with my bare hands. I sighed internally at my father's words. Once more, as much as I appreciated the sentiment, I feel a little conflicted by this. I appreciate having a father who cares about me and wants to protect me. I really do. But when will he realize that I can take care of myself? Now, I'm sure it would make you feel better. But this really isn't your decision. This is Misa's fight, and you know how she abhors violence. Yeah, she does seem to hate violence. On the other hand, at least my father doesn't pretend to know what I'm thinking. While I don't particularly hate Karasu, I do wish that he wouldn't presume to know how I feel. True, I don't like unnecessary violence, especially random crimes with no motivation beyond the reward of adrenaline. But my feelings toward the act are not as simple as Karasu makes them out to be. My father knows better. He knows how much I loathe my comrades, especially Violet and Leon. He knows I'd love nothing more than to cut them down. And if it weren't for our boss Karasu and the disturbing, borderline delusional relationships Karasu believes he has fostered, I would have done so long ago. As our Friday night meeting came to an end, I found myself feeling strangely depressed. Like usual, I had been waiting all week for that single event, yearning for a mere half hour of social interaction. However, as was the case with every meeting, I took no part in the discussions, nor did the gathering live up to my expectations. Even so, it was not the nature of the meeting that depressed me. If anything, the mention of a new recruit made it fairly interesting, at least compared to most of our other meetings. Or rather, as pathetic as it may sound, what depressed me was the fact that our time together was already over, and that tomorrow I would no doubt spend the entire day in complete isolation. I can only begin to imagine how sad and lonely my life must appear to regular people. Every week I meet with my father's subordinates, bide my time while they talk, then disappear. Sunday night is the same procedure, except I pick up a few new targets. In the week ahead, I go out and kill a couple random people, and then nothing. Absolutely nothing. After the meeting had ended, I returned to the hotel room in which I had been staying recently. I didn't have the energy or motivation to do anything. However, so I just fell face first onto my bed and stayed there, unmoving. Outside of work, I either study or laze around, and that's it. I have a few games on my phone, despite my father telling me to only use it for work purposes, but I've played every one of them to death. What's more, my money is locked away in an account only my father has access to, or so I'm told, so I can't buy any video game consoles or books or anything else. As a result, I have no hobbies, no money, limited internet access, and nothing to do with myself. So as pathetic and loathsome as it makes me feel, meeting with my coworkers is actually the most exciting part of the week. Listening to my father deal with his incompetent subordinates, watching Violet squirm as he chastises her, smirking to myself as Karasu playfully harasses my father. For a person with no life, these are the events that break up the mundane. Unfortunately, even with the occasional moment of joy that our meetings provide, in my eyes they serve little purpose. A few moments of amusement are not the same as fulfillment. Hearing my father berate people is not the same as living or eating together. This is no life for a person my age, or for anyone else for that matter. I closed my eyes and breathed a heavy sigh. If this is what my life is going to be, just night after night of death and solitude, then what value does my life even hold? 1 week later. Friday night. You know, that ambience in the background does remind me of the game Saya no Yuta. The OST, with that warble sound. Friday night, September 16th. Though I feared that tonight would be another night of inactivity and boredom, it now appears that my fear was unfounded. As my comrades have just found out, tonight there is a special item on the agenda, one which I've been waiting for since the notion was first brought up last week. An interesting notion to say the least. It could go well, it could prove anticlimactic, or it could end very badly. Either way, you want to hire another freaking kid? Are you out of your mind? The drama will be worth it. I agree, having us babysit your daughter is one thing, but training a newbie? Kane, if this newbie is half as proficient as my daughter, he'll still be twice the killer you claim to be. Ha, take that, you muscle-bound idiot. I may not particularly enjoy my job, but I still take pride in my skills. Yeah, but that guy's completely new to this, right? I get that we need a recruit, but taking in someone with no experience is a bit... You don't understand. A blank slate is exactly what Karasu and I want. And whether you like it or not, you will help him to adapt. The way Father talks with this guy, I can't help but wonder what he's going to be like. I don't know if this new guy will be any better than these other creeps. He might be every bit as annoying and rude, or yet another conceited, arrogant bastard. On the other hand, it would be nice to be around someone my own age for once. Furthermore, given the way my father explicitly noted his age, I can't help but wonder, could this be the opportunity I've been waiting for? "10 days later. Monday morning, September 26. After weeks of anticipation and many bored days without anything else to think about, the moment of truth has arrived. Today, this very morning, in this very room, I will finally get to meet the newest addition to our team. A wannabe assassin coaxed into coming here by his need for money, fresh blood, new to the art, and in dire need of training. Will he be a nice person? Will we be friends? Will we train together? Will he tell me all about school life? I have so many questions to ask, and so little time to ask them. Should we write on paper and pass it back and forth? Will he have a mobile phone through which we can text? Does he have an email account? These questions have been floating around in my head all night, keeping me awake as the hours just flew by. But now that I'm here, ready to meet this person at long last, I'm not sure I'll make it. Hi there. I'm Suo. Nice to meet you. Sleepy face. Oh, she passed out. Forget it, I'm too tired for this. Who the hell decided to have a meeting this early in the morning anyway? Sa? Misa, honey, wake up. Yeah? What the hell? Why am I... It's been a while since you last fell asleep during a meeting. Up all night playing video games, perhaps. Angry face. If you'd actually let me buy some video games, maybe I would. Yeah, why can't we have a Super Nintendo? Oh, don't get so bent out of shape. Besides, it's your own loss. I finally found you a playmate and you slept right through your first encounter. Now he's out on the job and you've missed your opportunity to make a good first impression. Good first impression? Oh no, I hadn't even thought about that. It's not that easy to get on someone's bad side, is it? I can't have missed my opportunity already. Lighten up. I'm just kidding. More importantly, you slept right through your assignments. Are you ready? My assignments? Right. What was I thinking? Just shifting our meeting day over doesn't mean anything actually changes. So, what if there's a new person joining us? It's still business as usual. For the rest of us, this time around your job is a little different. I want you to track down and stalk an adulterer, a murderer, someone who can't pay their gambling debt. Like I figured, just business as your new partner, Suo. Come again? Today I want you to watch over the boy and make sure he does his job. If he fails, take out the target in his place. Understood? Nod. Wonderful. I'll get you some money for travel, fare, and food. Then give you the details. Suo left a little while ago, so you should be able to catch up with him, as long as you leave soon. Nod. Business as usual. Apparently not. Maybe I was right to get my hopes up after all. After catching up to my new colleague and traveling far enough behind that he wouldn't notice me, I boarded a bus heading towards a more wealthy part of the city. 10 minutes passed before the bus stopped, and we walked to what I presumed to be the boy's home. He entered the building, stayed inside for minutes, then emerged once more, wearing clean clothes and wielding a poorly concealed blade. Shortly thereafter, the boy once again boarded a bus, and like before, I stealthily followed. Our trip this time was a little longer, but once again I simply followed, careful not to be seen. Finally, we reached the district in which our target would likely be found, and at long last the hunt began. After locating his target and searching for a decent vantage point, the boy entered an alley. At first he tried to jump up to reach the fire escape. Failing that, he moved one of the dumpsters closer and instead jumped off that. Wow, he's more athletic than he looks. Scaling the fire escape on the side of the building is child's play for a professional like me, of course, but that was still a nice idea. This assignment might turn out to be more fun than I thought. Sigh, I jinxed it. For a second there I dared to think that this trip might turn out to be fun, and this is what I get. All this guy has been doing is watching our target through the window. It's great that he's focused. After all, it certainly makes my job easier. But seriously, are we going to be doing this all day? If I'd known things were going to be like this, I would have eaten before coming here. My new comrade looked around nervously, trying to find the source of the embarrassingly loud sound he just heard. Luckily, I had hidden myself well, and he was unable to lay his eyes on me. Phew, that was close. Even if I have confidence in my ability to hide, I shouldn't tempt fate like that. The next time I stalk someone, I'm definitely going to do so from a distance. And eat a snack. Damn it. My legs are cramping. I can't do anything about it. If I move, he's going to hear me. If I don't move, the pain is only going to get worse. But if I can do it quietly enough, then maybe... The boys started to look around once again. Tipped off the moment I began to move. I froze after a few seconds of frantic searching. The boy returned to his post. God, this is the worst. I can't even move an inch without giving myself away. Why did I have to get stuck watching this guy anyway? Can't someone else do it? I know I wanted to spend time with someone my own age, but this really isn't what I had in mind. As the hours dragged on and night began to fall, the boy moved at last. But rather than move toward the window or head off in the direction of the target, the boy suddenly lurched forward, clutching his chest. What's this? Has sitting around all day finally gotten to him? I have heard that sitting is the new smoking. The boy appeared to be in pain. Although he didn't say anything, his body language was easy to read. Even without being able to see his face, I could tell that he wasn't as healthy as I had initially thought. He's a little young to have a heart condition, isn't he? This boy may look healthy enough, but anyone who hunches over while clutching their chest really shouldn't be. No sooner had he lurched forward than Sua ran out of the apartment, spurred on by something he saw below. But wait a second, what the heck was that? He's in pain one second, the next he dashes off? Just what is wrong with this guy? Following the boy back down the fire escape, I watched from the distance as he began patrolling the street. The boy followed his target clean into the buildings lining our path as he tried his best not to be silly. How silly. At this time of evening, there's still plenty of foot traffic, not to mention regular traffic. Trying to find every shadow makes you far more conspicuous than simply walking down the street. We continued to walk longer, while presumably anticipation of the perfect opportunity to strike. As time dragged on, however, the boy appeared to be losing patience. He stopped trying so desperately to hide himself and close distance from himself and his target. What is he trying to do now? There aren't many people around, but stabbing someone out in the open is just plain stupid. Is he planning on grabbing the man and taking him into an alley? If so, he'd better. Oh. I stared absent-mindedly for a moment as the scene played out in front of me. In a matter of seconds, my new coworker's target became roadkill, capturing the attention of everyone present, even if I could only watch in amazement, completely baffled by the sudden, unanticipated act. Upon remembering where I was and what I was doing, however, I quickly regained my calm and promptly analyzed the situation. Even without approaching the victim, I can confidently assert that he has been killed. The driver and the passengers, the most prominent potential witnesses, are all too focused on the corpse to notice anyone outside. There are a few people on the street, and they're all just staring wide-eyed, mouths agape at the scene of carnage which just played out. Better yet, the target spent all day in a pub, so his blood alcohol will make it seem like he merely stumbled into oncoming traffic. I began to walk away from the scene, wary not to be seen so close to a murder victim. Even if the corpse wasn't my doing, I wasn't about to be interviewed by police or remembered by passerby. Fortunately, I was able to leave while the others were still fixated on the fresh corpse, and thus made a clean escape. The next day. Tuesday morning, September 27th. Faced with a week bereft of work, I spent last night pondering what to do with myself. During our last meeting, the only work I was given was to watch over the new guy's first kill, leaving me with nothing to do for the rest of the week. The obvious course of action here would be to approach my father about taking on another assignment, but unfortunately for me, he is not so easy to locate. I've tried leaving messages on his phone, I've searched for him on the usual places, but still my efforts have been for naught. If even Karsu doesn't know where he is, that means my father is on the job, and he won't respond until he's done. With work off the table, I can only dedicate the week to studying. Given that I don't attend school, I need to do a lot of work to keep up with other people my own age, and even then, I have no way of knowing if I'm really at their level. However, I'd be lying if I said I had any interest in studying, or any aptitude for it, for that matter. I may be bilingual, so to speak, but that's just a matter of circumstance. If I were to try to learn a third language now, I doubt I'd succeed. So with the two productive aspects of my life on hold, what do I have to do with myself? Absolutely nothing. Still, I do have some travel fare and food money my father gave me yesterday morning. I could get something to eat, maybe kill some time around town. Ordering food for myself is always a chore, since I can't explicitly tell the cashier what I want, but it's better than starving to death. I guess I'll just walk around until I find something to do, or until the day finally ends. As I walked around the city aimlessly, I soon wound up at one of my most frequented venues. Although I had no real reason to go there, it was a good place as any to kill time, and I couldn't complain about the scenery. Central Park, huh? I put my body on autopilot. This is where I wind up? What a joke. Just how predictable am I? Surrounded by trees and grass, accompanied by few people. At a glance, this is a nice place. Certainly nicer than the venues I visit for work. Look a little closer, however, and you'll see discarded needles, condoms, bloody bandages, cigarette butts, empty beer bottles, and other obvious signs that degenerates frequent this place at night. As far as parks go, or rather as far as the semblance of nature is concerned, this place is horrid. Unfortunately for someone with my life trapped in this disgusting city, this is the closest I'll ever get to enjoying land untouched by humans. If only I had enough money for a proper escape, then maybe I'd... Morning! Whoa, what the? When did he? How did he? I froze for a moment as a familiar face popped out of nowhere. I had been so deep in my own melancholy thoughts that I hadn't even noticed someone approaching me, let alone identified the person. Wait a second, isn't that... Damn, I wasn't expecting to run into anybody, let alone someone I'm supposed to work with from now on. Did he know I was here? He couldn't have been stalking me, could he? No, forget it. More importantly, what should I do? This is our first real meeting, and yet I'm totally unprepared. What was his name again? Sushi? Sukiyaki? Ugh. I know I should have eaten before leaving. Come on now. Misa, focus! It was Subasa? Sukasa? Damn it, I've repeated his name inside my head countless times. But now that he's right in front of me, I can't think of it. Hey now, don't tell me you forgot my face already. This is bad, I don't want to ruin yet another encounter, but I can't do this. I'm not prepared mentally or emotionally. I can't think straight, I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to do. I don't have the courage to take a step forward right now. Please just, well, see you later. Perhaps sensing my internal distress, the new boy walked away, leaving me alone once more. I'm such a coward. Three days later. Okay. This is unexpected. What? This is... What? Yeah, it's unexpected. No judgment, but yeah, like, what? I assume we're in our dreams? As your ordinary, everyday high school girl, there aren't many things that get me down. Tests, assignments, athletic competitions, all too easy. No matter what obstacle life throws at me, I'm always prepared. I'm not a smart, athletic, or actually I'm quite gifted individual, even at the genetic level. Armed with beauty, intelligence, and physical prowess. Queen Misa, it really is you. Oh, you mean the Misa? In our school? No way. I have become the natural leader of all who make my acquaintance. Out of my way, girls. Move aside. Yeah, you heard him. Out of Queen Misa's way. This is like the most relatable thing, in my opinion. Just escapism daydreams. I'd be lying if I didn't do the same. I'd be lying if I said I didn't do the exact same fucking thing. My servants cleared the way, pushing aside those who would seek audience with their queen. As much as I would like to speak my loyal subjects occasionally, I'm afraid I am simply far too busy for that. Not that I expect their understanding. The life of the elite is too complicated for those plebeians to ever comprehend. Bah, damn riffraff. Don't they know that hindering Queen Misa is an offense punishable by death? Take pity on them, brother. Okay. So Sarah's here too. Do we see her in this scenario? Take pity on them, brother. Not everyone is blessed enough to be in Queen Misa's presence as often as we are. By the way, given the fact this is like an Andy and Lily type game, if we romanced our sister instead of Misa, would we have a third game chapter where we play from the perspective of Sarah? Not everyone is blessed enough to be in Queen Misa's presence as often as we are. Ah, if it isn't my two favorite subordinates, Suo and, forget it, her name isn't important. Your Majesty, I know how selfish this request may sound, but please, bestow us a few words of wisdom. Yes, my queen, even a single word would do. Sigh, I suppose it can't be helped. It is the job of royalty to watch over their subjects after all. Ahem. Oh, my. Queen Misa, that was glorious. Oh, my queen, you've made me fall for you all over again. I swear my life I will serve you until the day I die. Ah, my subjects are so easily pleased. For someone like me who is perfect in every way, this surely is life. Still, it would be nice to share this feeling with someone. Despite the fact that I'm surrounded by adoring servants, people who would lay down their lives for me, it surely is lonely at the top. At the end of the day, being at the top just means there's nobody else on my level, nobody else who understands me. I almost wish that I had taken a king. Well, this is just adorable. I jolted upright at Suo's face, drew nearer, uttering words I had never expected to hear. How did he? Even without uttering a word, your feelings have been transmitted to me as clear as day. And you should know that I would do anything for you, dearest Misa. No matter what you ask of me. Anything? Anything. How insolent. If anyone else had said that to me, I would have ordered their execution. But in this case, my beloved. Misa, wake up. My beloved? Eh? What the? Where? I'm in a meeting? I'm in a meeting sleeping on. Shake? No, I must still be dreaming. Back to sleep. Maybe if I close my eyes once again, I'll be able to pick up where I left off. With the usual Friday night meeting over, despite the fact that I'd slept through the entire meeting, I woke atop my bed in the hotel room in which I had been staying for the past few months. The hotel was a brand new construct owned by Karasu, and I had been given my own room, free of charge, to live in as long as I desired. I'm gonna double check OBS. OBS-chan. Yep, appears to be fine. Minimize. It was a pretty nice place, I had to admit. The bed was large, and I had my own kitchen, bathroom, living room, and just about everything else someone would expect to find in a real house. Be that as it may, I usually just ordered room service over the hotel's intranet, and I often slept on the couch. But why? Judging by the fact that I woke up on the bed rather than the couch, it seems my father must have carried me here after the meeting ended. Usually I just flop down on the couch and bore myself to sleep, or watch TV until my eyes hurt, so I can't say this is an unwelcome change. Ah, you're awake! You must have been pretty tired. Lucky for you, your workload is so light at the moment. Yeah, lucky me. Does my father not understand that free time is only useful if you have fun or productive ways to spend it? With things as they are, I'd rather be outside killing random strangers, no matter how I feel about pointless violence. Now, don't be like that. I have a very important job for you starting from tomorrow onward. Important, ongoing work. That usually means the stalking of a high-profile target, or set of targets, and monitoring their actions over an undetermined period of time. Given what my assignment was last week, however, figured it out already? Starting tomorrow, you'll be meeting up with the new boy Suo every weekday and training together every night. Furthermore, you'll be accompanying him on any assignments from now on, working together as a team. Startlingly happy face. I looked at my father blankly, unable to believe what I was being told. Although last week's assignment gave me a reason to suspect something out of the ordinary, what I had just heard was completely unfathomable. Am I hearing this correctly? You won't be getting paid for your efforts, but you could probably convince the boy to take you out to lunch, or to buy you some clothes. So what do you say? Think you're up for it? Happy face, nod. Without a moment's hesitation, I nodded vigorously, still partially in denial that I was truly awake, though I dared to dream that such a change might occur. I never thought it would actually happen, especially so soon. I thought you might say yes. How could I not? I spent the last week doing nothing at all day, every day, craving some kind of contact or excitement, and now you're telling me I'll get to be with someone my own age every single day? This is like a dream come true. I unconsciously jumped to my feet, suddenly wide awake and filled with energy. Oh geez, there are so many places I've been wanting to go. As soon as Father leaves, I should start writing a list. I have 5 sets of this one outfit, so clothes shopping is definitely up there. Then there are video game stores and all of those restaurants I failed to order from, and oh yeah, there was the time we took her to the arcade in the game, right? When I was playing a Suo, I took her to the arcade. So it turns out she actually enjoyed the arcade stuff even more than I thought. I'll say this, I know it sounds weird, but as a person who enjoys playing video games, I enjoy playing games. It should be obvious I'm a Let's Player, but still. I'm just saying if, I have a girlfriend or something, I would like it if they also enjoyed games and enjoyed playing the games with me. And most of all, enjoying, doesn't matter what you're doing, just you're spending who you're doing it with, but I'm just saying, it is nice to share a few hobbies or interests. After all, it's about time I did something right. While I began working myself into a mental frenzy, my father stared at me with misery in his eyes. His smile from moments ago was gone, replaced with a distant expression I always hated seeing. Sad face? No, it's nothing. I was just thinking it's about time I stopped preventing you from living the life you want. I've always been too busy working to spend much time with you or to provide you with a proper home. Worse, I denied you access to a real school, and I certainly can't bring back the other half of our family. But even if I can't change the past, I can at least stop trying to mold your future. So if having a friend your own age would make you feel better, even just a little, then I'll do everything in my power to make sure things work out well for you two. Two days later. Sunday morning, October 2nd. After racking my brain all day Saturday, trying to come up with a list of places I wanted to go during the week, I realized one painful truth. I know nothing about the real world. Yes, I have experienced sights and smells with no person my age should be so familiar. I know how to slice a person's throat open without spilling a single drop of blood on myself. I know how to dispose of evidence and hide corpses from plain view. I know a great deal about shady reality of a city like this. I know how to get away with just about any crime imaginable. In a number of ways, I know more about life than most people my age, or even most people in general. But when it comes to everyday life, when it comes to dealing with regular, nice, sane people, or casually strolling through crowded areas without hunting for a target, I have no idea what I'm doing. And today, I've given myself an assignment of my own, to learn as much as possible about regular human beings before tonight's meeting. A lofty goal to be sure, but with my pride and the opportunity of friendship on the line, I can't afford to screw up tomorrow. The last few times I met that boy Suo, things didn't go well. On our very first meeting, I was barely unconscious. In fact, I probably did fall asleep for a while there. During our second one in the park, I was caught completely off guard. I wasn't prepared at all, and all I could do was wait for him to leave. And finally, on what should have been our third meeting, I slept the entire time. So, with my past failures in mind, I knew I couldn't afford to screw up yet again. If I want to make my very first friend in this country, I need to be ready. I must prepare myself as I would for a job, and arm myself with whatever tools I might need. I should scout out our meeting place, survey venues we may visit, and then... I stopped plotting and thought back over my plans for a second. In doing so, I quickly recognized a fatal flaw in my planning. No, that won't work, will it? As calming as it may be to think of this as a job like any other, nothing could be further from the truth. This isn't an assignment. I can't rely on my training or my usual skill set. The truth of the matter is, I have no idea how to prepare for something like this. I'm sure that making friends and meeting up with people is a simple matter for other people my age, but for me, I can think of nothing more difficult. I feel like that's also relatable. The only experience I have to go off of is what I've seen on television. Yeah, that's... definitely feels a bit too relatable. Then again, who was familiar with Jim Carrey's movie The Cable Guy? Or Jim Varney playing Ernest? And the actions of some of the teenagers I have hunted in the past. Should I spend the day watching over random passerby? Should I find a person or perhaps a couple and follow them around? I will say this, I will do this myself quite a bit. I think a lot of other people that are a bit introverted and don't have a lot of people to talk to do this too. Like, they'll go to a public place and they'll just like watch how the other people are interacting. Like, you'll see couples and families and groups of people, and you'll just like see, okay, how are they walking? How are they interacting? What are they saying to each other? What's the body language? Do they seem to like each other? What's the facial expressions? Like, not just body language, but also like looking at the various emotions that the people are doing on their faces as they look at each other. And granted, they don't know I exist. You know, those people don't even notice I'm there. I mean, I'm not a ninja or any sort of fucking shit. I can't say I'm like any better at stealth than a normal person, but... and it's not like I'm really, you know, hiding in fucking shadows and shit, like the fucking Naruto running everywhere. Naruto run, yeah! But in general, I'm able to be in a crowded area and walk around people, and people basically not notice I exist. But, yeah. I sort of like... I'll watch people and see how they interact with each other, and I'll say this. It does seem like, especially over the years, people have gotten more cold to each other. Like, I'll see people that look like they're, you know, couples, and just the way they behave toward each other, they just seem cold and distant to each other. Heck, a lot of times it seems like people are arguing, and I'll overhear people expressing, like, hateful things to one another. Or even just, like, turning and just momentarily having a flash across their face of a certain emotion, and then they turn around as if nothing had happened. And of course, neither of them know that I'm there watching. And I'm like, and of course then I just go to a store or whatever. But it's like trying to understand other people and how other people interact with each other, and just like what is, I guess, how society is changing in terms of the way, and again, it's just, I don't know, it's perhaps a not super accurate way of doing it, but it just, it seems like even people that should like each other, who even probably claim to like each other, it seems like they just, I guess the best way to put it is, the more I try to understand other people and watch how other people interact with each other, the more it's just kind of depressing, and I'm like, I was better off not even trying. Then again, that's also true of my real life social interactions, so... oh, that's depressing. Should I find a person or perhaps a couple and follow them around? Should I try to get some strangers in preparation for our initial meeting? Should I just go home? Yeah, that's kind of my initial thought a lot of times. I'll feel a little bit emotionally, you know, like, I guess the best way to describe an introvert is like you can still be social and you can like you're not awkward when it comes to that stuff. It's just think of like an energy tank. The interactions or just being out around people, it's exhausting. No. What am I saying? I haven't even tried to make this work yet. If other people my age can be fun and sociable, then so can I. All I need to do is find someone who seems easygoing and... Whoa! Amazing. She looks just like the girl in my dream. In fact, looking at her face looks more closely. This girl looks a lot like Suo. Of course. That might be the silver hair tricking me. Back in Japan, the only people I ever saw with silver hair were cosplayers, and they all either dyed their hair or wore wigs. Could silver actually be a common hair color in the West? I actually only go out at night, so most people are off the streets, and it's hard to tell the hair color of the people who are out when it's dark. No, wait, that can't be right. If that were the case, then surely I would see more people like this on television. As things stand, Suo and this girl are the only two people I've ever met with silver hair. Not to mention, that reminds me of Michio Kinakawa from the Deathmark game I played recently. She also had, well, white hair, but silver hair. Purple eyes. Not to mention those green eyes. Maybe she really is. What is it? Ed, did I do something wrong already? But I haven't done anything, and obviously haven't said anything. How could I have offended her? Humph. Suo's female look-alike hurried off. With only a few words being spoken, her annoyance came across clearly, and I knew better than to go after her. Sigh, that was a disaster. My first contact of the day, and I've already been scolded. This might be harder than I thought. But it's too early to give up just yet. I've only met one person, and she probably is just too busy shopping to talk. In a place like this, without crowds, without a reason for people to rush, I'm bound to have more luck. He said. She said, Ah, I spy a potential friend in the making. She appears to be around my age and is obviously in no rush. What's more, the girl seems pretty cheery, so chances are she won't lash out. If it's her, then I'm sure Still no sign of him. Really? Where is he? Or not? I presume this girl was just a carefree, peaceful person, wasting time away from the crowded areas, but it sounds like she's actually waiting for someone. In fact, judging from her outfit and attitude, and the fact that she's waiting for a boy, surely she must be waiting on her boyfriend. If that's the case, then I should just... No, that's not right. I'm jumping to conclusions here. He could be the girl's father, or brother, or just a friend. My boyfriend theory was based purely on things I've seen on television. If my initial assumption was wrong, and the girl's actually just lonely searching for a friend, then, okay, let's do this. Hi! Silently, because I'm mute. Hello there. Bow. I'm Cecilia, what's your name? Crap, I should have known this would happen. There are many things you can communicate without words. I'm trying to sell with someone your name? Perhaps I should have brought along a notebook? Listen, I know this sounds odd, but have you seen a boy around here with ash blonde hair? Ash blonde? Ash blonde. Most people I know have black hair. I don't think I've killed any young males with blonde hair recently. I've met 2 people with silver hair, and I've seen plenty with brown, but... Shake. Ah, that's too bad. Oh well, it was worth a shot. I guess my search isn't over yet. Cecilia walked off with a smile on her face. Was that the girl from the little auction thing? I can't remember. I feel like I'm supposed to know this person. Trying her best to mask her disappointment. Wow, even though she seemed cheerful, that girl actually sounded pretty depressed. I hope Cecilia finds the person she's looking for. No, forget about that. Did I just... Yes, I did. I consoled a complete stranger. I mean, she actually looked happier before I approached her, but still. Oh, this feels like me, but slightly more positive and less self-depreciating. I knew it was worth coming out here for practice. Yay, we successfully socially interacted. Kind of. Enough. It's still a win for us. Okay, 3rd time's charm. First attempt, my miserable, 2nd attempt wasn't too bad, so logically my 3rd attempt should be an improvement once again. All I need now is a suitable kid, preferably another girl around my age, and I'll be set. Now where can I find a teenage girl on the weekend? The shops are too busy, and there was almost nobody at the park, but where else is there? Ah, damn, this is what I get for living like a hermit. Yeah, I can I can relate to that too. I mean, heck. If I don't start going outside more, meeting people my own age, I'll never... Okay, scratch that. I gave it way too early. Hi! Oh, hello there, little girl. Happy face. Wait, what did you call me? What are you doing out here alone? Do your parents know where you are? But I'm not a kid. I looked at my third target hastily. Hang on a second. What is this girl talking about? I'm 17 years old. This girl is surely my age, if not younger. Lucia. That name also... It seems familiar. I should know this, shouldn't I? Was she the girl that Suo, didn't give chicken nuggets to? If you know, you know. I know, my name is Lucia. What's your name? Again, that same damn question yet again. I can resort to bring out my mobile phone, but the idea here is to socialize without technology. Well, here's the thing. Misa, can you physically speak? I know you do manage to force something out toward the end of the part 9, but is there something physically wrong with your vocal cords? Because it did seem like you were in physical pain. Granted, it was also an emotional thing going on, but I'm just saying, is there a physical reason you can't really talk? If I'm going to end up typing everything anyway, I may as well just enter an IRC channel on the computer back in my hotel room. Shy, huh? That's okay. You don't need to tell me. How about your house? Do you know your way home from here? I can take you back there if you like, but make sure you hold onto my hand really tight so we don't get separated. Screw this. Where are you going? Did you spot your parents? Go to hell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the girl that, we killed. Well, after saving. We saved her life, and then we killed her. After spending the day outside, trying to learn how to socialize, a wave of relief washed over me as I returned to this dark, stuffy room. Though imperfect in many ways, our meeting room was familiar to me, and I felt at ease here, even with the occasional hazing. On this day, however, moments after arriving, what a waste of time. Tell me about it. The drive over here took longer than the meeting. Now, a quick meeting's a good meeting, I always say. The meeting was already over. Usually I'd be disappointed that our meeting ended so soon. After all, there are some days when the interactions in which I participate within this room are exactly what I need. Today, however, not so fast. I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. While my father pored over the blueprints of the nearest adder branch with Suo, I watched on silently from behind, waiting for something far more interesting. It's great that Father thinks Suo should be the third person on our 3-man team, especially since it means Leon is out of the running. But do they have to do this now? I spent so much time looking at those blueprints that I see them when I close my eyes. It hurts me just to look at them. Father, please, just get on with your promise already. More importantly, Misa, have you given any thought to what we discussed? This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Okay, Misa, play it cool. Don't let Suo know how much you've been looking forward to this. Shake, shake. I see. What about you, Suo? Me? Suo turned away for a second, as though he needed time to process my father's question. Curious about where I'll be taking your daughter? Yes, actually. The two of you only have one assignment between you for the work. Have you given any thought as to how you'll spend the rest of your time together? No, I can't say I have. But this isn't the kind of thing that just happens. Sarah and I rarely plan our outings ahead of time. Sarah? With my excitement having peaked moments ago, one name was all it took for my expectations to crumble. I could feel my blood run cold at the mere mention of another girl, and in a heartbeat, my enthusiasm had vanished. Though I was usually tried my best to stoically hide my feelings, this time I wasn't sure I'd succeed. Is that so? And who is this Sarah? What outings do you go on together? Like I have to guess. Sigh. I was a fool to get my hopes up. I know Sue's only going to spend time with me because my father ordered him to, but I'd still hope we might get along. However, a boy with a girlfriend, being ordered to spend time with another girl? That's just inviting trouble, isn't it? All I wanted was to make a friend, someone who would spend time with me willingly, who I could visit and play with as we spent our days together. You and me both. The last thing I need is to become a third wheel, or to force my way in between a couple. I can see it now, just like in a movie. She catches us hanging out together. Suo tries to explain we're only friends, and before I know it, I'm forced to kill her, and Suo resents me. If that's how this is going to play out, I may as well just end this now before we... Sarah's my twin sister. We go everything together. Though she's usually just one to pick where we go. For a few moments, I could only stare blankly at Suo, even after he finished speaking. The words he spoke were too perfect, as though my mind had rejected reality and come up with a convenient excuse. But my father's expression did not grow any darker, and Suo's smile remained. What was said and what I heard matched up perfectly. Ha 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 ha. I guess I'm more insecure than I thought? I think we all are. I think that's called being human. I've only just met this boy. I barely know him at all, yet all it took was the mention of another girl's name, and I immediately sank into despair. Is this truly what kind of person I am? A jealous girl who jumps to conclusions without any evidence whatsoever? I got so worked up at the thought that Suo might have a girlfriend that it never even crossed my mind that they might be friends, let alone siblings. For me to panic so readily about a near stranger potentially having a girlfriend, I really am pitiful, aren't I? All right, I'll leave it to you then. Be at Central Park, 10 a.m., and escort Misa back here when you're done for the day. Aside from that, it's up to you. While I was still collecting my frenzied thoughts, my father began to walk off, signaling the end of our meeting. But before I could follow him, I knew that I needed to do something. When we meet tomorrow, it won't be in a formal setting like this, nor will we be surrounded by other people. It'll just be the two of us, together, for the entire day. If I make another mistake, or fall for another misunderstanding, there won't be anyone else to correct it or to help me see the light. Long, verbal, verbose, dialogue, monologue. So before I assume the worst about my new comrade once again, I should. Come along, Misa. As our post-meeting chat came to an end, Suo went home, and my father and I parted ways. That being said, that's a big-ass fucking couch. And most of the couches I've ever went to, like, if I were to lay my head at the base like that is, granted, she's not sprawled out either. So, I mean, okay, so she's not able to lay out lengthwise on it. And she is kind of diagonal. I'm just saying, like, even if I tried to lay like that, my knees would be up over, the arm of the couch. I'm just saying most couches I've encountered in real life weren't that big proportionally to my body. So she must have a really big couch. While Father spoke Karasu, I headed back to my hotel room. Everyone's like, Lunar, maybe you should just drink the energy drinks. No. Okay, sought to rest my weary body. Ha, what a day. I spent all day trying to prepare for tomorrow, and all I learned was that I should have brought a notepad. What's more, I only got to spend a few moments with the boy in question. My father dragged me away before I could really approach him. Why don't you bring a notepad on the rest of our visits? On the other hand, I did meet 3 new people today. I also spent much longer than usual outside, and even saw a person with silver hair. In fact, going by what Suo said about having a twin sister, could it be? No, forget it. It doesn't matter. All I should be thinking about right now is kicking back, getting a good night's sleep, and indulging in. Blush. Excuse me. That went by really quick. Blush. Yeah, that's also relatable. Though I would say the strength of emotional responses to things does seem to have dulled as I've gotten older. It's like, what is aging? You're slowly dying, both on the inside and outside. Your body's decaying and your mind is withering. And your heart is turning to cold fucking stone. And your emotions shall fade away. But York peppermint patties are forever. I'm silly. The moment I wondered what kind of dream I might have, I remembered a scene from 2 days ago, a dream in which I was a figure of authority to other people my age, and fancied by everyone around me. But the one face I saw more vividly than any other was... Ooh. I could feel my heart start to beat faster as I remembered that embarrassing dream. While it was one thing to dream about attaining power, that was the first time I'd ever encroached upon a romantic dream. Shake, shake. I shook my head from side to side, trying to clear my mind of any offending thoughts. Contrary to my dream, I didn't hope for even an instant that such development would happen in real life. If I were to ever have a love life, it would develop slowly, as we each grew to understand one another. Ideally, that's probably how all romance should happen, but I think... I don't know. I don't think society and reality meet that expectation. Even so, despite my feelings towards such an event, I couldn't deny a small part of me wanting to know what a typical teenage romance might be like. After being sheltered, cut off from other people my age, and denied any such opportunities, I had no experience to speak of, let alone any kind of tolerance for immorality. All it took was a single borderline romantic dream of a boy I barely knew, and already my mind was on fire. The next day. Monday morning, October 3rd. Today marks the beginning of a new week and the end of the world's longest weekend. Although I managed to keep myself busy for a while on Sunday, my entire weekend was ultimately just a precursor to this day. After all, this morning, in one of my most frequented areas, I will at last make a friend. To many, I'm sure that sounds like a rather pathetic goal. I'd probably get laughed at if I said such a thing on an online forum. But whatever other people might think, this is an exciting day for me, and one I'm determined to not screw up. While I don't know much about the person I'll be meeting with, and we've only met a few times, my father didn't have anything bad to say about him, and my boss is quite fond of the boy. What's more, he's in a similar situation to me, forced out of school, denied legal work, and ultimately suckered into working for a crime lord. So, even though I know I shouldn't get my hopes up, I'm far more excited than I thought I would be. So excited, in fact, I arrived 30 minutes early. I couldn't bear just sitting around in the hotel room any longer. I was basically just watching the clock, pacing back and forth as I wiled the time to go faster. I'm sure a normal girl would use the time wisely, putting on makeup, picking out outfits, styling their hair, but I don't know the first thing about any of that, and quite frankly, I don't see the point. Not that it would really matter. Sue and I are strangers, and most were teammates. We barely know each other, and this is certainly not a date or anything. Although when I think back to that dream I had the other day, honestly, I can't believe I had a dream like that about someone I only just met. Of course, thinking about it logically, there's nothing abnormal about it. After all, he's the only male my age I know, and I am at that age where those sorts of things are on my mind. But even so, oh boy, maybe it's a good thing I got here early after all. I need to go wash my face. I'm such an idiot. I ran outside yesterday in this outfit, working up a sweat. It didn't occur to me to wear something lighter today. It's way too hot to be wearing a jumper like this. I should have brought a casual outfit, something light and airy. Like those girls from yesterday, they were all dressed appropriately for the weather. Why didn't I pick up on that? Then again, it's not like I have any other outfits to wear. I have several identical sets of this outfit, the exact outfit, and that's it. My father and I buy clothes in bulk every now and then, and it's a single shopping trip with no concern given to variety or style. As a result, until our next shopping trip, or until he lets me spend some of the money I have saved up, I'm stuck with this. While I remained deep in thought, those 30 minutes passed by in the blink of an eye. I waited, standing, covered in sweat, until at last, "Good morning, Misa." My escort arrived. Bow. Questiony face. Concerned face. Now what? Did I do something wrong already? Maybe my greeting didn't cut it? 30 minutes of contemplation, the best I came up with was to bow? I did manage to calm my nerves, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm ill-prepared. So, have you given any thought as to where you'd like to go? If only you knew the half of it. Rather, I came up with too many places I'd like to go, so many in fact, that it'd be impossible to choose. Or at least, that's the excuse I'm telling myself. Truthfully, I just don't have any idea, any way of communicating my choice. Shake, shake. Sorry, Suo. As much as I'd like to offer a suggestion, this one's on you. How about a museum? I'm sure a city this size must have one. Nope. Museum? Seriously? This is supposed to be a day of fun, not education. I bet my father put the idea in his head. We could go to the pool, or maybe the movies. The pool would be nice on a hot day like this, but there would definitely be a lot of people there. Even if I did own a swimsuit, I'd be far too embarrassed to put it on in front of others. The cinema could work though, after all. They're usually air-conditioned, and even if there are a lot of people there, their focus would be on the movie. However, I already spend enough time watching TV by myself. I don't want to waste this rare opportunity by doing something I could do any other day. Nope. Damn it, we've only just met and I'm already looking for an excuse to not go anywhere. If I keep thinking like this, Suo is going to, fine, let's just walk around town. Yep, he gave up. With no particular destination in mind, Suo and I set off down the street, looking for a way to pass the time. Between the crowded sidewalk and the hot sun, I was already feeling uneasy, not to mention the amount of sweat coating my torso. But while walking down the busy street wasn't how I had imagined my morning, I couldn't deny that the experience felt different than usual. I don't know, I'm the kind of person that enjoys walking. I remember in the past I would walk all around cities and towns, and especially when I was in Boy Scouts, I'd go for walking in the woods and stuff, and I still go out to the bike trail, and I'll walk down the bike trail for miles and miles and miles for hours. Granted, I certainly wouldn't mind walking with, somebody at my side. Granted, I'd still probably be mainly looking at the sky and clouds and trees and stuff, or just thinking, but also, maybe having a conversation with the person as I walk. I'm just saying, I think it's a good social high. I know other people think going walking with, say, a friend or a romantic partner or a date as, I guess, not counting as a date or being boring, but I don't know, I like those things. So, then again, I'm probably also the kind of person to be like, hey, you want to watch some Dragon Ball Z and play some Halo and fly a kite? Yes, I know, I'm a boring person. I'm the kind of person like, oh, are you going to do anything exciting? No, I'm going to sit here and read this Warhammer book. I don't even play a Warhammer game, I just read the book. I like reading, but most of the time when I read, it's silently and to myself. So reading out loud, heck, especially since when I started this channel, granted, I still get out of breath talking, especially when I started doing the karaoke stuff. And granted, I still do it too if I sing too long, and granted, also, that's another thing I tend to do that's kind of, that the longer I'd spend singing, music's a bit of an emotional thing. So the longer I would spend doing karaoke, especially depending on the songs, not only is it more physically taxing and more making me out of breath, but it does make me feel more emotional. Which I know must sound pathetic. But beyond that, biggest thing is just... I think I've gotten better at it, though, in terms of not getting out of breath. And granted, I'll still do it sometimes, because even right now I'm getting out of breath talking like this. Heck, most times, like, one, I don't really have much of a social life. And two, even then in real life, if you are to talk to somebody, it's not going to be for as long as this video's been. And even then, most of the time, you're letting the other person talk. And it's not just going to be... So, making these videos is the most talking I do. Granted, I do talk to myself quite a bit, but I'd say about only 40% of that's audibly out loud. The other 60%, I'm still moving my lips, and I'm still physically saying the words, but I'm not generating any noise. Like, I know it may sound a bit dumb, but like, when I was much younger, the home we lived in had very thin walls. It was a very small place. And, well, again, I was still a bit of a social recluse, but, like, here's the thing. When I watched things on my TV, I would keep my door shut all the time, and I'd have it locked even during the middle of the day, and barricaded. And say if I played a video game or watched something on TV like Dragon Ball Z, I wouldn't be like, sitting in some sort of gaming chair or some bullshit, listening to like the game loud. And same way, like, I'll cuss at this stuff, but I just have to be careful not to piss off my neighbors. But when I was younger, lived at home, if I played a video game, I would basically just sit there. And of course, back then there wasn't online internet games. The farthest technology got by that point was PS2s. And there really wasn't an online there. And granted, yes, I did get angry at some games, like, rage and shit like that. I didn't verbally react to it. So I'd play a game, and I'd be doing it in complete silence. I wouldn't make any noise at all. Even if, like, I played a rage game and my character died, I would just not react. I wouldn't make any noise. And when I was playing it, whether I was watching an anime or playing a game or watching something on TV, I'd actually be sitting like really close to my television because it had like an earbud thing in the back. So I would just have earbuds plugged into my TV and be sitting really close on a metal folding chair. Then again, I guess metal folding chairs are just a part of life. Because like right now, like I could get a gaming chair if I wanted to. That would be kind of expensive and not very frugal, especially given current circumstances. But even if I was rich, I'd still probably record in the same setup. I'm sitting at a metal folding chair. I have a pillow from off my bed under my ass, because otherwise the metal folding chair my butt would probably go numb. And I have another metal folding chair on top of my bed in front of me, which my laptop is on that metal folding chair. But anyway, back to when I was younger, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be making any noise. Even if I played something on guitar, I'd be plugging in headphones. And I listened to a radio and CDs quite a bit, but I didn't really have like the small CD players. I had one of those small boom boxes that was like the size of, I'm trying to think of something comparable, a little bit bigger than the laptop, okay? And of course you put actual CDs into it. But I never played it, whether it's during the day or at night. I never played the thing out loud. What I'd do is I would lay on bed, because it was a little single bed, and I would have, the radio stretched with the cord, and I'd have the radio laying next to me. So I'd put the boom box on my bed next to me, and I'd have earbuds or headphones plugged into the boom box. And I do that during the day sometimes. Heck, there was a lot of times at nighttime where I would just be laying in bed, trying to sleep, and I would have a boom box, because this was before, before phones had internet or texting even. And I would have a boom box on my bed next to me, and I would have earbuds plugged into the boombox. And sometimes I would have a CD like Korn or Disturbed or System Down or something on repeat. And just let the CD loop. But the other thing is, even back then I would, talk to myself a bit. But, of course, if I were to be talking out loud, I would, bother people. One, I don't want people to think I'm crazy. And two, well, when you live in a small home, people can be a bit annoyed, even though they would always have their fucking TVs on so fucking loud that I could hear what the people on the TV was saying clearly. So it's like, okay, get annoyed at me making too much noise, but you're gonna make all this fucking noise. But of course that was like decades ago. But still think it's interesting, like, Dad would get irritated at me for getting up in the middle of the night to have to go pee. Like, I was in high school, and it's like, okay, I have to pee. And I'd get up and go to the bathroom to go pee, and, he'd get annoyed at me, making noise walking through the house. But at the same time, he'd be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, every fucking night, or morning, however you want to say it, 3 a.m., typing out the Bible on a fucking typewriter. Not a computer, not like a little, computer. On an actual typewriter. So I just feel that's a little double standard there. Much. But main point being is that, one, it would make me look mentally unwell if people knew I talked to myself. Two, I'd probably get yelled at for that sort of stuff, so I would still talk to myself. I would just move my lips and sometimes pace a few steps back and forth in my bedroom and just sort of talk to myself but not make any noise out loud. Granted, if I ever do have a relationship, I'll have to hide from them that I talk to myself. And then, of course, heck, I've had depression my whole life. Since my earliest memories. Heck, since my earliest memories, I've had thoughts about, not so nice things about myself, both in self-esteem and in, we'll describe it as longevity. Just saying, even since my earliest memories, I've had some negative experiences that have had a very profound effect that have been at times difficult to cope with, and at other times much more difficult to cope with. And then, of course, as time's gone on, especially in school, I got bullied a lot. Oh, that's an understatement. Fuck. So many times I got the shit fucking beat the fuck out of me. Like, you think, like, oh, you wouldn't think about that stuff anymore, but I'm just saying. Every time you have a group of people beat the fucking shit out of you, you remember that. You spent half an hour to an hour having 5 people beat the shit out of you in a fucking back alley. That and other things just tend to stay with you. So, but you think, hey, if you have your ass kicked so many fucking times, you think you would eventually stop caring. Turns out, that's not how that works. Turns out it just continues to make it worse. But that stuff's forever ago, it doesn't matter. But it is kind of funny. I've had feelings of, well, basically depression shit, other thoughts about that stuff since my earliest memories for reasons. And of course, other things have happened since then that kind of, even by teenage years, kind of made that worse. But I think I coped with it well enough. But Main point being is that I never really bothered talking to my friends or people about those thoughts, or about being depressed, or even about being bullied. Heck, even the people who I made as my air quotes best friends back then were all people several years younger than me. Simply because everybody in my own age fucking hated me. Heck, I mean, people were throwing rocks at me since I was in fucking kindergarten. I got used to the idea that everybody hates me. It's kind of funny, the first time I wore that black mask thing that I've worn in videos. Wore that when I was like 13 years old. And I behaved the same way I normally do. But when people couldn't see my face, they couldn't see me, they were nicer to me. But yeah, I was in Boy Scouts, I'm an Eagle Scout, but several of my friends who were my like I said, air quotes, best friends, because they basically are. I'll tell you this, all my siblings are sisters. But as far as those guys, I consider them my brothers. Two of them are actually actual brothers, though I think they're half brothers if they have different dads, but they were like 1 year apart. Two of them, the elder brother and the other best friend out of there, were the same age, both about a year and a half to 2 years younger than me. And then that brother, his brother's 1 year younger than him, so 2.5 to 3 years younger than me. There were so many times I went over and spent the night at both of their houses. There's times I went over to the two brothers, and I mean, obviously the two brothers, you can tell they love each other and they care about each other very much. But as some people would expect, brothers tend to fight, and there were so many times those two would get into very heated arguments, and I'd be the one trying to calm them down and try to tell them to. Heck, the younger one of them, he would fake having an asthma attack, so I'd let him go, because there were sometimes he would become too riled up and he was going to be violent. So I would just sort of hold him in place. I'd put my arms around him and hold him and just try to calm him down. But then, he'd fake having an asthma attack, and I'd be like, oh crap, are you okay? And then, of course, he'd take that opportunity to go sprinting off after his brother, and the two of them got it. I'm like, fuck, guys, I'm over here to play video games with you and spend time with you. You're my best friends. Can you please not fight? At least while I'm here? Like, you're both my friends. And like I said, I was technically the oldest of the group. But as far as I was concerned, we were all the same age. But yeah, I will say this. Each of them, they have their own issues and problems too. I understand that, and I accept them for how they are. I'd say with any of my friends, the biggest thing that I feel upset with them about is none of them have talked to me in such a long time. When they each went off to the respective colleges that they each went off to, they didn't really talk to me much anymore. Granted, there's times they'd come back and be in certain places on weekends and stuff, and I'd go over and hang out with them. Heck, there's times, depending on my work schedule, I'd skip entire days of sleep just so I'd be able to actually spend time, because I'd be working a lot. But I still wanted to spend time with them. I missed them. But I mean, they each have their own families and lives now. So, I am really happy for them on that, but we'd like to hear from them more often. But they don't call, they don't text. I haven't hung out with any of them at all for like, 2 years or something? Last time I even saw them was when the younger of those two brothers got married. And he married this girl who already had 2 kids, and they've had 2 kids since then. So they have 4, and the younger brother, he's got 2 kids, and they're thinking of having a third. The other guy, who's the same age as the older brother, he's been with the same girl for about I'd say about 16 or 17 years. Granted, they've had their ups and downs, but they've stayed together. But it seems like the 2 of them aren't capable of having children. They have a bunch of cats and dogs. Though more cats than dogs. I'll say this. When I said, I just refer to air quotes best friends, because I'm not sure if it really counts as what's normal, because each of them, of course, had several other cliques of friends and shit. And at times I felt like, even though there were people I considered my best friends, that, I spent a lot of time over at their houses, hanging out with them, spending, the night over there, playing games with them like Halo and co-op and stuff like that, eating those cheap Totino's pizzas and stuff. And of course, they'd be Boy Scouts, so we'd be on camping trips together too. I enjoyed spending time with them. They were my friends. I considered them my brothers. I basically regarded them as siblings. But I still think to this day, I don't think any of them about how much I was bullied, or all of that stuff, or about me being depressed, or having depression, or about certain thoughts. I just never told any of them about that. Which is funny, because there's lots of times where each of them had things that were really bothering them. And I was there for them, and they talked to me about those things, and I'm glad I was able to be there for them on that. I hope I was of help, but I never told them about certain things, especially some things. Then again, at times I wonder if they even remember I exist, or if they've just forgotten I exist entirely. Of course, there's the relationships I've had. And I'll say this, every girl I've ever dated, every girlfriend I've ever had, even including the time I was married, I have never told a single romantic partner ever about depression, being depressed, or about certain thoughts. I just never talked about that stuff. I kept that to myself. Same with the whole talking to myself thing. I kept that to myself. The only time I think was my ex-wife some of the bullying stuff, but really not really much of anything. She had no details or anything. It was just that before she met me, her cousin told her that I'd been bullied a lot. And that was that. All she knew was that her cousin told her that I had been bullied a lot in school. And that's all she knew. Unless other people told her more. But even during the course of our marriage, when I was married, I never told her about any sort of details of anything that happened when it came to that shit. Because that's not stuff I want to talk about with anybody. Let alone even just recounting being bullied. Granted, I've been doing it here in these videos, but one, that's mainly for my benefit. Part of me wants to say that it's something that'll help other people, but let's be honest, I'm a very selfish person, and heck, I'm not even doing this channel for money. I have no intention of ever making a cent on it. Even if YouTube, for whatever reason, were to offer to pay me money or some sort of sponsor, I'd say no, I don't want to ever make a fucking cent from this. I'm never going to have super chats or Patreon or any sort of fucking merch. I'm not a fucking brand. I'm just a crazy, lonely person who talks to himself that just now records that he does it. So, it's just a selfish, self-centered way of doing something that, for me, this is sociable, but the main thing is stuff that I'm not going to talk about with other people. Because like I said, even when I was married, okay, she knew because of her cousin saying, okay, he was bullied a lot. I don't know if any details were spoken about, even if they weren't. I don't know, I don't care, I'm not going to bring it up, I'm not going to address it. Because I don't want to talk about that stuff. But I know I certainly never brought the fucking shit up with anybody. Heck, I would say most partners didn't even know about the stuff at all. So, in general, I said, I've had dates and girlfriends, and people I've been with for a long time that I never told them I was depressed. I never told them I have thoughts about things. I never told them about being bullied or about other things that occurred. I didn't talk about that stuff. I never even told them when I talked to myself. Because that's just not stuff I'd want to talk about or bring up. Especially not with a romantic partner. But, yeah, like I said, I'm mainly saying this here for my own benefit. But the other idea is that maybe there's somebody listening to this that, same way I felt relatable shit Misa was saying earlier. That, there's a lot of things in different games that can be relatable or get me go off in diatribes and tangents on just my thoughts and feelings about things, but maybe there's people out there that listen to this that can actually, feel the same way I do about things. That the weird, awkward thoughts that I mentioned that I have, maybe some of you out there listening to this are like, oh, I feel the same way, Lunar. I have the same thoughts and I've had similar experiences. Which, if that's the case, I hope this is somehow helpful. I don't know why or how it would be, but, and like I said, it's just, I'm a random crazy guy just talking to himself on the internet. But yeah, just But while walking down the busy streets, it wasn't how I had imagined my morning. I couldn't deny that the experience felt different than usual. I was uncomfortable, dripping with sweat, anxious about being surrounded by strangers, and yet a part of me was surprisingly content. Honestly, walking down busy city streets is not my idea of a fun time. I loathe this town enough when it's empty, let alone when it's crowded. But right now, actually having a companion to walk beside, something feels different. I work alone, I travel alone, I eat alone, I live alone. I live a very solitary life. Because of that, it's rare for anybody to be on by my side, especially in such a carefree manner. Is this what companionship is supposed to feel like? Was it really so miserable to walk these streets alone? Hey, you guys remember that song by Breaking Benjamin? Boulevard of Broken Dreams? Listen to some Nightcore versions of that too, it's pretty cool. Could it be that I really did just want a friend all this time? Without noticing, I began to walk closer to Suo. A friend. My first friend. Even if it's too soon to call him just that, just yet, I'm more determined now than ever before to make this work. Friendship is finally within my reach, and You're not a fan of crowds either, huh? Huh? When Suo spoke, I finally realized that I was right by his side, close enough to hold his hand. I immediately pulled back, careful not to accidentally brush up against him. But what the heck am I doing? I barely know this guy. Walking so close to him is far too shameless. I can't let him get the wrong idea about me so soon. There's no way I'll ruin my shot at friendship like that. Well, no need to torture ourselves. I can't do anything about the number of people, but we can at least escape the heat. What do you say? I'll say this, air conditioning in one of these buildings when it's hot outside feels great. That being said, while I have seen a few malls in my time, I've never seen one that has 3 floors, because we see all these escalators. It's at least 3 floors in this place. I've never seen one with more than 2 floors. Completely misunderstanding the main reason for my discomfort, Suo escorted me to a local shopping center. When I realized where we were headed and what he must have been thinking, I felt both relieved and disappointed. My thoughts may have been too embarrassing to share, but being misunderstood like that told me we weren't on the same wavelength. Nonetheless, the moment I was enveloped by the mall's air conditioning, such conflicting thoughts were immediately purged from my mind. Feeling better now? Nod. Even if it wasn't what I had in mind, it's hard to complain about going somewhere with air conditioning. More importantly, we're out of the sun, and it isn't as crowded in here as it was on the street. All we need now is... Oh god, why now? Did I not learn my lesson from last time? I knew I should have eaten breakfast before leaving the hotel. But I was too anxious to think about food, and hotel food sucks anyway. Hungry? Nod. Well, we have been walking around for a while. Let's eat, shall we? After a brief stroll around the mall, Sue and I soon located the facility's food court. Numerous shops and vendors were lined up, each selling a variety of different dishes, making the choice of meals far more difficult than I had anticipated. In every direction was a foreign, fascinating scent, belonging to an interesting dish, just waiting to be consumed by yours truly. And so began the hunt of my life, a mission far more difficult than any before it, requiring an impossible decision, right off the bat. Should I stick with the dishes I know, or try something new? On one hand, I don't want to embarrass myself, so a familiar meal might be a safe option. After all, I haven't exactly been the best companion thus far, and each of our past meetings has gone awry, so I can't afford to keep making bad impressions on Suo. However, I realize I may not get another opportunity like this in the near future. It's not often that I have money to spend, let alone someone to order for me. What's more, it would be rude not to enjoy myself to the fullest, right? It's for both our sakes, and I pick what I really want. Using that reasoning to justify my choice, I made my decision with the point of a finger. Thankfully, Suo caught on right away and ordered the dish I had set my sights on. Hee, this is going to be great. Fried rice and sweet pork, here I come. Is something wrong? Despite my initial enthusiasm, the moment my meal arrived, I could do little more than regret my decision. The food itself looked appetizing, and I had no problem eating in front of strangers, nor did I dislike the scenery or the setting. Rather, what stumped me was how to eat the meal in front of me. I've lived in this country for a solid decade now. I'm fluent in English, more so than my native tongue, Japanese. Although I was born overseas, I'm very much a resident of this country. I consider it to be my home. And yet, contrary to all that, thanks to my solitary lifestyle, I don't know how to fit in at all. I grew up using chopsticks. My father does the same on the rare occasion we eat together. Most of my meals are Eastern by habit if not choice. As a result, never used a knife and fork before, huh? As though reading my mind, Suo got out of his chair and moved behind me. He placed his hands over mine, gently guiding the cutlery in my hands, like this. Suo repositioned the fork in my left hand, showing me that I was holding it the wrong way. He then brought the cutlery towards the food, moving our hands back and forth as we cut the pork. Finally, we scooped up the rice along with it and brought the fork to my mouth. Choo-choo. Wiping a grain of rice from my cheek, I repeated the same set of actions, this time without Suo's help. I cut into the pork and shoveled some rice on top, then brought the small mountain of food to my mouth. On my first attempt, I succeeded. In an instant, I wondered what I was so worried about. Is this all there is to it? Was it really this easy all along? Forget chopsticks, I can see why Westerners eat like this. I'm so proud of myself that I almost didn't taste what I was eating. I made another incision. Too easy, huh? Suo chimed in, and I stopped moving my hands. I looked across at him, realizing that I was too caught up in the task at hand to think about how I appeared at the moment. But despite the brief moment when I feared that my greedy, ravenous side might be looked down upon, the gaze I received in return was not of derision. Suo was smiling. Rather than mock my inability to use a knife and fork, or make fun of my enthusiasm, he happily guided me, then smiled as I enjoyed the food he bought me. In light of that, there was only one response I could give. A smile of my own. After eating lunch together, the awkwardness between Suo and I quickly vanished. I pushed past my fear of making a bad impression and allowed myself to enjoy our first day out together. I dragged Suo into any stores which I thought looked interesting, gathered ideas for our next outing, and ignored his protests all the way. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, time flies when you're having fun. Before I knew it, Sue and I were heading towards Karazu's office, signaling the end of our first day of exploration. We would still meet up later on that night if my father's words were to be believed, but as far as our time in the city was concerned, our fun was at its end. All right, this is it. I guess I'll see you same time tomorrow. Tomorrow? Doesn't he mean giggle? What is it? It seems father didn't tell him we'd be training together too. I can't wait to see the look on Suo's face when I show up tonight. By the time Sue and I had bid one another farewell, night had already fallen. As anticipated, we met up in order to train together, sparring while my father shouted instructions from the sidelines. Sue and I took turns forcing one another back, dealing and incurring minor injuries, and generally just running ourselves ragged. We trained together for at least 2 hours, during which I cursed the acid reflux from my choice of food, and by the end of our training, I was ready to collapse. I was beginning to think that today would never end. I've always wanted to have friends, but I never realized how tiring it is to be around other people. That is also true, even as a person who does want to be more sociable, it is exhausting. It really does wear you out, physically and mentally, being around other people and talking to them. It's exhausting. I mean, it's not that it's bad, it's just, well, it can be bad. But even, like I said, we're ignoring that, we're talking about just good things. It's, even in good situations, it's exhausting. But it's good, but it's exhausting. Then again, that could just be the lack of sleep talking. Those wicked thoughts kept me awake for longer than I'd cared to admit last night, so I'd be surprised if I were a little sleep deprived. Even if late nights are nothing new to me, I still require just as much sleep as anyone else. I closed my eyes, ready to finally indulge in some hard-earned rest. Is every day going to be like this from now on? It would be nice if that was the case. But as amusing as that may sound right now, I kind of hope not. Spending time with other people undeniably leads to conflict, especially when you're together every day. What's more, if we're together often, won't Sue and I get sick of one another? Days like today are fun because they're rare, right? If this becomes my daily life, will I not resent Sue's company? Being negative again. I should really stop thinking the worst right off the bat. We spent one day together, why am I already fast-forwarding to a time when I've grown tired to Suo's presence? Besides, even if I do become tired of such outings, that doesn't mean I can't have fun while it lasts. For the time being, I should just enjoy the company. The next day. Tuesday morning, October 4th. The day after my first outing with Suo, I woke up surprisingly early. Typically, I wake up as late as possible, lethargically dragging myself either out of bed or off the couch. I lay in bed half awake until I absolutely have to leave, at which point I get straight to work. On this morning, however, despite falling asleep after midnight, I woke up at 6 a.m. on the dot, wide awake and full of energy. Phew, now this is quite a change of pace. It's rare enough for me to wake up before midday, let alone 6 a.m. Despite waking up so early, I had no difficulty getting off the couch. Similar to my energy levels, my mental awareness was at an all-time high, and I couldn't go back to sleep even if I wanted to. It took a moment for me to realize what this familiar feeling was, and why it would suddenly take a hold of me, but once it did, I couldn't help but smile. I was happy. After months of solitude and depression, weeks of assuming the worst, and days of beating myself up over my own weakness, I enjoyed a full day of carefree fun. My fears were put to rest, and I was able to get along with another human being. I had so much fun that I actually tired myself out. For the first time in many years, I went to sleep feeling fulfilled. I can't believe I'm feeling this way after just one day, even if yesterday was completely new to me. It's kind of embarrassing that a single day of normality is having such an effect on me. Do ordinary teenagers feel this way every day? If so, I'm ready to give up this dreary lifestyle in mind and heartbeat. Granted, I was still working a lot at that point, but I remember this one girlfriend I was with. Probably the healthiest relationship I've ever had. Yeah, felt very similar with her, but you guys know how life goes. Let's see. That relationship ended about, I think, a few years before I met my ex-wife. Yeah, I already read that. Enthusiastic as I was, I knew that getting myself hyped up wouldn't help. I still had several hours before I would be meeting up with Suo again. In the meantime, I had literally nothing which needed tending to. Okay, Misa, calm down. You still have 4 hours to kill. Go online for a while, play some free games or something. Take your mind off today's meeting with Suo. Play it cool, relax. Right up until it's time to leave. Don't let Suo realize how excited you are. Just chill out and let everything fall into place. Wave, wave. Good morning, Misa. Smile. The As I waited in the park for Suo's arrival, the mental resolve I accumulated over the previous 4 hours vanished in the thin air. The moment I saw his face, my body moved on its own, and without realizing it, I began to wave happily. Screw playing this down. I don't even care anymore. Today is going to be fun, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. So, given any thought as to where we would like to go today? No. At Suo's prompt, I thought over some locations I had in mind. While going to the mall was enjoyable, I felt it was too early to repeating ourselves. And there was plenty of other places I wanted to go. The difficult part was thinking of a place I could easily convey to my companion. Where should we go today? This is going to be a second outing, so I don't want to suggest something too selfish. On the other hand, maybe this is the right time to see where Suo is and isn't willing to go. That does seem like something that best to figure out rather sooner rather than later. Point. Without thinking too deeply about the exact location, I pointed to the park's fountain. Alright, Suo, let's see how you interpret this. I want to go somewhere near water, not the pool like you suggested yesterday, and not a paved park in the city. Show me how skilled you are at reading minds. Suo thought about the physical cue for a moment, before answering with a smile. Be my guest, I won't stop you. You want to jump in the fountain, right? It's okay, I'll wait for you. Pout. Gah, not even close. Maybe pointing the fountain was such a good idea. I can't have Suo thinking of me as a little kid. I'm kidding. You want to go see the water up close, right? Like a swimming pool or a beach. Well, I'll be damned. Nod. Did you bring any swimming gear? Nope. Swimming gear, like I own that. I haven't been swimming since I was a child. I haven't gone swimming myself in like a decade. It's funny, at one point I was trying to be a lifeguard and save people. Now I'm like, I'm not sure if I remember how to swim. You just wanted to walk along the water but not actually enter it? Nod. Is that so strange? I've been wanting to get away from the inner city for a while now. Haven't been fortunate enough to receive an assignment in rural. Selfish or not, I'm not about to pass up this opportunity. Well, whatever makes you happy. We can't go too far since we both need to be back here before nightfall, but I'm sure we can find somewhere nice. Let's get moving, shall we? That looks nice. After finding a suitable location, Sue and I caught a bus away from the city. We traveled by bus a while, then departed from the vehicle and walked the rest of the way, gradually getting closer to our destination. Once we moved away from the road, Sue and I were quickly surrounded by more grassland than I'd ever seen before in my life. Despite being only an hour or two away from the city, we had gone from paved streets and ample cars to nothing but grass and water. Gasp! Before long, we stumbled across a riverbed, seemingly free of any pollution whatsoever. Unlike any bodies of water close to the heart of the city, this lake doesn't have a single scrap of rubbish or other article of human waste in sight. Is this still part of Richmond? It's true that I've never been this far away from the heart of the city before, and I haven't exactly gone searching for an area like this. Even so, to think that such a paradise was within my grasp all along, I couldn't help but smile at the sight before me. Though I felt stupid for not knowing about this place, more than anything, I was overjoyed. The moment I saw the grassy field and clear water in front of us, all of that negativity and pessimism from earlier disappeared without a trace. Never been this far away from the city before. Perhaps noticing my over-the-top reaction to what many would consider a perfectly normal sight, Suo posed a simple question. Shake. I wish I had the opportunity to come this far out. Usually I'm busy working or on call, so I can't afford to leave the city. Furthermore, Karsu's mesh network won't reach a place like this, so right now my phone is basically just an expensive paperweight. If my father needs to call me, he's out of luck. Well, make the most of it. It's a fairly long trip over here, so we can't come over here too often. Oh, shut up. Can't you just let me enjoy myself? If this is going to be a rare occasion, that's all the more reason for me to make the most of it while we're here. I put some distance between Suo and myself, and I ran along the side of the lake. Now let's see what else I can find out here. If this land is relatively untouched by humans, then there are bound to be wild animals around here somewhere. With that thought in mind, I pulled out my phone. I almost forgot that this fancy paperweight can still take photos. Prepare yourselves, my unsuspecting fauna. I will find you, I will hunt you down, and I will fill every bite of storage space at my disposal with photos of you. Is that a Liam Neeson reference? And mark my words, when I get home this evening, I'll personally see to that every last one of your cute little faces go viral. That's adorable. In the same manner as the day before, I returned to my hotel room in a state resembling death. Between running myself ragged in the lake, scouting the house for a target for the week, And training with Suo, I was absolutely exhausted. Phew, what a day. And here I thought that yesterday was tiring. If I knew today was going to be so full on, I would have tried harder to sleep in. Still, I did have fun. Even though Suo refused to take me to the circus, I did get to see a side of the city which I never knew existed. It actually feels unfair to call an area like that part of the city, even if it technically is part of Richmond. We should definitely go back there sometime. I wiggled around as I tried to get comfortable. Though I often slept on the couch, I knew I wasn't doing myself any favors by doing so. I wonder what Suo's house is like. We only stopped in there briefly today, so I didn't get a look around. Does he enjoy living in a proper house? Is it better than staying in a hotel? Suo probably can't move around like I do since he lives with his sister, but they could still live out of a hotel if they needed to. Oh, who am I kidding? Nobody should want to live like this, surviving off terrible hotel food and sleeping on uncomfortable furniture. If anything, I should be the one striving for a home like Suo's. Even if it were more work to take care of the house, I am familiar with basic housework. I can cook, I can clean, I could totally live in a proper house, all by myself. Sigh, forget it, I'll just stay here. Even if I did move into a proper house, it wouldn't change anything. For the time being, I'll just see how things go, and live vicariously through Suo as much as possible. Three days later. Friday afternoon, October 7th. Having ended our fifth and final day of week together, Sue and I parted ways at the parking lot above Cars' headquarters. We had completed our assignment for the week on Thursday, gone out together every day, trained together every night, and we're now at the end of our first week together. And as much as I looked forward to the rest, truth be told, I had never been happier. On the job, Sue and I showed that we could work together, or at least not hinder one another. We disposed of the tubby creep with relative ease, considering it was Suo's first real assignment since coming on board, and there were no major slip-ups to speak of. Although he's still very much an amateur, Suo's task was a success, and he showed me once again that he's capable of walking down our path. More importantly, at least to me, Suo and I have both been getting along well outside of work. I was a little peeved that he refused to take me to the circus, but otherwise, there was no friction of any kind. He didn't give up or talk down to me like most people do when they realize I can't speak. He went along with my whims and never once complained about being forced to spend time with me. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself or just misinterpreting his kindness, but if I didn't know any better, I'd say Suo's actually been having fun. This was all my father's idea, so I wouldn't blame Suo if he wanted to bail out on me or spend his time doing something else. But so far, I haven't gotten that impression in the least. Even if 1 week isn't long enough to tell for sure. It's definitely a good start. Another couple weeks like this, and Suo might even consider me a friend. I headed toward Karasu's office in order to meet up with my father. Although I didn't know for sure if he'd be there, history made it a rather educated guess. Besides, even if he wasn't, Karasu would likely know where he was, meaning the trip would still be worthwhile. Bracing myself for the blinding light beyond the heavy steel door, I entered Karasu's office. Ah, speak of the devil. Once my eyes adjusted the light, I found both Karasu and my father waiting for me. Welcome back, Misa. Did you have fun today? Nod. While we didn't do anything noteworthy, I did have fun wandering around Toon Suo. More importantly, I gleaned a few potential locations for our next outing from storefronts and advertisements, so I'm willing to write today off as a precursor to a proper outing. Of course you did. It's like I keep telling you, children need friends their own age. Misa is 17, she's almost an adult. So, even if Misa's almost adult age-wise, she's still a child at heart and children need playmates. Isn't that right, Misa? Glare. Bemused by Karasu's assertion that I was a child, I could only glare in response. While he wasn't wrong about me wanting to have friends my own age, or even just friends in general, I couldn't help but feel like I was being mocked. Oops, I made Misa angry. You are pretty good at annoying people. One of these days, you're going to piss off the wrong person when that happens. My good friend Sai will protect me, right? Yeah, probably. Unless I'm the one you piss off, of course. Scary thought. But if that happens, Misa will protect me, won't you, my child? Shake, shake. Looks like you aren't as well protected as you thought. Maybe you should tease Misa and I a little less, huh? Perhaps you're right. It would be beneficial for me not to invoke Misa's ire. My apologies, Misa. Even if you are one of my children, you are not a child. I'll try to stop treating you like one. Humph. That's more like it. No, Misa is my child, not yours. Where's my apology? I put up with more of your crap than anyone. Your apology? Oh, sigh, you say the funniest things. Figures. An hour or so after meeting up with Karasu and my father, I returned to my hotel room to eat dinner and shower. The lunch Sue and I had enjoyed was not enough to last me the entire day, and I had undeniably worked up a sweat, so returning home before the usual meeting seemed like the logical thing to do. I took the time to slowly chew my food, mindful of giving myself indigestion. There was still ample time before the meeting, so I was in no rush. I also washed and brushed my hair thoroughly, lest I allow it to become a tangled, greasy mess again, and before I knew it, I was ready to leave once more. It's a little sad that returning to work is the first thing on my mind when I have free time. Normal teenagers probably spend their Friday nights among friends, or going out and enjoying themselves. But me, I skulk around dark corridors and hang out with career criminals. Yay me! On the bright side, I do get to see my father more often on nights like this. Some of our time together is also shared with Karasu, who teases my father mercilessly at every opportunity, making for plenty of light-hearted amusement. Since we have a meeting, I'll get to see Suo as well, as if we hadn't already spent the day together. So even though I may not spend my Friday nights like other teenagers, at least I'll be among people who accept me. As I opened the door to Karasu's office, I was once again greeted by the sight of Karasu and my father. Unlike last time, however, neither of them smiled as I entered. Instead, they both looked at me in surprise, as though they hadn't expected me to return. Hello? I closed the door behind me, as I wondered what was going on through their minds. After a few moments of contemplation, however, I eyed something far more interesting, and cast aside any such thoughts. Good evening, Misa. Being beside Karasu, my father was the boy I had parted from mere hours ago. Truthfully, I wasn't surprised to see him. With Suo's potentially breaking it at her with us, he would no doubt be spending plenty of time with Karasu and my father. Even so, I had to admit, I was rather pleasant turn of events. Misa, maybe you could help us fill in some gaps. Hello? Fill in some gaps. Now that's rare, although I hate to admit it, there's very little I could hope to inform those two of. Were Karasu and my father perhaps grilling Suo about this week's work, or about our outings? When you get married, how many kids do you plan on having? Startlingly embarrassed blush. Married? In all caps. No, wait, kids? What kids? Who's having kids? What the hell kind of conversation did I walk into? What did I just walk into? What do you think you're asking my daughter? Okay, next question. What do you plan on naming your first son? Because as I already explained before you arrived, that's enough out of you. No sooner had Karasu given me a heart attack than my father removed him from the room. That lively scene from seconds ago had ended, leaving only Suo and I behind. Huh. Yeah? I turned towards Suo, hoping he might fill me on what I missed. Seriously, I was gone for an hour or two and this awaits me? Just what went on while I was gone? While I awaited Suo's response, he appeared to be deep in thought. Come on, is it really that difficult to figure out what I want to know? Well, to be honest, I came here to see you. Yay! Why are you here? Was not the question I had in mind, but that answer does make me happy. I had some free time and I wasn't sure how to get in contact with you, so I came here. Though maybe I shouldn't have bothered, since we'll be seeing each other during the meeting anyway. Suo seemed to be somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Nonetheless, I couldn't sense any deceit behind his words, nor did I resent his unexpected visit. If anything, his awkward honesty gave me an overwhelming sense of relief. He came here early just to see me. Even though we spent all day together, even though he spent some time with me at my father's command, he still took the initiative to see me. Was my previous hope correct all along? Has Suo actually been enjoying our time together? Anyway, as I was saying, Suo, surely you didn't come here just to entertain your boss, did you? Before I could mull over Suo's motives any further, Karasu and my father returned. Judging by my father's words, it seemed as though Suo hadn't been present long. Either that or Karasu went off on obscure tangent the moment So showed up. Oh, about that. Actually, yes, I was thinking about that I really don't have any way to contact you guys. I had some free time, so I thought You don't need to contact us. We'll contact you. My father immediately shut Suo down without even waiting to hear him out. I see. Now, don't be like that. Long gone are the days when we needed to be wary of phone tapping and transmission and reception. As long as you don't mind utilizing hardware and software designed in-house, we can get in contact securely whenever you want. Karasu and my father began unloading technical jargon onto Suo, who didn't appear to understand a word of it. Truthfully, although I had done some self-study on the subject and hearing their explanation, I still wasn't entirely sure what it all meant either. All I really grasped was that the fancy devices Karasu supplied us with were secured adequately and useless outside of his playground. And I'll handle the private key generation. We wouldn't want Sai to accidentally assign the same key twice. Suo Misa? Key generation? I don't remember specifics, but that's to do with how data is encrypted and decrypted, right? Don't worry, I won't let Papa Sai spy on your private messages. Like I'd do that. Yep, nailed it. So the person generating the keys could theoretically spy on the people using them. That's a little unsettling. Even if I'd done a little more than take photos and play games, I can't say I like the idea of Karasu looking over my shoulder. Anyway, you two kids go play. Mama and Papa need to have a little conversation. Oh, right. Once Suo left and returned yet again, explaining how he needed to go pick up his sister from a school event. We met up once more in the meeting room. We waited around a while, slowly being accompanied by our coworkers, until at last the meeting began. Has anybody heard from Violet or Vincent? By the time Kane spoke up, everybody else was present, aside from the two he just mentioned. Much to my delight, Violet was not present, nor was Vincent. We delayed the meeting in anticipation of their arrival, giving them more than enough time to show up late. However, our collective patience was not without limit, and we could only wait for them for so long. Well, it's not like either one of them was assigned a particularly high-profile target. They probably just couldn't make it. It wouldn't be the first time. Their entire methodology relies on playing games as deduction. It can take time. In other words, those sleazebags are too busy flirting to actually do their damn jobs. It's too bad. It's bad enough they can resort to such filthy tactics. Can they at least show up on time or call in to say they can't make it? What use is having these fancy phones if nobody makes use of them? If nobody has heard of them by Sunday, their work will be reassigned. Showing no concern or patience, my father ushered things along. Anyway, no use worrying about it now. As Leon said, it wouldn't be the first time. Let's just get on with the show, shall we? Get on with the show? Why do I even come to these meetings? There's no need for that. I've already spoken to all the four of you before tonight. Without the others' presence, there's no need for this meeting to continue. Meeting adjourned. "30 days later. Sunday night, November 6th. Approximately 5 weeks have now passed since my first outing with Suo. 5 weeks of daily rendezvous, nightly training, and commission kills. Every day I have been watching over Suo closely, sometimes by his side, sometimes from the shadows. We have trained together, traveled together, eaten together, and even killed together. And after 5 weeks walking side by side, indulging in one-sided conversations, and learning how to communicate with one another, I can say one thing certainly. I have never been happier. From the very beginning, I had wished for a friend. Someone with whom I could spend my time, either idling away the hours or hitting the streets in search of amusement. A person who wouldn't find me a bother to be around, or grow frustrated with my inability to talk. Someone who would try to understand me, and confide in me in return. I sought a true friend, not a comrade or of convenience, not an unwilling ally, and not an unsuspecting accomplice. I wanted a friend. wanted a friend who would spend time with me because they wanted to. Someone I could be around without walking on eggshells. Who could see past my criminal career and merciless actions. And after years of searching, pining over my apparently hopeless goal, at long last, I found one. While it's true that Suo was forced to meet with me, he seemed surprisingly complacent from the start. I would have thought that he would resent me. Surely a person being threatened by my father would display fear and distrust toward me, if not hatred. Instead, every step of the way, he has defied my expectations, proving to be a more easygoing and kind person than his new career would indicate. Of course, it's not all about Suo. My life has not stopped for his sake, nor could I see myself taking any great risks to save him. Rather, what has taken hold of me so closely is what I saw from the beginning, despite never knowing just what to call it. Friendship. A companion. Happiness. Excitement. A reason to live. Whatever I decide to call it, Suo's proved to me that even a despicable murderer like me can obtain it. Now that I have it, I no longer lay awake at night wondering what my life might become. I don't sulk in solitude, mulling over the possibility of turning my life around. Those were the actions of a depressed teenager seeking a new life because she was dissatisfied with what she had. Melancholy thoughts burrowed to my longing for change or excitement. And with those mental blocks weighing me down, I could achieve nothing. Every day I would wake up without a sense of purpose or any kind of goal. Even on days when I had work, I would quickly lose whatever enthusiasm I fabricated upon the completion of my task. But now, for the first time in many years, that is not the case. When I wake up in the morning, I actually look forward to the day ahead. Without realizing it, I have been taking better care of myself. I have been remembering to eat, bathing every day, brushing my teeth twice a day, and sleeping soundly. In such a short amount of time, I've returned to normality. I've shaken off the self-loathing and depression haunting me and started becoming the cheerful girl I once was. I have regained whatever value my own negativity once stole away. When I wished for a friend, I never thought things would turn out like this. I just wanted someone to talk to me. Someone to spend time with and show me that I wasn't alone. But now, after finally gaining a friend of my own, I've remembered why it's so important to have people close to you. Even if I've proven myself capable of living on my own, it took the presence of a second person to keep me on track. I needed a routine, consequences, and expectations, a reason to wake up each morning, and someone to notice if I hadn't behaved all week. I needed to be around someone else, to remember who and what I wanted to be. Despite living in the shadows, I am still a human being, a teenage girl like any other. I need friends and family, I need structure, I need to embrace modern society. I need a normal life. Entrenched deep in thought and self-reflection, I made my way to Sakara's office. Half an hour remained before our Sunday night meeting would take place, so I opted to seek out my father rather than heading straight into the meeting room. Ah, Misa, I was wondering when you would show up. Sorry I couldn't meet you for lunch earlier. While we hadn't made any particular plans to eat together, my father often tried to make times on the weekends to visit me. As always, however, he was too busy to do so, meaning it fell on me to visit him instead. Really now, is that any way to treat your own child? It's important that you spend quality time together. Oh, if you're the expert, then why have two more of your children run away? Someone ran away. Are they talking about Violet and Vincent again? A few weeks ago, both Violet and Vincent failed to show up for a meeting and made no contact with anyone on the team. Afterwards, they both showed up once more, claiming that they were far too busy reeling in their targets to make contact. But 2 nights ago, they failed to show up again, and judging my father's remark, it would seem they were yet to check in. The meeting hasn't started yet, and those two are often late. It's too early to say if they've run away or not. Unfortunately, Karasu was right. As happy as violence, permanent disappearance would make me, there's no way I could be so lucky. If they don't show up tonight, I'm cutting down your workload from now on. Can't afford to waste time dealing with insubordination right now. Understood, this week might be problematic since we accepted work under the assumption that they would be here. But going forward, it shouldn't be an issue. Sparing no sentiment for my missing coworkers, Karasu and my father began planning for the future. With almost 3 months remaining until the proposed adder infiltration, we could afford to adjust the time frame and plans a few times before we begin cutting it close. Furthermore, Sue and I had been averaging paltry 1 or 2 targets a week between us, so we could easily pick up any slack in the immediate future. As far as I was concerned, we were still on schedule. Oh. 2 days later. Tuesday night, November 8th. As the sun finished setting and the time for training crept on me, I found myself strangely restless. A lot had happened over the past 2 days, even with ample time to think over the events which had transpired. I couldn't make sense of it at all. First, on Monday morning, I introduced Suo to a doctor. He had been suffering intermittent pain for at least the last few weeks, and yesterday he finally asked for my help. Later that same day, we went shopping together after I tried on some of his sister's clothes. Just as my father once suggested, I was able to get Suo to buy me some new clothes, far nicer than what I usually wear. I chose only a single dress, and we encountered trouble before that, as Suo ran into people he knew, but nonetheless it was a worthwhile trip. Before all that, back on Sunday night, Suo received a phone from my father. We also received several targets for the week, and were informed that Violet and Vincent may not be coming back. Whether or not I'm that lucky, only time will tell. The more or less covers Sunday and Monday, and despite being eventful days, they were both straightforward enough. Nothing confusing there unless I begin to ponder the disappearances of my hopefully former coworkers, and nothing worth getting worked up over. No, the true beginning of the confusion was today. After walking into the home of one of our targets, Suo and I found ourselves cursed by a ghastly smell. We headed back to his house, entered his bathroom, and bathed together. We entered the bathroom, stripped down to our underwear, and bathed together. Without a second thought, we rinsed off, scrubbed each other's backs, and focused on ridding ourselves of the foul odor. Oh God, I can't believe I actually did that. Bathing with people of the same gender is one thing, but to actually strip down to my underwear in front of Suo like that? The fumes must have gotten in my head. Clearly I was rendered temporarily insane. Ordinarily I would never, ever do something that shameless. If I were in my right mind, that never would have happened, and yet I shifted around on the couch as my thoughts turned to later in the day. Wanting to get rid of the bad smell is a given. It is a completely logical response to an unwanted presence. But when it comes to what happened after that, what excuse is there? Why was I so desperate to stop Suo and my father from arguing? Was it because I was at the central point of their argument? Was I feeling guilty that my inability to talk led to the two of them making assumptions on my behalf? Maybe I just wanted the two of them to stop acting like they knew what I wanted, whether they were correct or not. Whatever the case, what's bothering me now isn't that they were fighting, or that I broke them up. No, what I can't help but ponder now is why I was crying. I love my father, I always have. He's not perfect, he works too hard, he rarely comes to see me, and his priorities are always wrong. Above all, he's single-handedly responsible for the death of my mother, and neither one of us will ever forget that. Even so, he has always done his best to provide for me. Whether he truly understands my wishes or not, he is always looking out for my best interests. No matter how many grudges I hold against my father, he is definitely someone I could cry over. When it comes to Suo, however, I moved around once again, trying to get comfortable without actually getting up. Suo, huh? Now he's a bit harder to figure out. We're friends, best friends in fact, at least as far as I'm concerned. We're also co-workers in all likelihood, the only people in the city who can understand what the other is going through. But to actually cry for this boy whom I've all known for less than 2 months, that I cannot understand. Why should I care what he says and does, or what happens to him? I sought the friendship of someone, not Suo in particular. Even if he were to die, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It might take a while, but I could find someone else to fill his shoes. At the end of the day, it's not like I actually care about him. Do I? Setting aside my own conclusions for a moment, I try to think back over my own experiences from an outside perspective. When Suo asked me for help, I was happy to be relied on. For someone like me, whose role in the lives of others is to kill, being asked for help was embarrassingly gratifying. Mixed in with the elation, however, I was also worried. This boy, who had lurched forward while clutching his chest on the first night I stalked him, needed medical attention. I was worried despite telling myself that I didn't care about him in the least. Why is that? And there was the incident at the mall, where the two teenagers confronted Suo. They said some pretty awful things, and it didn't take long to figure out that they were on negative terms with Suo. But rather than get angry over their assertions or feel anxious about leaving, instead I felt myself relieved. Horrible though it may sound, I was relieved to witness Suo's human side, and to see that I wasn't the only one with troubles. A boy my own age and my own profession with a similar home situation and similar circumstances shown to be just as vulnerable and as human as me. I felt a sense of solidarity. But is that all it was? Concern and solidarity? Unfortunately, I don't have enough knowledge about this stuff to draw any such conclusions. All I can do right now is pray that things go more smoothly from now on, and take this new life of mine one day at a time. Four days later. Saturday morning, November 12th. With my busy week behind me, I woke up today thinking I would spend most of the day in my hotel room. My work was complete. I had gone out each day with Suo, trained only one night less than usual, and exhausted myself mentally with embarrassing yet worrisome thoughts. I was tired, more so than I thought possible. The moment I returned to my room, I allowed myself to fall face down onto my bed, and slept just like that. And as far as I was concerned, I had earned a break. A day all to myself, a day where I wouldn't even leave my room. I'd just sleep or watch television. A day of sloth without a single wasted action. One which I could look back on and call a complete waste of a day. Unfortunately, as my presence here should indicate, my plan was not meant to be. Despite falling asleep after midnight, I woke up the moment the sun began to rise. I awoke filled with energy and completely awake, just like every other day this past month. I got out of bed and made myself breakfast without a second thought, only later remembering my original plan. I might just be a morning person after all, so I guess it isn't that easy to break a habit. I've been getting up early every day recently. It should be no surprise that a sleep-in would elude me. But surely I'll be able to sleep in again at some point in the future, right? Granted ample free time, I wasted a few hours in my hotel room before deciding to break out. I simply couldn't sit still, nor could I find any fulfilling manner in which to spend my time. So like usual, I headed to the one location I was sure to find my father. Seriously, where does father even sleep? And Karasu too, for that matter. Does Karasu live down here? Does my father come here for sleepovers? Giggle. Hold on one moment. I unknowingly began to smirk as that last thought crossed my mind. The idea of Karasu and my father having a sleepover party was just too much. Worse, I could easily imagine Karasu hosting one, and knowing my father, he'd be the only one to show up. Come to think of it, those two do spend an unhealthy amount of time alone together down here. Karasu also calls my father Papa Sai, and makes joke about the two of them being married, not to mention Karasu's tendency to call people his children. Could he actually be? I shook my head at the mental image of Karasu fawning over my father, entered my mind. Ew, 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 1,000 times no. Two men falling in love is nothing groundbreaking, but my father and Karasu, I'd sooner scoop my eyes out with a spoon than watch that happen. Upon entering Karasu's office, the first person to enter my line of sight was my father. Just as I had presumed, he was talking to Karasu, probably about nothing, even remotely important. While it's true that they sometimes discuss serious business down here, mostly they're just wasting time. Misa? You're here awfully early. You didn't wet the bed, did you? Oh my god. Father, you are spending way too much time around this man. Haha, that was rather cruel, Papa. Misa is probably here to fetch you because the two of you had plans, which you had no doubt forgot about. That's not funny, I wouldn't forget something like that. Hup. Wait, I did? Really? Not at all, this is just payback. See? What did I tell you? You're allowed to eat breakfast with your daughter once in a while, you know. I'm a big boy. I can take care of myself for a few hours. Nobody asked you. Misa, honey, I'm sorry I forgot to eat you for breakfast this morning. How about we go out later today, or I can grab some takeaway food and meet you at the hotel? Although I kept wearing a bemused expression, I found it difficult to keep up the act. It wasn't often that my father would make such a desperate plea, and it was very rare indeed for him to actually make plans with me. Sadly, it seems my father is driven more so by guilt than filial affection. Face it, Sai. You messed up. Now Misa knows that, and you won't be able to keep your word. You're just too... Interrupted mid-sentence, Karasu stopped speaking as the sound of a phone vibrating resounded through the... At this point where, Suo was texting him, and I remember, initially when I did this, I was like, okay, do I text Misa or do I text Sai? But it's interesting to see, these are the, so, quote-unquote, canon events that you're expected to make. So, you were expected to call Karasu. Okay. Interrupted mid-sentence, Karasu stopped speaking. The sound of a phone vibrating responded throughout the room. My father and I both pulled out the devices Karasu supplied us with, checking for any incoming messages. Who is it, Sai? Have you finally received word from Vincent and Violet? Contrary to Karasu's assumption, it was not Sai's phone which had received a message. It was mine. A message? To me, someone actually sent me a message, with my father right beside me and Karasu next to him. The only two people who had ever contacted me before were both ruled out. I hastily opened the message, surprised by my own excitement, as I quickly identified the sender and started reading the message. The message is from Suo. Misa, I'd like to talk to you about... That little creep. Before I could finish reading the message, my father snatched the phone from my hands and replied in my stead. What the hell was that for? That was my first non-work message from someone other than my father, and his response is to take my phone away? But what's going on? What's wrong? Oh, you'll see soon enough. Barely 15 minutes after my father's proclamation, the door to Karasu's office opened once more. Hello. Yo. As anticipated, Suo arrived after being roped in by my father. While I did know what my father wrote exactly, it seems to have worked, as Suo showed up promptly. Aha, now it all makes sense. What makes sense? I can't believe this. One day off, one day of peace. Relaxer, that's all I wanted. Now my morning is going to turn into a round of watching father interrogate Suo while Karasu makes jokes from the sideline. I was wondering who could have called, given how quickly Sai snatched away Misa's phone. I hope your texts aren't too flirty. Misa's guardian angel is quite overprotective. Ooh. Tell me about it. From what I read, Suo just wanted to talk to me about something. Does that really merit such a reaction? So, what was it that you wanted to talk about? You said it was about Wednesday night. So that means it must be work-related, right? Wednesday night? That was the night when we executed that couple, wasn't it? The lady with the filthy house and the guy with the tripwire? Well, it's kind of hard to talk when we're all here together like this. Oh, and why might that be? Surely it isn't a private matter, is it? Give it a rest, Father. Just because Suo doesn't want to be interrogated, that doesn't mean he wants to talk about something suspicious. It's not private exactly, it's just what? Suo sighed in resignation as my father continued to question him. Suo then turned to face me directly, ignoring my father's prompt. Misa, on Wednesday night, did I do something wrong? Do something wrong? As in a mistake? Leaving behind evidence? Something like that? You know, back in the house of Miss Mendez. When I, handled her, you seemed kind of sad. Oh, that. I unconsciously lowered my gaze as I thought back on that night in question. So that's it. You made the killing as brutal as requested, and accidentally showed Misa a side of yourself she hadn't seen before. Huh? Misa, honey, you were scared, weren't you? Scared? Of Suo? That's not how I'd put it, but... Nod. He isn't far off. Rather than say I was scared, I should say that I was shocked. To see Suo smiling like that as he viciously murdered somebody in cold blood? I wasn't prepared for that. I don't understand. Doesn't Misa do this sort of stuff all the time? She's been at this longer than I have, right? Sigh. You're misunderstanding. This isn't the act of killing that's right. What's scary is that you enjoy it. After my father came to an understanding of the general situation, he escorted Suo out of Karasu's office. They headed to the end of the corridor, then continued walking until I could no longer hear their footsteps. Finally, the sound of the steel door at closing echoed softly, indicating that they had left the arena. Wherever they were headed, I would have no hope of listening in. My, it must be serious if Sai is taking the conversation above ground. No kidding. I've never seen my father make that face at anyone other than me before. Well, this is just Sai's way of showing how much he cares. You're lucky to have such a wonderful father. Glare. That's a bit much, don't you think? He's just going to speak with Suo. What's so impressive about that? Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious. And it's not just your father, either. I know I joke about how close you and Suo are, but you should appreciate a gesture for what it is. A gesture? What is he talking about? Messaging you because he was worried that he left a bad impression of you? Then racing across the town to see you? If that isn't an inspiring gesture, then I don't know what is. Ah, so that's what he meant. I thought over what Karasu said for a moment as I replayed that night in my head once more. To be honest, I think those three are making too big of a deal out of this. Suo was just doing his job. He was told to make it brutal, and he did. And it's not like I've never derived joy from an easy night's work or smirked at some scumbag who drew their last breath, so I'm in no position to criticize. Even so, when I think that Suo might be enjoying what we do, or taking joy in the act of killing, it hurts. It hurts to see my only friend walk down the same path as my father. It hurts to think that he too might prioritize work over spending time with me, or wall himself off and only tell me the bare minimum. It hurts to watch him turn into a remorseless killer, and willingly adopt the lifestyle I so desperately wanted to leave behind. I could feel my fists shaking by my sides as I thought about the reason behind the pain I felt. Rather than anger, however, what caused me to tremble was anxiety and uncertainty. As much as I loathed the lonely and boring lifestyle I had recently given up, at least it was straightforward and easy to understand. But my new routine, filled with equally new experiences and events, had opened me up to things I couldn't comprehend. Why? Why do I care what that boy does? He's not my problem. The things he does shouldn't mean anything to me. As long as it doesn't affect our time together, it shouldn't matter in the least what path he walks down. So why is it that You really do care for the boy, don't you? It's no use trying to hide it from me. And it's nothing to feel ashamed about either. Love is a wonderful thing. Love? That's what he thinks I feel towards Suo? As if we're coworkers, we're friends, and that's it. Of course, that isn't to say that I'm not interested in him. As an ordinary teenager who suddenly found himself in my line of work, I find both his past and present lives intriguing, not to mention his home situation. Furthermore, as my only friend, I do care about him to an extent, and given my father's avoidance, I spend more time with Suo than anyone else, family included, by far. But that isn't love. We're just two people getting to know each other. I'm not some airheaded, lovey-dovey girl who falls for a guy she's only known for a month or two. Humph. No? Then tell me this. Have you ever been kept up at night thinking about him? Have you ever dreamed about him? Or worried about his health? Do you ever feel a pain in your chest when he goes away? Or when he talks about other girls? Ooh? God damn you, Karasu. I thought as much. By the way, why the long face? From what Sai tells me, you've been longing for an ordinary life, and there's nothing more central to a teenager's life than romance. Really? Ah, youth. Such a tumultuous time in a person's life, one which they never truly forget. Teenagers falling in and out of love with each passing season, crying over every breakup, cursing how unjust the world is. You may have missed out on the high school experience, Misa, but you're still a teenage girl. There's no harm in acting like one. Though Karasu's uncharacteristically brief monologue was mostly babble, I did understand what he was trying to say. Nonetheless, even after filtering out the blather, I couldn't find it in me to agree with him. Hearing that teenagers fall in and out of love all the time is hardly reassuring, and even if I did think that I was capable of loving someone like that, I wouldn't just go with the flow, especially if I knew it was only a temporary feeling. As things stand, I simply cannot accept Karasu's conclusion. Shake. Not convinced, huh? Well, that's fine. I don't expect you to take my word for it. But it's a fact that puberty makes people unsure of their feelings, and it's understandable that you'd think fondly of someone you'd spend so much time with every day. Just take it easy and don't overthink things, okay? I sighed and nodded my head. While I didn't agree with much of what Karasu said, I did believe that I needed to stop overthinking and analyzing everything. It was an unfortunate habit of mine drilled into me by my father, and although beneficial for a killer on the job, that level of paranoia was otherwise nothing but a bother. By the time Suo came back, I was calm once more, as we were two returning parties. We had all found our own peace in regards to what was said, and after our one glance at the smile on my father's face, I knew that any perceived drama was behind us. Not much was said after that. Karasu and my father exchanged a few words. Suo made a proposition, and before I knew it, we were going out for the 6th day in a row. A far cry from the day of rest I had planned, to be sure, but contrary to the desires of my lethargic side, another outing appeared to be just what I needed. Karasu was right, just thinking over and dwelling on every little thing is no way to live. I need to deny my slovenly side and stay active, then tire myself out to the point where I can't be bothered thinking about this rubbish. I danced around the nearby trees as I wore in my new outfit. Unlike the dress I had Suo by me, this seemed better suited to formal occasions. This time, I grabbed a colorful shirt and pair of shorts, perfect for an outing like this. I know it looks childish, but I just couldn't help myself. The cat print is adorable, and the lack of sleeves makes it really easy to move, not to mention the mobility of these pants. At a location like this, I could think of nothing more suitable. Say, Misa, Silly question, but you really like nature, don't you? Damn right I do. I spent every day trapped in the heart of the city, chasing lowlifes in alleys, breaking into houses and choking on car exhaust. Compared to that, this place is utterly serene. How did Suo even find this place? I thought there was no way he could top the field we went to in the past. I figured as much. How about animals? Should we go somewhere with animals next time? Nod. I got the feeling Suo might have been treating me like a child, but at that moment I couldn't care less. Maybe we should go to a national park next time? Or we go to a zoo. I'm sure there has to be one somewhere around here. There are no zoos in Richmond, believe me, I've checked. But if Sue was willing to go on a multi-day trip out of the city, then... Have you ever been to the zoo before? I know Sai isn't the warm and cuddly kind, but even he takes you out now and then, right? In a heartbeat, all of the excitement Sue had summoned within me vanished without a trace. Even if it wasn't intentional, He had walked into a subject I didn't want to think about, let alone discuss. Well, that's okay. There's still plenty of time for that. If you didn't go out together much, what did you do together growing up? Please stop talking, so either change the subject or shut up. Never mind. Let's get back to what we came here for, okay? We bought everything we needed for a picnic. Why don't we find a nice place to sit down? Although his timing wasn't ideal, Sue quickly caught on to my mental plea and jumped straight to a much more desirable topic. Just as he claimed, we had bought more than just a few new outfit on the way here. On this rare occasion, I made sure to pile plenty of food into the shopping cart, even if Suo put most of it back. As your ordinary, everyday high school girl, there aren't many things that get me down. Tests, assignments, athletic competitions, all too easy. No matter what obstacle life throws at me, I'm always prepared. This dream again? But I'm not just smart and athletic, of course. I'm actually quite the gifted individual, even at the genetic level. Oh God, make it stop. This is way too embarrassing. Why am I seeing this dream again? I don't even remember falling asleep, armed with beauty, intelligence, and physical prowess. All who gaze upon you are smitten for life. Huh? Misa, my love, do not grow flustered on my accord. I am but your humble servant, lest you wish more of me. I looked over towards Suo, my face flushed, as his gaze made my heart skip a beat. No. Nobody's heart is skipping anything. Go wash your face and return to your senses. This is not how this dream is supposed to go. What is it, my dear? Do you have a request for me after all? I watched Suo's lip closely as he spoke, captivated by thoughts of what they must feel like. I wondered, no such thing. Stop making me look bad. You're a figment of my imagination, right? Then heed my command. Suo brought his face closer to mine, almost as though he knew what was on my mind. The gentle smile on his face drifted away as he inched closer, and by the time I could feel his breath on my cheek, I was already... An inch away from experiencing my first kiss, real or imagined, rays of sunlight beaming down from above dragged me back to reality. I reluctantly opened my eyes, still groggy from the short rest, and quickly tried to gather my scattered thoughts pertaining to where I was and what I was doing. Though my vision was blurry, I could see trees and grass all around me, which provided just the right stimulus to get my thoughts on track. That's right, I remember now. Sue and I were having a picnic, were we? I stuffed myself until I was ready to burst, and then I fell into a food coma. How embarrassing. Not only did I overeat until I felt sick, I also topped it off by falling asleep. Sue must think I'm a... Once my mind had finished booting, I finally realized exactly where I was. Beneath my head, providing elevation in order to facilitate my slumber, were Suo's legs. I was experiencing the fabled lap pillow. What the heck? Am I still dreaming? Surely this can't be real, right? Now consciously aware of where I was, I could feel the warmth of Suo's body and a faint heartbeat through his legs. Chances are the heartbeat was my own, but nonetheless the sensation served to eradicate the last ounce of fatigue from my body. Despite being wide awake, however, I still felt as though I was dreaming. Waking up from a dream like that only to find that my head was resting on the lap of the person I had been dreaming about. I wasn't sure how much more my heart could take. This is, why am I... What was Suo thinking? This isn't normal. You can't just move someone's body around like that while they're sleeping. And this shameless position, resting on his warm, comfortable lap. Silently panicking, my head went around in circles as I tried to figure out what was going on in Suo's mind. My own heartbeat had sped up considerably, and I could feel my face starting to heat up from the embarrassment. Yet, despite finding myself in such a predicament, I didn't pull away. I didn't suddenly sit up or roll away. I didn't push Suo away or plan a discreet escape. I simply continued to lay there, ashamed of how content I felt. Oh, forget it. I'm tired of overthinking every little thing. Just this once, let me enjoy myself. A smile crept on my face as I resigned myself to inaction. I wasn't angry at Suo. I didn't bear any grudge against him for trying to make me comfortable as I slept. Resting where I was, I didn't even want to move. Laying on the soft grass, wrapped in a makeshift blanket, accompanied by my best friend, lulled to sleep by the ambient sounds of nature. At that moment, I truly was. Hey, Misa, can I ask you a question? Momentarily dragged away from my peaceful thoughts, I turned my head to look up at Suo. Though he tried to smile, I could see on his face that he was distressed, if not in pain. Was his stomach causing him trouble again? I couldn't say whether he followed the doctor's advice or not. Misa, this may be a strange question, but are you happy? Am I happy? Confused by the sudden question, I tried to think about why Suo would ask such a thing. Was he worried that I might be angry at him? Was he unsure of how today's unplanned outing went? Rather than allow those questions to dominate my thoughts, however, I once again resolved to not overthink the question and simply asked myself, am I happy? Yeah, I guess I am. It isn't often I can say this, but right now, I really am happy to be alive. For the first time since I came to this country, my life has some semblance of normality. I have been seeing my father more often. I have a friend whom I meet every day. I get to visit new places like this on a regular basis. I no longer work alone. That isn't to say that this is ideal. I'd still prefer to be attending school like a normal teenage girl, rather than killing strangers and asking myself these bizarre questions. But even then, I don't feel like I'm settling for second best. Not anymore. Ideal or not, I'm finally starting to enjoy my life once more, and right now I couldn't be happier. Six days later. Friday afternoon, November 18th. In the week following my surprise outing with Suo, there wasn't much time for fun or games, unlike the busy week before, during which we had 3 targets, one of whom did our job for us. This week, we found ourselves working without rest. Monday through Thursday, we focused on nothing but work, killing our way through 5 individuals scattered throughout the city. We worked to a tight deadline in order to pick up the slack for our coworkers, as Violet and Vincent still hadn't showed up, and the other 2 were sent to look for them. In other words, Suo, my father, and I spent the week doing the work of 7 people, thoroughly exhausting ourselves in the process. In light of that, with our work finally being completed yesterday, Suo and I decided to go all out. The arcade was fun. Not to stalk anyone, not to kill anyone, not to prepare for adder, or train, or do anything even remotely work-related. No, today we've agreed to waste the entire day doing whatever we damn well please. First on the agenda, as Suo promised just yesterday, we played video games together in an arcade for hours. We worked our way through a myriad of games, mostly 2-player, and by the time we left, I had completely lost track of time, totally absorbed by the enthralling experience. Our next stop was to the park, where we brainstormed ideas for where to go. To Suo's credit, he pitched plenty of ideas, all of which I readily agreed to. Unfortunately, agreeing to everything is much like agreeing to nothing. Either way, no single choice has been made. This continued for a while until Suo finally sighed in resignation and opted for the easiest, most cliché date spot of all. The cinema. After eating lunch in a restaurant along the way, Suo led the way to the cinema he had presumably visited before. The walls were all plastered with posters for movies I had never heard of. Thanks to my recently outgoing lifestyle, and the smell of popcorn filled my nostrils. Even after eating lunch, I found the popcorn difficult to resist, not to mention the chocolate ice cream and the other unhealthy stomach ache-inducing foods on display. But we were present but we were present to choose a movie first and foremost, not to gorge ourselves and throw up. So I steeled my resolve and focused on the movie listings. So many movies to choose from, yet there's so little information available. Movie posters and advertisements are always misleading. What I really need is to look up some reviews online. Then again, the reviews are often filled with spoilers, and there's no way of knowing if my tastes are similar to those of the reviewers. Sigh. Damn, I'm overthinking again. I should just choose whatever sounds good, or maybe force the decision on Asuo. What's a good movie to see while on a date, I wonder. No longer in denial about the nature of our outings. I skimmed through the romantic films being shown. Even if it weren't that kind of relationship, I had already accepted that Sue and I were more or less dating, and I didn't exactly feel repulsed by such a possibility. Going solely by the title and genre, there are a few movies which sound interesting, but if I had to choose just one, then Point. Schoolyard Adoration, huh? That sounds pretty cheesy. Oh well, if that's what you want to see, I'll play along. Although, obviously not thrilled by my choice, Sue put up no resistance. He began to queue up in order to buy our tickets, gesturing for me to come with him. And indeed, I stayed right by his side, happily smiling to myself, right up until the moment the movie began. "4 hours after walking to the cinema, Sue and I headed back to Karasu's headquarters. We had sat through 90 minutes or so of soppy, romantic fluff, then headed back onto the street to find other ways to busy ourselves before calling it a day. Finally, after failing to find my father in the meeting room, we made our way to Karasu's office, where we immediately received a warm welcome. "Ah, there you two are, right on time. It wouldn't kill you to get back earlier, you know." "Of sorts." "Don't be like that. We were just out having fun. Isn't that right, Misa?" "Mm-hmm." "Absolutely. It was a bit crowded for my taste, but the arcade was more fun than I dared to imagine. It had been so long since I last played a two-player game, I had completely forgotten how competitive I could be, and Schoolyard Adoration was exactly what I was hoping for. A beautiful romantic film about high school loving sweethearts living lives I could only dream of. Pair that with a tasty lunch and welcome company, I couldn't have asked for a better end to a busy week. I suppose there's no problem then, as long as you're both safe and back before dark." Suo and Karasu both stared at Sai, dumbfounded by his accidental honesty. Even I had a hard time believing that I heard him correctly, while my father's soft side was nothing new to me. The sentiment behind his words was totally unexpected. My oh my, did Papa Sai actually say what he really felt? He? What, did I say something wrong? Father hasn't even realized what he said. "Not at all. It's wonderful to see you show such affection for your daughter's boyfriend." "What?" Never wanted to miss an opportunity. Karasu caught all three of us off guard at once. I looked towards Suo, who seemed both surprised and embarrassed by Karasu's statement. Yet, he didn't object to his words or correct him. My father, on the other hand, looked devastated, as though he had been denying the reality he himself helped create. And as for me, smile. Just like Suo, I saw no reason to object. I'm sure Karasu was hoping for a response from me too, but I've already come to peace with what we're doing. While it's still embarrassing to hear it stated so bluntly, I won't say that it isn't true. We're going out together on a daily basis, making plans outside of those my father pushed onto us, learning about and looking after one another. Even if it feels too fast, too sudden to be real, there's no denying it. Suo and I are dating. With our post-date debriefing spiraling out of control, then coming to an abrupt end, Sue and I soon parted ways. He returned home to his sister, still vigilantly pretending to be a law-abiding citizen with a regular job, then met up with Karasu, my father, and I once more. Upon his return, our party had not varied in size or composition. Neither Leon nor Kane had showed up, and the other two were still missing. Our team had been reduced yet again, making Suo, my father, and I the only killers left. Still no sign of them, huh? Now even Kane and Leon had vanished without a trace. Stating the obvious, Karasu alluded to what we were all thinking. While he was yet to say it in such simple terms, he knew that those four were likely dead, if not turning on us. I've tried tracking their phones, but it seems like they've either been destroyed or taken out of range. If they were simply turned off, we would at least ping the embedded receivers in their devices. But as things stand, yes, I'm afraid we must assume the worst. Like Vincent and Violet, those who came before them, Cain and Leon, are likely dead. If only it were that simple. With the two who died before Suo showing up, we knew that they were dead. We found their corpses, photo included, and were able to wrap up the investigation with that issue. In this case, however, we must assume that our coworkers are simply missing, not deceased. In other words, there are potentially 4 ex-agents in the wind, armed with inside information and known to kill their adversaries. With that in mind, we won't be accepting any more work for a while. Training and meetings aside, we will meet beyond break until our business matter is concluded. After that, we will regroup and reassess the situation. Following a 30-minute wait, plus the subsequent meeting, our party split into 3. At this point, Suo would typically go straight home. Karasu and Father would return to his office, and I would go back to my hotel room. On this night, however, after hearing the presumed fates of our coworkers, I was inclined to do no such thing. I know I'm probably worrying about nothing, but I can't help feeling like something bad is going to happen. 2 of my coworkers are killed, another 4 disappeared, and we're expected to just go on vacation. Something big is about to happen, and trying to shield me from that fact is the last thing my father should be doing. Right now, we need to band together, not split up, so Father can have a secret meeting about what's really going on. Overcome with concern both for the boy in front of me and for my own safety, I followed Suo above ground and ran over to his side. Misa? Aware that my actions were similar to those of a stalker, I grabbed onto Suo from behind. Whether the nagging in my mind was women's intuition, needless worry, or just plain old common sense, I couldn't let him leave alone. What's wrong, Misa? Couldn't wait until Sunday's meeting to see me again? Suo tried to brighten the mood, but I could tell from his voice that he was just as concerned as I was. So you're worried too, huh? It is pretty unnerving knowing that we can be targeted next. But as long as we're careful, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. And in your case, I doubt anybody would be stupid enough to risk invoking your father's anger. While there is some truth to that statement, my bloodline is hardly what I'd consider a strategic defense. And no matter how skilled I am with a blade, all it takes is one moment of hesitation or carelessness to be killed. So no matter how accustomed I am to solving all my problems on my own, this time around, I'm afraid I can't. Well, I have to get going now. My sister may be asleep, but if she wakes up and I'm not out there, I'll never hear the end of it. So, see ya. Despite feeling the same unease that I did, Suo turned to walk away. He's leaving? Just like that? Does he not understand we're safer together? Or is he being arrogant and assuming that he can take on any opponents by himself? No, you know what? Screw that. I'm coming along, whether he wants me there or not. After following Suo in secret all the way home, I finally revealed myself to him as we encroached upon his front door. It was difficult to stay out of sight, especially on the near-empty bus, but true to my years of training, I pulled it off. Isn't it usually the guy's job to escort the girl home? No, never mind. More importantly, is it really alright to just disappear like that? Won't your father be worried? Besides, my sister's home right now, you know? And if she finds you... While Suo was giving my dust a lecture, I opened his front door and let myself inside. Tough luck, Suo. If you want me out, you're going to have to catch me first. Despite his protests, Suo sighed in resignation and followed me inside, closing the door behind him. Just wait here, alright? I'm going to make sure Sarah's still asleep. If you hear Sarah approaching, hide immediately, understood? Don't worry, if I manage to evade your sight the entire trip home, hiding from your sister should be a piece of cake. While Suo headed to his bedroom to check on his sister, I walked into the living room. There was nothing particular I wanted to do or see in the living room. Truth be told, I'd rather follow Suo into his bedroom and prod his sister awake, than wait for the follow. Unfortunately, I'd promised to stay out of sight, and idling in the hallway or walking into Suo's bedroom would run counter that plan. Aha. How boring. My work for the week is finished. Why am I skulking around someone else's home in the middle of the night? As I heard footsteps approaching, I moved out into the hallway, just in time to see Suo enter the living room. I had moved in case his sister was the one coming out of the way, so after identifying the owner of the footsteps and verifying his solitude, I had no reason to remain hidden. However, after Suo's talk of remaining out of sight, I was feeling somewhat mischievous. You wanted me to hide? Then hide I shall. Find me if you can, Suo. With Suo in the living room, and his sister no doubt in the bedroom, I opted to hide in the bathroom? It was an obvious hiding place, given the layout of the house, but I was quite confident that I could still remain hidden. I have been here enough times to know where the best hiding places are. Even if the person searching for me is the house's occupant, I'm confident in my ability to... Stopping dead halfway through the thought, my jovial outlook was shattered the instant I entered Suo's bathroom. Contrary to my assumption that his little sister was in their bedroom, what awaited me inside of the bathroom was the corpse of a young girl. Sarah, Suo's twin sister, murdered in her own home. "5 days later. Wednesday morning, November 23rd. Unsurprisingly, in the days following the demise of his twin sister, I noticed a change in Suo. Try as he might to hide it, I often caught Suo staring blankly into the distance, or tightly gripping something that belonged to his sister. He tried to put up a brave front, and he wouldn't say anything about how he felt. But in the eyes of his solitary observer, his pain couldn't be any more obvious. On the night of Sarah's death and the morning of the next day, I stayed right by Suo's side in the hospital as his sister drew her last breath. Although the exact moment of her death escaped me, we had stayed in the hospital overnight, not sleeping a wink, as my partner's world came crashing down. I heard from my father how Suo had recently been orphaned, and began working for Karasu to keep a roof over his sister's head. It's no exaggeration to say that he jumped headfirst into our despicable line of work for her sake. And without Sarah in the equation, we might never have met. Now the path he walked down for Sarah's sake had resulted in her death. And there was nothing we could do to change that, or to ever make things right. Knowing from experience what it was like to lose a family member, I forced myself into Suo's home and refused to leave. Albeit presumptuous of me to think I could ease Suo's pain, let alone take Sarah's place. There was no way I could abandon him. Suo was in no state to be left alone. Lest he sink into the same depression he helped to pull me out of, and I could think of no better way to repay him than by ensuring his well-being. Good morning, Misa. Busy making another glorious meal to start the day. Chiming in with his usual cheerful tone, Suo entered the kitchen as I began making breakfast. Even with his life undergoing a sudden, drastic, irrevocable change, Suo still managed to put on a sincere smile, if only for my sake. If that smile is just for show, it won't be for long. While I may not be anything special in the kitchen, I do cook for myself now and then. And if nothing else, I do know how to make everyday food extra tasty. As Suo returned to the living room, I cracked another 2 eggs in the frying pan, and then grabbed the salt and pepper from the kitchen cabinet. In my time over Suo's house, including previous visits and my recent nights spent here, I've rummaged through every corner of his kitchen. I know where all the utensils are, where to find condiments, and even how many pans he has available. Next to his deceased sister, I am without a doubt the most knowledgeable person in the world when it comes to Suo's kitchen, and that including Suo himself. 4 eggs and several rashers of bacon being fried. The aroma emanating from the kitchen was enough to make my mouth water. Saying that breakfast was near completion, I grabbed some bread and ketchup and then pulled out 2 plates. I smiled triumphantly as I looked down at my handiwork, wiping my mouth as I prepared to divide our portions. "Misa, message from Sai. Time to go." No sooner had I patted myself on the back than Suo returned, carrying both his own work gear and mine. He tried to pull me away from the kitchen just as the smell of home-cooked food began to fill the room. Ooh, pout. "Father wants us to leave now? I haven't even showered yet. What's so important he needs to talk to us in person so early in the morning? Come on, you can finish cooking later. Just make some toast and get changed." Abandon the meal I just cooked to get real. Another 30 seconds and I'll be done. It's not the healthiest breakfast, I'll admit, but it's far more tasty and filling than toast. Well, it's not he said we need to go right this instant. We'll leave after breakfast, okay? Now you're talking. For someone who's afraid of my father, Suo sure knows the right moment to engage in civil disobedience. Father can wait. Breakfast can't. A couple of hours passed by since my father called for Suo and I. In that time, we showered, changed, ate breakfast, then finally traveled to Karsu's there and sought out my father. It was a rather pointless trip, to be honest. There was nothing he couldn't have told us over the phone. As I quickly surmised, however, the reason for my father's request presence wasn't to relay information. Instead, he simply wanted to see the two of us once more. Even if father will never admit it, he is growing accustomed to Suo. In fact, knowing my guilt-ridden father, he'd probably even feel as partially responsible for what happened to Sarah. Of course, that didn't stop him from subjecting Suo and I to ample scrutiny regarding our current living situation. After a round of teasing at Karsu's whim, we eventually got down to business. My father explained how our 4 missing coworkers had all suddenly shown up at Karsu's radar once more, and split into accidentally pushed the button. Split into 2 groups and located at either side of the city. Sue and I were to track down Vincent and Violet, while my father handled the other 2. Geez, I never thought we'd be hunting down our own coworkers. I mean, I guess it's better than killing innocent strangers, but it still doesn't feel right. Although we were seated away from other passengers, Suo kept his voice low as he spoke. Sitting right next to him, I could clearly hear his concerns, even if I didn't agree with them. You shouldn't feel bad about killing those 2 whores. Well, I don't have anything in particular against Vincent, aside from his sleazy lifestyle. I'm actually rather excited by the notion of finally ridding the world of Violet once and for all. I guess it's possible they have a good explanation. We've been pretty far away from base ourselves, but that might just be optimistic of me. Realistically, there's only one way I can see this ending. Sympathetic though I may be towards Suo's desire not to kill needlessly, this time around, our views did not match up. If he wouldn't finish those 2s off, I would gladly do so in his place, whether they played innocent or not. At least Suo's focused on work now. For the time being, it might actually be good for him to think about hunting down those 2 traitors, rather than obsessing over his sister. And if one of those cretins is actually responsible for her death, then I might just let Suo's do the honors after all. Hours continued to fly by as Suo and I moved from one mode of transport to another. We hopped between trains and buses, and we gradually made our way through the city, inching closer and closer to the coordinates my father gave us. By the time we arrived in the district in question, however, night had fallen, and the excessive travel had made us weary. So rather than head out immediately and begin the hunt, Suo and I grabbed some supplies and headed to our hotel room, which Karsu booked in advance. Phew, finally, a chance to rest. It feels weird to be so tired when all we've done is travel all day. Setting aside the food and clothing we bought on the way, Suo sat down on one of the 2 double beds in our room. The room was far more luxurious than the one I had usually stayed in, and I assumed from the 2 double beds that it was intended for 4 people rather than 2. Now, not that I was going to complain, a double bed each, a television each room, A window with a nice view? It doesn't get much better than that. So, ready for dinner, or would you rather see what's on TV? It feels like it wasn't long ago when we last ate, so it might be better to wait. But I'll probably fall asleep before dinner if we don't eat soon. So I don't really mind either way. That's true. Takeaway food doesn't reheat too well either, so we shouldn't leave it for tomorrow. Although I am tired, I am not particularly sleepy, so it doesn't matter to me if we eat now or later. If Suo is going to sleep soon, eating now works for me. A little surprised by my own logical, adult thought process, I began to unpackage the food we had ordered. Purchased out of convenience rather than desire, we opted for kebabs, sourced from a Turkish takeaway shop near the hotel. On second thought, these might be a bit heavy for dinner, especially if we're going to bed soon. Maybe we should leave these for tomorrow morning after all. Either way, either that or we go out hunting purely for exercise. I'm regretting this already, and I haven't even eaten mine yet. Seeing that I was standing next to the unpackaged food, Suo grabbed his share and took a bite. Upon smelling the warm food and watching Suo enjoy the greasy, fatty dinner we agreed on, I decided against my better judgment to do the same. I grabbed my share, a chicken kebab, filled with random salads and plenty of chili, and I took a small bite. Oh gosh, this is good. I don't care if eating it before bed makes you fat. This is definitely the way to live. Without realizing it, I took another few bites, paying no mind to the sauce dripping down my chin. Now I remember why my father rarely gives me food money. If I ate like this every day, my targets would hear me coming a mile away. I'll start eating healthy again when we return home, I promise. As I quickly decimated half of my kebab, I noticed Suo staring at me from his own bed. Rather than adopting a look of derision or judgment, he seemed surprised to see that I was so much further through my portion than he was. You might want to slow down there. You're going to give yourself indigestion. I looked down at my half-finished kebab and realized that he was right. It wouldn't be the first time I'd gotten sick from eating too quickly, nor would it be the last. Oh, before that, Suo put his share back down on the bedside table and leaned over towards me. Just as I was wondering what he was doing, Suo raised one of the paper napkins which came with our order and wiped my chin, soaking up the sauce smeared on my face. Gasp! Caught off guard by the sudden gesture, a breath escaped my mouth as Suo's hand brushed against my face. Through the napkin, his fingers gently rubbed against my lips, causing my face to grow hotter as my thoughts became frantic. Even though I knew there was nothing special or symbolic behind this gesture, the unexpected contact literally took my breath away. But what am I doing? What's going on? He's just wiped my mouth. Why am I getting flustered? I turned away so Suo couldn't see my face. As much as I'd like to blame the chili, I knew he was the reason why I was losing my composure, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. What the heck is wrong with me? That wasn't even direct skin contact, yet I'm hiding my face like a scared child. I stole a peek at Suo, who was trying not to chuckle at my reaction. Ooh, this is going to be a long night. Half an hour or so after we finished eating, Suo washed his mouth out and went to bed. Given our sudden departure, neither one of us thought to bring along toothpaste or toothbrushes, so I followed suit, settling for swishing water around my mouth and gargling. I turned the lamp off after Suo bid me good night, then pulled my blanket over my torso and shut my eyes. Ambient in nature, the sound of Suo's breathing helped the fatigue to take control of my body. His breathing sounded softer than at his place, where we slept side by side on the same bed, yet it was soothing all the same. Until recently, I'd always wondered how married couples could sleep next to one another. It can't be pleasant to sleep beside someone who moves around in their sleep after all, or someone who snores. Yet despite the fact that I frequently wake up in awkward positions, he hasn't complained at all about my sleeping habits, and I haven't woken up once from his either. Maybe this was just another case of overthinking things? Thinking about how we slept peacefully beside one another, my thoughts stimulated my brain and kept me from falling asleep. Though the irony was not lost on me, I wasn't exactly displeased by the situation either. I had an entire double bed to myself, unlike at Suo's house, and sprawling out felt unbelievably good. My bed was even more comfortable than it looked. It seemed like a shame to fall asleep so soon. This really is a better arrangement. I'm still lulled to sleep by the sound of Suo's breathing. Yet I have an entire double bed to myself. I can move around as I please, get up without waking him, and take as much of the blanket as I want. It doesn't get any better than this. That's right, it doesn't get any better than this. That's one good thing about relationships, that when you are close enough to somebody to actually, it's not just about, sex and that stuff, but actually just feeling a bit of emotional intimacy to where you feel comfortable with the person, you feel friends with the person, but also you feel like you just feel comfortable and safe around a person. But of course, that does kind of go to shit when the other person either becomes abusive or cheats on you or turns psychotic, or just, they become someone that you don't feel safe around. At which point that makes it more, I guess, a bothersome emotional reaction. But in general, I'll say this, I think it's something most people, even if they're not aware of it, actually do long for. One, it's comforting and can be comfy. But yeah, it's good to have someone to lay next to. Like I said, that one girlfriend I had, I remember one time she'd fallen asleep, but I was like, I kept waking up. I wound up just, I think phones recently had internet at that point. So I think I wound up going on YouTube on the phone and watching a Let's Play of someone playing a Mario ROM hack before, cuddling back up and going back to bed. It's funny, a lot of people would probably, try to talk to other people or cheat or some bullshit. And me, I'm like, I just want to watch someone play a Mario game and cuss at it, and then cuddle back up with the person and go back to bed. Then again, I've never cheated on anybody, so. Heck, if I hide my phone from somebody, it's because I don't want them reading my Google searches about dealing with depression. I think when it comes to being around my friends or romantic partners, I think I'm pretty good at pretending I don't have depression. And just smile and be happy, or at least pretend to be happy. But in general, I think most people nowadays are alone. If you look over the statistics over the past couple of decades, especially the most recent years, most people are alone now. So, I think it's something most people have just gotten used to. Just the way things are and the way they'll always be. I'll say this. been alone a lot of times, but like I said, I am lonely, but I am lonely, but I am not nearly as alone. I have never been as alone or as lonely as when I was married. But then again, like I said, any sort of relationship, stuff like that, I mean, it doesn't start bad. Or at the very least, you don't acknowledge certain things as bad. Either try to make excuses for things, or you blame yourself. And again, I kind of got used to the idea of everyone in the world already hating me, and then it's an odd feeling when the person you thought cared about you hates you. It's an odd feeling when a person that you wound up getting together with because you felt safe with them. Like I said, it's one thing to sleep next to somebody you feel safe with. I'll tell you from experience, it's a really, really fucked up feeling to have to sleep next to somebody that you are scared of. To somebody that is out of their fucking mind. And don't get me wrong, I have mental illness myself. But my mental illness is very low self-esteem, depression, certain negative thoughts toward myself. And as well as just certain psychological maladies from things in the past. Lots of things. As well as I tend to be an overly lonely person, but also a bit of an introverted person. So, I do have my solitude. I mean, I'm the kind of person that, even if I had people that I really cared about, got along with, and they were good people, I would still want some time to myself from time to time. I do like, spending a little bit of time by myself or indulging in solitary activities. I am a bit of an introverted person, but also, I guess, between depression making you a bit more withdrawal and antisocial, isolationist person, also I tend to just, at least I've been sleeping more lately. I get tired so easily. And really, I'm not drinking energy drinks anymore, but it's just, I'm also not having to work at that shitty ass job. It's just, I just feel exhausted all the time, but at least it's nice to, in the past I'd wake up after 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and it's okay, I have to go to that fucking job that I hate. And force down some caffeine, energy drinks, and all that shit. So one, I can work as hard as possible for those quotas, but also because I didn't want to get out of bed. I was so fucking exhausted physically and emotionally. And I'll say this, I'm happier a lot more than I am now that I'm not having to work at that fucking place. And don't get me wrong, I'm worried about the future far when it comes to bills, and what job I'll do in the future, and health, and of course there's other personal things that there's personal things from the past that are in the past but that still bother me, and there's personal things that are ongoing that I think I'm dealing with okay enough, as well as other issues, but again, I think I'm coping with and controlling those feelings. But yeah, I hated being at work. The place was shit. And honestly, that company's already having financial problems. And that day at least my knees are recovered from just what that job was doing to me. I was in constant pain. And granted, I still have a little bit of chest pains here and there. But nothing nearly as bad. It was constantly felt like I was getting punched in the fucking chest. And of course I was working a lot of 10 and 12 hour shifts. And don't get me wrong, there's other jobs at work that have been worse or worked more hours, but It was just I was so exhausted and stressed and miserable all the time, and yet I'd go to work and I'd work as hard as I possibly could. But it's just the whole time I'm like doing my job, I felt like I was about to pass out. I felt like I wanted to yell and scream and cuss at everyone. My knees were in constant pain, my arms, my shoulder blades, my back. That's the thing, maybe I have a tiny bit of back pain right now, but it's more like just sitting awkwardly in a chair. It's nothing compared to like how my back felt in response to, and of course I've been going to the gym and doing some of that, going to the bike trails more. Even though I haven't lost any weight at all, I'm still fucking fat. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get a 6-pack, and I still have what amounts to basically being a fucking beer gut, even though I don't drink alcohol. That being said, I haven't had Pepsi in forever. It just feels a bit discouraging that I haven't really made, if I look at what I see as any sort of progress, that I'm not getting any, I'm not getting any skinnier or building any muscle. And even though I'm sleeping more, I'm still so fucking tired. But I'll say this, it's nice to, wake up, because I'll still wake up a bit here and there when I'm sleeping. But there's so many times in the past when I had to work that, I was like, well, yeah, I feel exhausted, and I feel miserable, and I feel physically wore out where I don't have any energy, and I just want to go back to bed. And I feel like I'm ready to just close my eyes and just go right back. And I also feel emotionally like I don't want to do anything. I don't want to go. I just want to shut off. But it's like, well, I have to go to work, so let's drink this energy drink, and then take a caffeine pill, go to work, and then drink a couple more energy drinks, drink some more caffeine pills while I'm taking some Advil and some Tylenol, and eating a bunch of candy to try to balance out my mood so I can cope with the fucking bullshit I'm dealing with at work. And like I said, most really what bothers me is there's personal stuff on my mind, but I can cope with that. I can deal with it just fine. It's just when I was at work, the way work was, it made it where I couldn't cope anymore. It exacerbated everything to such an extreme. And don't get me wrong, I was grateful for the job. I was even saying that when I was doing the job, because it paid the bills. Heck, the only reason I've been able to take a little bit of time, not have to work, and try to focus on my health, is because the money I saved up from all the fucking overtime they were working me. And like I said, I do have worries about the way the economy is, what kind of work I'll find in the future. By that day, I know this. Even if I had stayed at that job, they were already starting to lay some people off. And they were already starting to have issues with everything with everyone. Everybody in the whole fucking building was ready to fucking snap. And there was also a few incidents where some people basically starting physical altercations with one another, to where people were starting to become violent or say very, very bad things. And it's just, I wasn't going to last. I basically was forced into quitting with the way everything was going. They kept increasing our quotas over and over to the point that it was completely impossible that no matter how much caffeine they took, there's no possible way. I was literally working as hard as I possibly could. It was just, and the whole time I was miserable, and the machines kept breaking, and they kept trying to make things work, and it's just, it was killing me. I gained a lot of weight when I was actually doing that fucking job. Everything about the job was terrible for my health. It was also exacerbating my fucking migraines. Granted, I still need to probably get the 2 back teeth cut out of my mouth at some point. I keep getting infected. But my knees, my shoulder blades, my lower back were constantly in so much pain. And the whole time I was there, granted, I know lack of sleep, too much stress, and all the fucking caffeine I was ingesting. Yeah, it definitely makes sense that my chest was in so much pain all the time. And granted, I guess that's both figuratively and metaphorically, or literally. And I mean, emotionally, I do have stuff that, but I mean, that's normal for me. I've gotten used to it. I've been used to that my whole life. Basically having a lot of emotional pain when it comes to your heart. But that's nothing new, so I shouldn't complain. That's just business as usual. The more important concern is my physical health. After all, if there's anything I'm really good at, is ignoring my own mental health. But physical health is something I definitely need to be more careful not to ignore. With as much as I was being overworked and stressed, with how little I was sleeping. I mean, I spent years and years sleeping like 3 hours a day. And I was using so much fucking caffeine to compensate, to force myself to work as hard as I could, and to force myself to be awake and to focus. I mean, it did its job, but as far as the physical organ in my body, yeah, my chest was definitely not really coping very well with that. And like I said, I'll still feel an occasional twinge of pain when it comes to that. But, that's to be expected. I mean, human bodies take some time to recover. I mean, yeah, I haven't lost weight and gotten a fucking six-pack. I still say I'm going to have one eventually. But I don't know how long it's going to take. Part of me feels like if I never get a six-pack, then what's it say about my ability to do anything? Like, okay, here I am saying, like, yeah, I'm going to get a six-pack, and then never actually get it. Like, great. Another thing I get to be a failure at, because I have a goal to do something, and it seems like nothing I do for it will be enough. I always feel like it's like, okay, here are decisions in life, no matter what you do, any decision you make is going to end up wrong. No matter what you do, it's going to be, well, you were better off if you'd never done a fucking damn thing. That every time you try, you just fuck up. Every time you try, you just make things worse. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not exactly sprinting. I mean, the times I've been on the bike trail where I'm trying to, like, push, jogging, my legs still feel pretty heavy. And I run out of breath way too quickly. I have to feel like my top speed sucks in terms of sprints. Well, cardio's definitely not been very good. When I'm trying to jog, I get out of breath way too easily. And then I get lightheaded. But those things are gradual processes, right? So all I got to do is try to keep up at it. And like I said, at least my knees are recovered from the pain they were in. From just the way that job was putting too much torque on my knees at weird angles. If I hadn't quit that job, I would have had a fucking heart attack. I would have tore something in my knees, crippling myself. I would have probably became diabetic with the way I was just having to ingest everything just to, without any concern for any sort of nutrition. It was just whatever it took to force myself to keep going. Though honestly, before that, I would have probably cussed everybody at work out. I was just so pissed and angry and frustrated. I hated that job since day one. But this past year especially, the conditions at work have just deteriorated, and it's just, they made the job undoable, to where even when I'm ingesting so much caffeine that it's unsustainable, and I'm pushing myself well past my limits, it it's still not enough. I was hitting numbers that, a year earlier for those, quotas for like those machines would have been considered well above quota and something worthy of praise. That, hey, good fucking job, and now it's like the numbers are so far beyond anything possible. And of course, the whole reason for that is the company's having financial problems. So they increase the quotas to such a fucking high extreme that it's impossible. Okay, we're going to offset our problems over profits by just making the workers work even harder, even though we were already working as hard as possible to begin with. And just things were breaking, things were having this issue, that was issue. Of course, we're having issues with customers and suppliers. Then again, why am I saying we? I don't fucking work there anymore. And thank fucking God. I'm so fucking glad and happy and relieved I fucking quit that fucking place. Like I said, I am worried about the future, about what I'll do with other stuff, but I know I'll find something. It's just right now, I'm not worrying about it in terms of trying to go out there and get something. This past couple weeks or so, I've just been trying to focus on my health, both physical and mental, but I guess primarily mental, physical, whatever. You guys know what I mean. I've been trying to work out more and trying to eat healthier. I've been sleeping a lot more. I've been sleeping a normal night's sleep, and even then I'll be tired during my, waking hours. I'll need a nap. I'll just feel exhausted. But at least now I don't have to force myself and just chug a bunch of energy drinks and force myself to endure being in pain. I can just go back to bed. I can get the rest I need. And hopefully, with enough rest, both physical and mental, or at least the physical injuries, should be fully recovered. Like I said, at least my shoulder blades, my knees, my back, they're not nearly in much pain as they were. I am a lot more recovered physically. Though honestly, I think I've kind of accepted that mental injuries I don't think are ever going to heal. Heck, as time goes on, I think they're just going to get worse. And I'll get new ones on top of that. But that's fine. I'm good at coping with that stuff. But as far as physical injuries, at least it's never been anything too severe, and it's mainly just been wear and tear, repetitive motion injuries from just pushing myself too hard. Like I said, I'm at least trying to eat healthier, and I don't have to deal with nearly as much stress. And I'm sleeping more. It's nice to actually be able to get some extra sleep, or actually sleep like a normal person. It's nice to not have my knees be throbbing in pain even while laying down. I suppose the weird thing is this. I know I'm going to be alone forever. And every relationship I've had has gone very badly. Especially when I was married. It's fucking sucks to wind up living with someone who actively hates you and constantly talks shit to you and constantly yells at you and tells you how much they hate you and how much they basically wish you were dead and consider you worthless, and they're hateful and violent. You're basically stuck with them, and you're also worrying about the safety of a child and trying to figure out what you can do that's best. And I mean, then I guess everything worked out for the best, but at least my mental illness is just a lot of depression and low self-esteem and loneliness and talking to myself and paranoia. It's a whole different thing if you're married to somebody who's outright fucking psychotic and violent, who is a threat to you and your child. The way I look at it, not only would I be alone for the rest of the time, but I would not have somebody laying next to me looking at me in a thoughtful, concerned, potentially doting manner. Doting is a word, means that you adore the person, or that you're very fond of them, that you love them, that you're uncritically fond of them, to where you're not criticizing, you're not picking apart their flaws. You love and cherish them for who and what they are, and you would never hurt them. It's a terrible, awful feeling to sleep next to somebody who fucking hates your guts and resents that you even exist, and basically finds you disgusting and hates you and yells at you all the time. And a lot of times if you do fall asleep, they'll just shake you awake just so you won't sleep. Sleep next to somebody who's probably actively glaring at you in anger while you sleep, thinking about how much they hate you and how much they consider you to be worthless garbage and trash. To sleep next to somebody who actually tries to kill you in your sleep. I'm just saying. Having the thought of somebody actually loving and caring, being next to you, and actually caring about your health and safety, that's something I think is nice, and something that I think is an emotional need that people have. But I feel it's completely unrealistic, and nothing can be further from the reality of the world we live in. Granted, perhaps it's just bad experience with a lot of things, including that relationship. thought of someone actually caring about me, being next to me, as even being possible. At the end of the day, there's a person next to you. It's something planning to kill you. Granted, at least Scar really doesn't show up much in video. Granted, that's a different thing for that. That's not from a sleeping thing. Granted, having a person sleeping next to you try to kill you in your sleep, that's also a interesting feeling. That being said, that scar on my arm isn't from being asleep, that's from being wide awake. The scar on my arm is my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife. It's during the middle of the day. Our son was playing with one of his Christmas presents. She was upset at that. Apparently he was making too much noise and it was irritating her. Also, the present in question was for my mom, so she thought, oh, him playing with that toy means that he loves my mom more than he loves her. Even though it wasn't an electronic toy, it was a little basketball set. It's like 3 feet long. It's little, the little blue piping stuff. It's plastic. It's thin. Little tiny basketballs that are... He was smiling. He was fun. He was happy about it. And she got really pissed off and angry about it. She started screaming and cussing, picking up various toys of his and breaking them in her hands and slamming and throwing them against the wall. And don't get me wrong, at any point in my physical health, I was always physically stronger than her in every single way. But I'm not exactly a person, given to being aggressive. I tend to avoid confrontation or fights, and even then, especially in that situation, it's somebody like I'm supposed to be a protector and provider for, someone I care about. I've never killed anyone in my life. And the only times I've ever hurt anybody is in self-defense of myself or defense of another. But I can also say this, I've never hit a woman once in my life. Even then, she was screaming and cussing and throwing things. Then our son started to cry, and I stepped in between them. I told her to stop. She lunged at me, hands out. Well, she grabbed onto my arms and wound up cutting into it with her nails. She stopped when she saw the blood coming out of me. Any deeper, I would have needed stitches. I'm glad that scar doesn't show up very well in video. But between that and other things, including the sleep thing, but at that point it became an issue of damage control, especially with the additional worse things that happened after that. I shouldn't complain. Most people nowadays are alone, and most people have had really fucking shitty relationship experiences. So, heck, there's people out there who've had much worse. And there's people out there who have never had any kind of relationship at all. Granted, I've been alone so long at this point, since my divorce, that aside from blood relatives, I don't remember what a hug feels like. But yeah, like I said, I've always been a kind of person that, despite being a bit withdrawn and solitary, I've always wanted to be sociable and to date and have relationships and have close emotional intimacy. I valued that companionship. But like a lot of people, I mean, heck, you look at statistics, there's a lot of people nowadays, there are more people nowadays than there are at any point in history, at least in recorded history, when we had these statistics, especially here in America, who aren't really having relationships anymore. It's more so the norm now. So, I really shouldn't complain when it's something everyone else is also going through. There's less people who even have relationships nowadays than there are more people alone than there are people in relationships. And even then, most people in relationships, are those relationships even happy? Granted, I want to describe this video game as like an ideal romantic scenario, but one, it's a video game, and two, it's realistic. It's far from what would be considered ideal by most people. But I mean, aren't most rom-com movies a bit, like even stuff on the Hallmark Channel, or at Blockbusters, or even Marvel or whatever, kind of fit the same bill that, you know, it's not exactly run-of-the-mill what everybody would experience in life, but of course it's, you know, movies and games are an escapism thing. Or you can at the very least, like, heck, take the Tenchi animes. It's a fucking harem anime where the main character has like 10 girls, you know, fawning over him. Heck, I feel Tenchi and Evangelion are great animes. Great art, great music, great stories, all in their own right. But I feel like Tenchi is more that you identify more with the show if you're lonely and want love. And I think Evangelion, you get more in Evangelion. I think especially the original version of Evangelion, because I know they remade it a few times. The original Evangelion is more, I'd say, palatable or needed for people with depression. I think people with depression are probably more likely to resonate with the themes in the... Heck, it reminds me of something funny. Here lately we're back into fucking election year, and so we have like all the Biden-Trump stuff going on. I'm like, what about the Magi system for Evangelion? The AI supercomputer that functions as a government. Oh heck, I still say, why can't we just have Keanu Reeves as president? We could have like Neuro-sama, that AI made by the Beetle, the turtle. Have her as vice president. Heck, while we're at it, why don't we just have anime characters be part of the, Ainzel Goat and Tanya. Granted, it's a cool little isekai anime, but it's like, at that point, it's Lolly Hitler, pretty much. I don't know, I'm trying to be funny. I'm pretty sure I'm falling flat on that. Just saying, Keanu Reeves for president. We could have we gotta have a Surgeon General, or some sort of about health and fitness or something. What about Hulk Hogan? Why don't we just have Hulk Hogan as Surgeon General? Is Hulk Hogan still alive? I'm just saying. It is certainly weird to actually marry somebody thinking that they're somebody that you feel safe with, that they're somebody you trust, someone that you feel you could be asleep next to, and it would be the safest place in the world. Then change to viewing them as some sort of creepypasta monster, like something out of the Mandela catalog, that they're a malevolent entity filled with nothing but hate for you, to where all of a sudden this person who at one point was somebody you trusted, at one point someone you respected, someone you loved and cherished, someone who at one point you would have been willing to die to protect, winds up being such a malicious individual. To where someone you used to feel safe with, at least when you married them, turns into somebody that you feel that even being asleep in the same building as them is the most dangerous place on the entire planet. I'm just saying, it is desirable to have somebody who loves and cherishes you, and to have a loving, sweet, doting person next to you as you sleep who values you and cares about your thoughts and feelings and safety and health, and looks at you with genuine warmth and affection and love. That's a good feeling. That's desirable. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, having the equivalent of a creepypasta monster, an entity full of nothing but malevolence and the will to hurt you, is a very bad feeling, and something that I can say is a very unpleasant experience. But I've come to terms with just accepting being alone. That there are no people. But even then, having somebody who actually does feel the way Misa does for Suo would be a thing I think most people would desire. In the same regard, having the equivalent of waking up and having a creepypasta Mandela analog horror being next to you while you sleep is perhaps one of the worst fucking things to occur. So I'm just saying, it's nice to have a benevolent, kind, loving entity next to you, and it is bad to have a malevolent, hateful, malicious, bloodlust entity next to you. I don't know if there's any better way to say that. There probably is, and I'm probably just not able to say it. But you guys get what I mean. I'm just saying, the image before us is a very loving and sweet, romantic, adorable, cuddly, happy image. I think most people positively look forward to and desire something like this. However, nowadays, most people either are alone, with no possibility of ever rectifying that, or they're with somebody that makes them feel even more alone than if they were alone. Someone who you are not safe next to. I'm just saying, I think most people, at least I feel this way, is that I want to feel safe when I'm sleeping. And if there's somebody near me when I'm sleeping, I want to feel that I'm safe around that person. That that person isn't going to hurt me. That person doesn't hate me or it's a good thing to have someone next to you like that who actually cares about you and loves you. And actually cares about you. Even if granted this is more a blossoming love situation. I'm just saying. Well, it's a happy, cheery thing to have somebody next to you who actually cares about you, who would never hurt you, who you feel safe with. That's a good feeling. Having someone next to you, or a pair of eyes looking at you that's full of nothing but malice and hate and a desire to hurt you, nothing but malevolence, that's really bad. So, sorry I ruined the whole romantic, happy picture here with, I guess, me just being a dumbass. But, yeah. But this is a nice picture. I like this. This is adorable. This is lovey-dovey and nice, I guess. So, it's nice. Like I say, I like the Tenchi series. And it's a series where there's a bunch of cute girls that all like you. And granted, there's other stuff too, but let's be honest, that's the main appeal. Is that it appeals to people that tend to feel alone, and well, in this situation, it's the complete opposite subversion of that, where the main character is not alone at all, and they're just constantly being having multiple people even want them. Though I think most people would be content with just one happy relationship partner. But the Tenchi anime is pretty kick-ass. It's a really good show. Kind of starting to fall asleep. I'm a bit tired. This video's been a bit long. Probably whenever I'll finish this when the Misa chapter ends, but probably when this video is uploading, I'm probably going to be laying in bed sleeping. Though, honestly, I don't know who on earth would even listen to this video this long through. It's probably at least been 2 hours. Right? Check OBS. It's been over 4. It's been over 4 hours. Fuck. I want to do the whole Misa chapter one. I just get a little bit sidetracked. It's not a big deal. Everything's fine. But yeah, I'm just saying, this is a nice, happy picture. I'm sorry I ruined it for everybody by being myself. Somehow discontent, I abandoned my double bed and sat down next to Suo. I lowered my body, resting my right elbow on his free pillow, and watched his face closely as he slept. So this is what Suo looks like when he's sleeping. Usually we sleep back to back, so I've never seen his sleeping face before, which is probably to be expected. Watching someone sleep is considered creepy, isn't it? Even if it is creepy, I can see why someone would want to do it. Suo looks so calm and peaceful right now, like he doesn't have a care in the world. He's just laying there, unmoving, undisturbed, completely vulnerable. If he were my target, I could easily dispose of him. I could slit his throat wide open, poison him, pierce his heart. I could kill him with ease in any number of ways. But he isn't my target. And Suo is not someone I want to hurt. let alone kill. Now when I look at Suo's face like this, all that comes to mind is... My eyes unconsciously move down to Suo's lips. Still slightly moistened with saliva, his lips occasionally open to let in air. For the most part, they remained only slightly ajar as he quietly breathed through his nose. Until he breathed through his mouth, the gap between his lips was not wide enough for me to even put my finger between them. Even so, I continued to stare at his lips, both fixated and confused, as I myself wondered what was so interesting. Honestly, what am I doing right now? I should be asleep enjoying amazing, unrealistic dreams to which reality cannot compare. Why am I staring at Suo? What's so interesting about watching him sleep? Despite my insistence that I didn't understand what I was doing, or that I was just watching him, I continued to draw my face closer to his. I moved my mouth around slightly, just enough to feel the existence of my own lips, then leaned in closer still. He really is asleep, right? Even if I were to touch his face, Suo wouldn't wake up, would he? What about if I cuddled up to him and rubbed my arms around his torso when he slept? Or if I went so far as to touch his lips with mine? Gulp. Finally, acknowledging my own shameful motive, I parted my lips and closed the gap between Suo and I. I drew my face so close that I could feel his breath overlapping mine. All he would have to do was pucker his lips, and the two of us would be kissing. But before I could cross that final line, Suo's soft breathing suddenly stopped, and he stirred in his sleep. Sarah. Gasp. I pulled my lips away from Suo, just far enough to see the tears welling in his eyes. In an instant, I understood what was going on. And I repulsed even myself with my selfish actions. What am I doing? Suo's grieving. Mourning the death of his twin sister, and I'm thinking about that. It hasn't even been a week since she died. He's still suffering in pain. I know. He's still suffering a pain I know all too well. Yet instead of showing sympathy, what do? I steal Sarah's place in his house, sneak into Suo's bed, and try to force myself on him while he's asleep. Am I really that kind of person? Shocked by my own callousness, I watched the tears, and Suo's eyes gained mass, just as he had in the hospital by his sister's side. Suo cried heartfelt tears, overwhelmed by the pain of losing his final family member. That day in the hospital, he was so distraught that even I couldn't stop crying. When my elder sister died, I didn't cry visibly where anyone could see me. But granted, that was 14.5 years ago when she died. She had a brain aneurysm, and then she became brain dead, and then she stayed in a hospital bed for 3 days, and then we pulled a plug, and then she was dead, and then we buried her. And a girl had died, a girl I'd met only once before. And Yet there I was, crying like a baby, as Suo denied what he was seeing. One moment. Sorry about that. And yet there I was, crying like a baby, as Suo denied what he was seeing. Before then, I never realized I was capable of such deep empathy. I didn't think I could ever shed tears for a complete stranger. And yet, looking back now, I can't help but wonder, were those tears even real? I jumped at the first chance to insert myself in the space left by her death, unveiling my true nature as an opportunistic bastard. My best friend, my boyfriend, just had his world shattered, and my first reflex was to take advantage of his loss. Those are not the actions of a girlfriend or of a best friend, or even a human being. Those are the actions of a monster. The next day. Thursday morning, November 24th. After a sleepless night next to Suo, I woke to find myself in a surprising amount of pain. Still resting in Suo's bed, my vision was blurry from the moment I opened my eyes, and I could tell that I had shed tears after my late-night revelation. But it wasn't just my eyes that hurt. The pain wrecking my body emanated from two other locations as well. The first and easiest for a third party to guess was my stomach. The kebab I had eaten before bed was packed with chili and full of fat and grease, was giving me indigestion worse than was forewarned. It was nothing a trip to the bathroom would fix, but for the time being my intestines were making their own rules. The other source of pain, one which I could truly be sure of, was my heart. My red eyes were nothing more than a symptom of the emotional turmoil I put myself through last night. The real pain came from within, as I discovered while torturing myself and trying to sort out my feelings. Unfortunately, this pain wouldn't be so easy to rid myself of, and in all likelihood, it wasn't something I could cure on my own. Yawn. Fighting off my lethargy and depression, I stretched my torso and tried to wake up. I had slept in longer than Suo, but I obviously hadn't slept well, and I was only just beginning to pay for it. Misa, how on earth can you be tired? You usually wake up far earlier than I do. Having already showered and changed in the outfit he bought yesterday, Suo chastised my laziness, completely oblivious to what went on last night. However, I was in no state to argue. I could barely even stand, let alone rebuke him. Yawn. Yeah, you said that already. Well, what are you expecting me to say? I'm tired, alright, lay off. I walked past Suo and headed for the shower, grabbing my new clothes along the way. If there was ever a time when I needed a hot shower, this was it. Starting our hunt with breakfast in a local cafe, Suo and I wasted no more time before chasing down our soon-to-be former co-workers. We headed straight for the closer beacon, using the coordinates given to us by my father. Upon reaching the first beacon, there appeared to be nothing in sight. No comrade waiting for open arms, no trap ready to be sprung, not even a corpse awaiting removal. I looked around a bit further, knowing that the GPS coordinates wouldn't be accurate to the centimeter, and after a few moments of searching a nearby alley, I knew I had found what we were looking for. I understand why we shouldn't be able to track one another, but day-old coordinates are a bit wave. Once I was sure I had found something, I beckoned Suo over. He met me in front of the alley where we had found Shutter. Vincent's rotting corpse. Set off by the smell of Vincent's remains, my stomach finally threw in the towel. I vomited on the nearby wall, unleashing last night's dinner for some unfortunate city worker to deal with. My red eyes are now tearing again, and I can feel mucus making its way down my nostrils. This is the worst. My eyes hurt, my stomach hurts. There's vomit on my shoes, my mouth is on fire. I want to go home. Misa, are you feeling okay? We could head back to the hotel further if you need a break. That does sound nice. At the very least, I could wash out my mouth out and change my shoes. No, toughen up, Misa. You're a professional, start acting like one. Okay, but don't push yourself. If you need to rest, I won't say anything. Despite my initial refusal, Sue and I returned to our hotel room sooner than anticipated. We had been searching for hours and still failed to locate Violet, or potentially her killer, making our hard work seem like an exercise in futility. Since we weren't getting anywhere anyway, Sue and I decided to take a break for lunch, after which we tried to again. My stomach was empty after puking. Aside from the sweets Sue bought me to take away this taste, so an early lunch was just what I needed. With lunch over all too soon, I quickly changed my shoes before heading out. Our second target seemed to be moving around a lot, at least more than the corpse we've already located, so our job was a little more complicated this time. What a pain. Every time I move, our target gets further away. Well, at least now I'll get some time away from Misa. In order to lure out our target, Sue and I split up. I left my phone a fair distance away, operating under the assumption that we were being tracked, then returned to watch Suo from the shadows. And after a short while, wait, surely enough, perhaps we're not so different after all. It's about time you took back control of your own life, don't you think? Violet appeared, so she's alive after all. With Vincent already decomposing, I was worried Violet might have shared his fate. Now that I've confirmed her well-being, however, the joy of killing Violet will be all mine. Paying no mind to my own dark thoughts, nurtured through routine, torment at Violet's hands. I listened in as Sue questioned Violet. As much as I wanted to kill Violet, she possessed information we do not. I wouldn't rob Suo of the opportunity to learn who killed his sister. So what do you say? Shall we continue this conversation at length somewhere a little more private? I clenched the blade hidden behind my back as Violet smirked seductively at Suo. Whether it was simple jealousy or something far more sinister, I knew at that moment that I would derive far too much pleasure from her execution. Yeah, okay. You won't regret this. Things will be difficult at first, but then... Come on out, Misa. The moment Suo signaled that he was done with Violet, I appeared behind her with my blade drawn. I kicked out one of Violet's knees and brought her down to my height, at which point I grabbed her by the hair and rested my blade on her throat. What the hell is this? Exactly what it looks like, traitor. Misa realized that the coordinates were being sent. You fucking bitch, you weren't supposed to be here. Go back to your papa's tea, little girl. Ever offensive, Violet ignored Suo completely and began to shout obscenities at me. Violet tried to struggle free, summoning all of the strength she amassed in her extra years on this planet. In response, I secured my blade and trod on Violet's calf, almost wishing I hadn't changed shoes. Sorry to disappoint, Violet, but Misa isn't going anywhere. In fact, she's been with me this whole time. So that's your choice, huh? Well done, you little skank. At long last, you got a man who told you. And that means you finally sunk to my level. Yeah, not so high and mighty now, are you? Pathetic, flat-chested virgin. Honestly, what a miserable little... gack. Though repulsed by Violet's insinuation that I was anything like her, I responded to her verbal abuse not as the weak little girl she claimed me to be, but rather in a manner befitting a professional killer. I cut into her with both precision and delight, unconsciously smirking as I ended her hurtful monologue. Smirk. Who's the weak little girl now, you whore? You're the one who needs a man to protect you, not me. What I have is a mutual partnership, not a loveless, one-sided relationship built on manipulation like those you fostered. But hey, what would a pathetic, flat-chested virgin like me know anyway? Even as my blade threatened to sever the last strand of skin, connecting Violet's head to her shoulders, I didn't stop cutting. Her body fell limp as her lungs stopped expanding, and her eyes lost all of their fire. Yet still I cut into her. I watched with glee as the blood poured from Violet's neck, staining the disgusting body that she took such pride. In fact, I had half a mind to behead her, or to fetch my phone and take a commemorative photo. But I did not. For all the pleasure her death brought me, it was not a moment I wanted to extend any longer or to relive. With Violet's death, I hoped to close a chapter of my life I never wanted to look back on again. As our mission came to a close, so did our time in that part of the city. Suo and I had been tasked with the care of two of our former coworkers, and with Violet's death we had accomplished just that. Though our time was short, it went without saying that it was an unforgettable experience. In terms of both my personal and professional growth, I learned a lot about myself, things I could never have learned just sitting around the hotel room while watching television. Even if there were some parts of the experience I'd rather forget, it was all without a doubt worthwhile. Sigh. I emerged from the bathroom after taking my second shower of the day. Lunar D8 yawns into the microphone. Although I meant... As I meant... Although I managed to keep Violet's blood off me, I still felt dirty after throwing up earlier, not to mention touching Violet's filthy body. Feeling better now. That's good. I know you're not fond of unnecessary violence, but I couldn't see that scenario ending any other way. Violet's death was entirely necessary, and even if it wasn't for Violet's sake, I would gladly cast aside my usual creed and cut her down to size. So, is there anything else you want to do before we head back tomorrow? We'll be traveling for most of the day, so if there's something you want to do or buy, tomorrow morning will be your chance. Shake, shake. No, I've already gotten enough out of this trip. Perfect or not, I'm happy with the way things turned out. If our trip ends, just like this, I'll have no complaints. Still, if I had to choose one thing to do differently, it would be what happened last night. It really was a shame to end things there, especially given my self-loathing thereafter. On the other hand, there's a part of me that's glad nothing happened. As bad as I felt, I would feel even worse if I did force myself on Suo while he was sleeping. And besides, I didn't really want my first kiss to taste like kebab. 4 days later. Monday night, November 28th. Upon returning from our short trip, Suo and I were immediately deprived of the vacation we were promised. New developments of the upcoming Adder infiltration, not to mention the scheming of our former coworkers, left Karasu and my father on edge. They both pointed out that Suo wasn't adequately trained for his role in the plan, which was basically just to pilfer documents, and thus decreed that we need to change our training routine. So from today onward, we are no longer sparring or training to kill. We are focusing on agility. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Your best time of the day is still double Misa's, and hers is nothing to be proud of. From the moment we arrived for training day, Sue and I have been running obstacle courses and adapting to low-light situations. It's nothing I haven't done before, as long as your body and mind are both fast and flexible. There's no great challenge to this, unless of course the person training you has unrealistic expectations. Humph. How rude. I may not be breaking any of my old records, but I'm still doing pretty well for my first day of agility training this year. Give me a break. You should be amazed I'm still standing after all that. The only thing I'm amazed by is your ability to make excuses. If you want to call yourself my student, you're going to have to do much better than that. True to my father's complaints, Suo wasn't doing so well. While his reflexes were nothing to laugh at, he didn't possess the same flexibility or speed that I did. The only reason Suo even made it to the finish line was because of his stamina and willpower, both of which I envied. We'll pick this back up tomorrow morning. The course will have changed, so don't grow complacent. Letting us off with surprisingly little criticism, my father headed back towards the obstacle course. Sigh, I thought today would never end. It wasn't as physically tiring as our regular training, but it's hard to concentrate when you're constantly avoiding random traps. Maybe for you, newbie. Personally, I find agility training much easier than combat training. Don't you start just because your time is a little bit better than mine. That doesn't mean it'll stay that way. I bridged the gap between us in combat training, didn't I? Humph. He's got me there. I may have more experience, but I can't match Suo's strength or stamina. I'd still win in a real fight, of course, no question about that. But when we're just sparring, not actually trying to kill one another, Suo has the advantage. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. For the time being, let's go grab some dinner. We can worry about training tomorrow. That's the best idea I've heard all day. Father's been working us hard since we got here. If I didn't wolf down breakfast, I wouldn't have had a single thing in my stomach. In that case, let's... Ah, you're still here. I was afraid you might have left already. So close. What's up, boss? Oh, please, boss is so formal. Just call me Papa. What's up, Karasu? Good enough, I guess. Anyway, I was hoping to speak to the two of you while Sai worked. Would you care to join me in my office? Trying my best not to overthink about dinner, Suo and I followed Karasu back into his office. Now then, where do I begin? I suppose we should start with your most recent assignment. Oh, so it's a mission debrief, is it? Suo already told my father everything over the phone, then explained again with Karasu present after return. So I don't know what Karasu's hoping to get out of this. You mean our search for Violet and Vincent? I already told you about what happened there. Yes, I know. You told me all about Leon's scheme, the fake coordinates, and so on. But what I'm interested in is what you didn't tell me. Karasu smirked as he spoke, hinting that he knew something he wasn't telling us. Or so most people would assume. In reality, this was a sign that Karasu was in a playful mood, and would no doubt begin teasing Suo and I any second now. Hey, I'm not keeping any secrets from you. I really did tell you everything. You're falling right into his trap. Don't play along, you'll only encourage him. And I believe you. I'm sure you did tell me everything pertinent to your assignment. What you didn't tell me about were the nights you two spent together. Uh-oh. I averted my gaze as Karasu's words brought to mind what I almost did. Suo was none the wiser, and it wasn't like I could ever tell anyone about what happened, so there was no way Karasu could actually know what had happened. Nonetheless, just thinking about the night made my face heat up, and I was sure Karasu would seize upon such a reaction. Whatever you're imagining, just stop it. Nothing happened, okay? Oh, is that so? What do you think, Misa? Is it true nothing happened? Karasu turned his gaze away from Suo and towards me. He smirked while adding emphasis to his question, prompting me to confess to an incident I could never, ever tell anyone about. Nod. I nodded desperately, blushing like crazy as wicked thoughts hounded me. The more I tried to think about what happened, the worse it became, and I could only imagine how red my face was. If you say so. Just know that I support the two of you fully, so if you need me to keep Sai occupied while you two elope, give it a rest, would you? You're trying to keep us in high spirits, don't bother. Misa and I are doing perfectly fine. Before I could either succumb to the pressure or die of embarrassment, Suo stopped Karasu in his tracks. He cut straight through Karasu's playful banter and exposed Karasu's true intention, which I was too distracted to see. You aren't the only ones who need cheering up sometimes, you know. The revised date of the break-in just around the corner. Soon enough, the two of you will be facing the threat of death very seriously. And along with Sai, the three of you are the only ones I have left. My other children have all either been killed or betrayed me. So forgive me if I need a little hand-holding right now, okay? Any embarrassment or amusement I felt faded away in an instant. The solemn tone and mournful words Karasu spoke reminded me of the harsh reality we were soon to face, which I had been unconsciously avoiding. Corporate espionage, especially involving a group as large and powerful as Adder, was unbelievably dangerous. It was so far above our usual work that I couldn't even begin to explain the potential ramifications. But rather than devote myself to training for such a perilous mission, I had been indulging in Suo's company, high on friendship and filled with juvenile thoughts of romance. I underestimated our opponent and allowed my own weakness to get the better of me. I hate to admit it, but Karasu's right. Death is a very real possibility here, as is incarceration. All it would take is an anonymous tip from Leon Arcane, a bug in the software we'll be using, or even a guard deciding to do an extra round. One slip-up and we'll all be... Geez, would you quit worrying already? Misa and I are going just fine. Same as always, right, Misa? Mid-thought, I was interrupted by Suo's prompt. He turned toward me and smiled, offering reassurance we all needed, yet didn't believe for a second. I see. Even if Sai keeps telling me, it's reassuring to hear from someone who's a little less prideful. Alright, I'll choose to believe your words. Just promise me one thing. Of course, anything you want, boss. What is it? Be careful, don't fail. Something along those lines? No. At this point, all of that should be a given. Rather, I want you to watch over Sai. There were many things I was prepared to hear from Karasu at the moment, last-minute advice about Anna's security, a joke with my father, a warning about Kane and Leon, or even just reaffirmation of our goal. But among the innumerable possibilities floating around in my mind, asking us to keep watch over my father was not one of them. Us? Watch over him? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Ordinarily, that would indeed be the case. At the moment, however, between you and him, I'd say you're the one being more level-headed. Sai has more at stake here than any of us. He'll do whatever he has to in order to succeed. I'm worried that in doing so, he might forget why he so desperately wants to succeed. Despite his usual inability to read thoughts of my father and I, this time around Karasu was surprisingly close. Rather than say he was obsessed or desperate to succeed, I felt it would be more appropriate to say that for once, my father was focused. As a professional killer and a leader of like-minded individuals, my father dealt with unsavory characters and situations on a daily basis. Whether it was back in Japan during his time as a Yakuza, or even now as the second in command of a small criminal empire, he was always tasked with serious, if not dangerous work. Over time, however, he's grown accustomed to this life. He doesn't flinch in the face of danger, nor does he worry needlessly without acts he's committed literally thousands of times before. So for my father to worry like this, for him to show even a sliver of desperation, that's just proof that he's taking this operation seriously. So, will you do it? I understand that you already have a lot on your plate, and this will be no walk in the park for any of you. Even knowing that, will you? My answer was obvious. Without Karasu even asking, I would protect my father, if and when he needed me to, no matter what. In return, I knew my father would do the same for me. If I ever found myself outmatched or in a dire situation, I knew I could count on him to rescue me. As for Suo, however, of course, I can't let my future father-in-law die now, can I? Everyone's all startled. Shattered in the tense atmosphere without hesitation, Suo smiled as he made a bold proclamation, which nobody present had been expecting. My jaw dropped as I processed Suo's statement. I had been taken totally by surprise, and not at all ready for the sudden shift in mood. A few seconds of silence passed by as Karasu and I stared at Suo, unsure of how to respond to such a claim. But once my senses returned to me, and I realized that he was joking, my response was simple to predict. Honestly, that was totally uncalled for, completely inappropriate for a serious situation like this. I expect those kinds of statements from Karasu, not from Suo. If even Suo starts making jokes like that, I don't know what I'll do. Still, even if he was joking, that really got my heart racing. For a despicable, heinous person like me, who until recently had forgotten what it was like to feel for another human being, to even dream of one day getting married? Smile? Well, I guess it can't hurt to dream. "8 days later. Tuesday morning, December 6th. Faced with all-day training every day for a full week, it didn't take long for my lack of stamina to take its toll. Whether it was due to seriousness of our upcoming operation, or simply a ploy to keep Suo and I too busy to enjoy living together, my father showed no mercy when it came to our training. Every day for the past 8 days, we had been worked to the bone, left utterly exhausted and barely conscious. We endured both early mornings and late nights, made difficult by the exhaustion a good night's rest would usually cure, and skipped far too many meals for our own good. We were both burning out, and at the same rate things were going, we were more likely to die from dehydration than gunshot wounds. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I don't even remember waking up this morning. The first thing I saw with my eyes was the inside of a bus. And before I knew it, I was groggily changing into my training gear. Was Suo there? I think Suo was there. Yeah, that's right. I kept trying to put my glove on my foot until he did it for me. But I at least put my shirt and pants on by myself, didn't I? I pulled the front of my pants forward, immediately eyeing the washing tag, back to front. Yep, I dressed myself all right. Oh look, I even remembered to change my underwear last night. Maybe I've showered recently after all. Geez, where did he go? We weren't gone that long. As I tried to piece together a string of recent events, Suo looked around the stadium. Although my short-term memories were becoming increasingly difficult to piece together, I had a sneaking suspicion that we were supposed to be looking for my father. Following Suo's lead, I took a quick look around trying to spot my father. It's your fault that he's missing, you know. If he'd woken up on time, he wouldn't have run off like this. Suo attempted to provoke me, but given my current mental state, his words had no effect. Instead, I simply took Suo's words as confirmation that we were indeed supposed to be meeting with my father. Father wouldn't leave us this long when we're supposed to be trading. He ran off. It must have been something important, and given where we are, I have a pretty good idea where he's gone. To nobody's surprise, my father was exactly where I thought he'd be. Standing around Karasu's office beside Karasu himself. He was watching the television, his eyes glued to the news program being shown. I turned my head towards the television too, and the moment I did, I knew why he was so fixated. I'm here on the grounds of the Middlebrook Research Facility of Adder Technologies, where the research team has finally confirmed what we've all been anticipating for months. Only a few weeks out from Christmas, we know that Adder Technologies will be releasing a new product late next week, just in time for the festive season. Details are scarce, but the official word from Adder Technologies is that the product will be Main Street Health Supplement, which has already received national approval for sale. Although less grandiose than their previous wonder drugs, Adder Technologies remain confident that this product's reach, being a supplement rather than cure, will help to make it a bestseller. I caught up with some members of the development team moments ago, and this isn't good. Agreed, I'd anticipated a new product launch, but the timing couldn't be worse. Shortly after my arrival, Karasu and my father turned off the television, and they then began discussing what they had seen. Though my viewing time was far more brief, I gleaned all the details I needed from the segment and knew exactly what was coming. It seems like Karasu's finally going to get his wish. We're going to have to move up the date after all. He's argued with my father a few times about the exact date of the infiltration, and likely many more times while I wasn't present. Karasu's argued that we were better off moving in sooner rather than later, while my father preached patience, wary that we'd ruin our chance if we weren't properly prepared. Now, their arguments can finally put to rest. Karasu was right along, and prepared or not, we're going to be forced into action. Suo, Misa, listen up. Spend the day at rest, grab your gear, and be back here at 6 p.m. sharp. We're breaking into Adder tonight. I knew it. Early grave, here I come. Feeling more pessimistic and depressed than I should have. I returned home with Suo for what should have been a day of rest. As became evident the moment we arrived home. However, rest was the last thing on each of our minds. Tonight, huh? So it's finally happening? Although his tone was lighter than I had expected, given the circumstances, there was a tinge of resentment in Suo's voice. Like me, he probably thought our days of daily outings and playing house would last longer, if only for a few more weeks. But with our suddenly over-the-top training and then this morning's bombshell, our peaceful days had sadly come to an end. Geez, we're in quite a bind now, huh? This is way too short notice. Nod. That's one way to put it. While it's relieving to hear that the wait is finally over, the reality of our situation is now scarier than ever. I'd put Adder completely out of my mind as I was focused on trying to have a somewhat normal life. I desperately escaped to the mind frame of an ordinary high school girl, as if doing so would relieve me of my situation. And now, after neglecting my duty and my training, fate has come calling. Alright, enough moving around, let's get going already. Huh? Breaking the tense atmosphere, Suo suddenly spoke up, full of his usual cheer. You heard, Sai. We can spend the day however we want. It's time to enjoy ourselves. Shake, shake. Enjoy ourselves? You must be joking. It's precisely because I spent some time enjoying myself that I'm woefully unprepared for this fight now. Sorry, Misa, but that wasn't a question. We're going out, whether you feel like it or not. Practically dragged from Suo's house, I forced myself to play along with his plans for the day. We went to the mall, ate lunch, glanced around the cinema, and even swung by the arcade we visited once before. No matter where we went, however, my mood did not improve, nor did my inclination towards spending my time so frivolously. Some outing this is turning out to be. My last day on Earth, and we're spending it like any other day, pretending that everything's going to be just fine. How foolish. I don't even know why I came along. Well, the lake probably would be a bit too far away at this point, but I did manage to locate it into a pool since our last outing would be interesting. Despite my obvious unwilling to go along, Suo continued to pitch ideas about where we could go next. There was nothing out of the ordinary about this. It wasn't the first time one of us wanted to go laze around, and while the other one instead of going out. Nonetheless, this time around, Suo's attitude truly angered me. We might die tonight, thanks to our lack of training, and Suo wants to waste the day messing around. Resting at home I could understand. At least that way we could catch up on some much needed sleep before going on the job. But this, walking around town, looking fun, while we're just out on it, like we're just out on our date. I won't force you to swim, but you want to at least take a look, right? Or could it be that you do want to swim? You just don't know how? Take a freaking hint, Suo. I'm not in the mood to play. And you shouldn't be either. Let's go home and get a few hours of sleep. Let's meet my father, run through the plan one last time. Let's look over the blueprints at your place. Let's do something productive and not waste our time acting like this is just any other day. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Plenty of people don't know how to swim, especially those living in the city. One day might not be enough, but if you'd like, I can try to teach you how to. The second Suo put his hand on my shoulder, I finally lost it. There I was, right in front of him, worried to death and eaten away by my own nerves, and all I could think about was having fun. It was nothing foreign to me. I understood that I acted the same way when we began working together, seeking to blow off work just to play around. But that fact only angered me all the more. Why must you choose now of all times to act irresponsible? Why would you speak sense to me every step of the way, then turn right around and emulate me at the worst possible moment? People are supposed to strengthen one another when they band together, not adopt each other's weaknesses. So why, of all the things you could do right now, in the midst of such a crisis, why would you choose to lower yourself to my level? You should know better than anyone how much I hate that kind of foolishness and how I resent that side of myself. You start acting like me now, then our final moments will be spent with me hating. Cry. Sob. I shook my head from side to side, as though trying to free myself from my negative thoughts. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't hate Suo. I don't resent him or what he's doing. I understand completely that he's just trying to calm our collective nerves by showing me that our lives haven't suddenly been broken beyond repair. But this time around, Suo, you're wrong. This is a game changer. This is serious. This is very real. Tonight we both really might just die. I'm sorry, Misa. If you don't want to go, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Let's just go home. Nod. A few hours passed by since Suo and I returned home. From the moment when Suo suggested that we head back, not a word was said. True to his promise, Suo didn't try to persuade me to go out, nor did he pester me for a reason, or otherwise exacerbate the situation. We simply walked in silence, sat in silence, coexisted in silence, like two complete strangers. Shortly after we returned, I tried to get some sleep. I thought that with my mind in disarray and my mood obviously not improving, a few hours of sleep would do me a world of good. However, no matter how long I sprawled myself out on our bed, I could not go to sleep. When did I start thinking of this as our bed anyway? No, before that, when did I start calling this place home? When did I stop going back to that hotel and start to return here, as though it was the natural thing to do? I looked around our bedroom, Suo's bedroom, and noticed that several of my belongings were present. Inside of the wardrobe, where Sarah's school uniforms once resided, were my clothes. The boxes there, and once filled with her shoes, were packed full of my training gear, knives, tasers, and other miscellaneous work-related paraphernalia. Without even thinking about it, I've become a leech, feeding off Suo's goodwill and taking what's his. I moved in, replaced his sister, and made this place mine without a second thought. I identified the one thing Suo had left, and I took it for myself. I rolled over, burying my face in the pillow. I really am hopeless, aren't I? Suo may be an idiot, and he sometimes presumes too much, but at least he's honest and straightforward. Well, to me at least, obviously not to his late sister. My mind continued to spiral around Sarah's death and my own grave-robbing antics, though I had seen myself as taking advantage of Suo before. This was the first time I realized that it was actually Sarah who I was stealing from. Come to think of it, I'm responsible for quite a few losses on that front, aren't I? I took Sarah's brother, her bed, her wardrobe, her role in his house. I stole everything except her life. Whoever took that away, kudos to you. You're probably the only person she's more likely to curse than me. Hoping to free myself from thoughts of Suo's dead sister, I left the bedroom and joined Suo in the living room. I sat down next to him on the couch, greeted only by the awkward glance as though he was afraid to speak to me. We sat beside one another in silence for a while without actually saying or doing anything. We kept a small gap between us, despite the small size of the couch, and stared straight ahead. After half an hour or so, I succumbed to the awkward silence and turned the television on. And you say the cost to the consumers will actually be lower then? Great, I guess TV's off the table too. Maybe that's for the best. Television is too distracting, and I can't afford to get caught up watching something. Not that daytime television's any good anyway. If anything, it's more likely to put me to sleep, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Finally moving from the couch, Suo stood up. He headed out into the hallway and then walked toward his bedroom, where I had been until half an hour ago. Troubled minds think alike, huh? I hope you have better luck falling asleep than I did. Left on my own, silence filled the room once more. With Suo present, there was at least ambient sound of his breathing and the company he offered just by being there. But once he left the room, I was, as I had so frequently been in the past, all alone. Sigh, alone again, huh? Perhaps I'm just meant to be alone. I do seem to always return to this state. At least now I won't have to worry so much. After all, I know better than anyone how simple things are when you're all alone. There are no disagreements about chores, there's no nagging to wake up or eat properly, no waiting to use the shower. It really is more straightforward to be alone. Other people only add unnecessary complexity and drama to what could otherwise be an enjoyable lifestyle. With Suo around, I'm always waking him up in the morning, cooking for two, reminding him about the grocery shopping, finding the toilet seat up. Really, without me here, he'd be... My eyes opened wide, as my thoughts wandered into unfamiliar territory. I stopped pouting and sat up straight, trying hard not to lose my train of thought. Without me, he'd be alone too. He'd be doing all these things all by himself, struggling to fill the role of a sister, the role I filled for him. He'd be in the same situation I'm now in. I could feel my eyes widen, as I came to an obvious yet overlooked realization. I've been beating myself up for being opportunistic and stealing Sarah's place in this house, but even if I hadn't, the void she left would eventually need to be filled. Suo wouldn't just leave her belongings lying around forever. He'd throw them out and use the space himself. He'd be forced to cook and clean for himself, picking up whatever jobs his sister used to take care of. He'd do the exact same thing that I've been doing, and nobody could fault him for it. A smile crept to my face as I quickly changed my outlook on the current situation. Where I had once considered myself a leech, I now chose to see myself as a natural progression, a warranted, longed-for, welcome addition to the household. I was not an invader or an interloper. I was not an opportunistic guest who had overstayed her welcome. I was the saving grace, the silver lining, the shining beacon in the wake of a tragedy, and in return, Suo was the stability, kindness, and warmth that I needed. We had unknowingly formed a symbiotic relationship, feeding off of one another yet making the other stronger. We had become partners, closer than I ever realized. Partners, huh? Feels kind of strange to call us that now. But for the time being, I'm just glad to remove that nagging feeling from the back of my mind. I've been worrying needlessly about this garbage since the moment I moved in here. Even if I've had other things on my mind, it's still been driving me nuts. But that's over now. All that's left is... My expression dampened as I instantly realized how little my revelation truly meant. Even if I was welcome in this house, it was a small consolation, considering I might never return. As my melancholy returned, I felt a gaze from out in the hallway. I turned my head, and surely enough, there was Suo, staring directly at me. Misa? I have a question. Huh? Unlike before, Suo spoke in an unwavering, serious tone. Like me, he had been doing some serious thinking, and he too had reached an important conclusion. I didn't dare to hope that it would be compliment mine, or that it would put my mind at ease about Adder. Even so, I intended to listen closely and pay him the courtesy of keeping an open mind. When all of this is over, when we've robbed Adder and become wealthy, infamous criminals, what will you do? I stared at Suo in confusion as I tried to make sense of his words. As someone who had already concluded that the mission would be a failure, The thought of what to do after succeeding had never even crossed my mind. I was certain that we would fail, thanks primarily to my frivolous lifestyle as of late, and Suo's positive outlook hadn't changed that. What do I want to do when this is all over? Well, I suppose it'd be nice to be buried back in Japan, beside my mother. But she was cremated, wasn't she? That complicates matters. But once I'm dead, I won't care anyway. Just feed my corpse to wild animals for all I care. Suo sighed and rubbed the back of his head as he failed to get a response out of me. Either he had expected me to suddenly regain my ability to talk properly, or I was misunderstanding his question. Misa, what I'm trying to ask is, will you keep living with me? Ellipses. More ellipses. Gasp. Will I what? He wants living with, asking, huh? I tried to keep my composure as my mind began to race. A sudden, unexpected, unbelievably important question had just been asked of me, and I could only stare blankly, unable to accept that I had heard Suo correctly. It's fine if you don't. I won't hold it against you if you want to go back to your old lifestyle. But my old house is pretty big, you know? It'll be lonely to move back in there by myself. As far as roommates go, I can't think of anyone I'd rather live with. Completely blown away by Suo's heartfelt offer, I could feel my eyes begin to water and my throat contract. Mere minutes ago, I was convinced that I was a leech stealing away everything that Suo held dear. I was the benefactor of Sarah's death, a soulless monster taking advantage of Suo's loss in order to take over his life. Now I was being invited to live with him indefinitely. I was not forcing my way in, I was not pushing myself on him, and I was not trying to secure a place somewhere I did not belong. My presence was wanted. I was wanted. For the first time in my life, I was chosen by another human being, someone who knew who and what I was and cared for me all the same. For the first time in so many years, I knew what it meant to feel loved. Susu. I tried to speak Suo's name, pushing past the pain in my throat and the tears in my eyes. Through sheer force of will, I managed to squeeze out a single syllable, the closest I had come to speaking a real word in a full decade. Not a grunt, not a cough, not a squeal, not a sigh, an actual word. A name. The name of the person before me. Who made me wish harder than ever before that I was still able to speak. Suo, Suo, please just one simple word. One word. That's all I ask. For once, please, just let me say his name. I pushed myself harder than ever before, desperate to say that single word, a simple two-syllable word. If I could do that much, I would be happy, but no matter how hard I tried, nothing changed. All I summoned forth were more tears. Don't strain yourself, Misa. You don't need to give an in-depth answer. Just nod or shake your head like usual, okay? I lowered my shoulders and rested my throat. No matter how badly I wanted to say that one single word, I couldn't do it. After 10 years, without saying a word, it was unreasonable for me to demand so much from my body. In the 10 years since I lost my voice, never have I wanted to speak more badly than I do now. One word. All I wanted was a single damn word, but even that's too much. I won't let it stop me. I made it this far without speech. I'm not about to give up now. I swallowed my saliva and took a deep breath. I straightened my shoulders, looked Sue dead in the eye, and finally, nod. I gave my answer. It's not the delivery I'd wanted, but as long as my answer came across clearly, that's good enough for me. I smiled at Sue with tears in my eyes, trying my best to remain calm. Sue, on the other hand, looked both surprised and confused, as though he had expected a different answer. Misa, just to be clear, was it nod to confirm that you understand, or are you saying you want to live with me? Nod, nod. It's both, you idiot. Smiling like the idiot I claimed Suo to be, I wiped my eyes and took a deep breath. I could only imagine how I looked at the moment, my face blushing filled with tears, yet adorned with an unmistakable smile. No matter how I looked on the outside, however, within my heart, I knew that I had never been happier. Haha. There must be something seriously wrong with me. Honestly, we have a life and death mission coming up in a few hours, and I'm asking my girlfriend to move in with me. My priorities are totally messed up, aren't they? Shake, shake. If your priorities are messed up, then so are mine. I'm supposed to be resting for a big mission. I should be thinking about Adder and making sure I have everything I need. Now all I'm thinking about is what we're going to do afterwards. Suo, I honestly don't know if you're an idiot or a genius. All this time you've been trying to get me to stop thinking that failure was a given and to look forward to life after this job. Yet you yourself probably never even realized it. So, if we make it out of this alive, and if I haven't already done so, then I might fall in love with you after all. Alright, you two, listen up. Once we leave here, we won't be turning back, so this is your last chance to eat, hydrate, go to the bathroom, or grab anything you need. Double check that you both have everything necessary, and take care of anything that might hinder you. Understood? Suo and I quickly checked our equipment yet again. As per my father's command, there was little to check, given that my father was responsible for the bulk of our supplies, and even the bulk of the mission. Nonetheless, we humored him, if only to get things rolling. I'm set. Nod. Nod. Good. Then I'll... Good, then I'll go through the basics of our entrance and your overall mission. I've already covered the finer points for our plan with Misa, so if you lose your way after a sip, don't fret. My father began to explain to Suo the loose details of the infiltration. Arranging for entry to our plans, we entered Adder's research facility. His explanation was fairly concise, given the amount of planning that had gone into all of this. Thankfully, the hard work had already been done in advance. My father's role was the most important by far, so our jobs were actually rather simple. For Sue and I, the entirety of our missions could be summed up in one sentence. Grab as much data as you can in 15 minutes. Simple though it may be, there are too many potential points of failure for me to relax just yet. Senator Bell, whose daughter we saved, could betray us. The transport vehicle might undergo a surprise inspection, either entering or leaving, and expose the 3 hidden passengers. The jamming devices cooked up by Karasu's tech team could fail, resulting in our imminent capture. We might be spotted by a staff member working late, now that the operation had been moved to a weekday, and wind up being liable for murder or caught trying to leave. My father, who is responsible for going far deeper into the facility, might be caught behind a new security measure we are unaware of, and delayed until long after the 15 minutes are up. Our ex-coworkers might leak our plans to Adder, and the moment we try to use Senator Bell's connections will be exposed. There are just so many things that could potentially go wrong. I can't even begin to imagine that this will all go smoothly. Misa, over here. Called while deep in thought, I glanced around trying to regain a sense of what was going on. Karasu was speaking to Suo, no doubt giving him a long-winded speech. My father was now ushering me away from the two of them. Sigh. Even when we're about to jump into action, that man just can't help himself. Oh well, in this case, his talkative nature should give us a chance to talk alone one more time before heading out. Wearing a smile unbefitting of the current situation, my father's words made me question what was on his mind. While it was true that we hadn't conversed much lately, just one-on-one, I couldn't think of anything that we needed to discuss. Misa, there are lots of things I'd like to tell you right now. The sudden change of plans has put us all off our game, and you can't even begin to imagine the kind of stuff I'd like to get off my chest. But telling you now would only distract you from the mission ahead, and once we begin, distraction and hesitation will become luxuries you cannot afford. So, let me keep this brief and straight to the point. If I don't make it back within 10 minutes after the operation begins, I want you to leave without me. You what? Don't make that face. It can't be that much of a shock to you. This is just kind of business after all. The hell it is? Misa, I'm thankful that you don't want to leave me behind. And believe me, I hope it doesn't come to that. But if I do fail, the last thing I want is for all 3 of us to get caught as a result. As readily as I rejected the idea of leaving my father behind, I couldn't say I was surprised by his plea. My father had always been the kind to go for broad, sweeping gestures, rather than putting in the work on a day-to-day basis. He'd rather go out in a sea of flames, boldly proclaiming that he was doing all for my sake, than actually putting the effort to visit me each day, or try to understand what I really wanted. I may not like it, but I understand better than anyone how my father is. When he sets his mind on something, that's it. There's just no talking to him. What I want doesn't matter. All that counts is what he wants. And while he usually wants, or says he wants, what's best for me, ultimately, that just means he's already convinced himself that he knows what I'm thinking. My father is a very selfish man. He always has been, and until the day of his untimely self-sacrifice, he always will be. Anyway, that's all for me. I don't want to muddle your head this close to the operation. Make sure to keep a level head about you. Act like a professional right until the end. On that note, my father returned to Suo's side, ready to free him from Karasu's verbal assault. Like a professional, huh? I followed after my father, completing our group of 4 before the final send-off. If being a professional means being prepared to sacrifice your own family, the way my father has twice already, then maybe I'm not cut out for this after all. Bestowed with kind parting words from Karasu, the 3 of us set off. Traveling in an armored truck, Suo, my father, and I prepared ourselves for the long journey ahead and the minefield awaiting us beyond. 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye, all spent in relative silence. Aside from the occasional passing of information, predominantly in the form of minor snippets pertaining to Suo's role in the whole affair, my father didn't say a word. Likewise, the only sounds that come from Suo were grunts of agreement, and the occasional understood or yes, sir. But despite being left out, I didn't feel disheartened. The other 2 were only talking about work anyway, and my father knew I had been briefed to oblivion on this mission already. Instead, I felt strangely calm, as though the worst was already behind us. Enter the building, activate 3 devices in unison, and grab as much information as possible. Get out within 15 minutes. If anybody isn't back by then, they're dead weight, and it's every man for himself. Simple, straightforward, and unapologetically cutthroat. I may not like it, but that is the plan, and I realize that stressing out now won't help. It's too late for me to change anything or to do anything differently. All I can do now is follow the plan and hope for the best. I sighed in resignation as any remaining tension left my body. Maybe that's why I feel so calm. If everything is out of my control, then I have nothing to feel guilty about or to worry over. Whatever happens, it won't be my fault. I've already done everything I could. Nobody can blame me, even if we fail, right? I shook my head as I listened to my own thoughts. No, that's not right. That's the kind of reasoning cultists use, as they commit unspeakable acts in the name of some higher power. I am still responsible for my actions, and my actions still have consequences. If I get everyone killed, it won't be a simple matter of shrugging its knob and saying, well, I tried. I will be held accountable just like any other day. But if that's not it, then why? Why do I feel so calm right now, even though knowing that I could never hope to fully prepare myself for something like this, or account for every possibility? What kind of idiotic reasoning can I attribute to this sudden confidence to? I turned my head from side to side, looking at my fellow passengers. On one side was my father, sitting with his arms crossed and his back straight. He stared straight ahead, completely focused on what was yet to come, surrounded by his usual air of confidence and imperviousness. On the other side was Suo, who couldn't sit still. He continued to move around, no doubt uncomfortable after sitting down for a good 3 hours or so in a cramped truck. Despite his discomfort, however, he didn't seem especially uneasy. A little nervous, perhaps, but not afraid, and certainly not unprepared. Even as the least experienced person present, Suo possessed skills I did not, and if history was any indicator, he would fight on until the very end. Looking at these 2 impressive individuals, I couldn't help but smirk. I realized what was causing my seemingly baseless confidence, and self-derisive though it made me want to laugh. I see, so that's it. How embarrassing to think that I felt calm for such an idiotic reason. It's not that I feel as though I've trained enough, or studied enough, or that I can take on any challenge to come my way. No, the reason why I don't feel nervous is because I have confidence in my partners. My father, the strongest and most capable person in the world, who would slaughter every Adder staff member across the globe if it meant protecting me. He may have let me down the other half of our family, but that's all the more reason why he will try his hardest and stop at nothing to make this mission a success. My father will complete his role perfectly. He will return to the rendezvous point on time, give a stern command, and show us to safety. Then there's Suo, Karasu's so-called chameleon. Suo may be inexperienced, but as his partner, I have seen with my own 2 eyes what he's capable of. True to his title, he's been able to adapt to every unfortunate situation that befall us, and not once have I felt unsafe in his presence. If we do get into trouble, Suo's adaptability will prove to be our trump card, and we'll escape without suffering a single casualty. With these two by my side, failure is not even a possibility. We will complete our respective tasks flawlessly, regroup, escape, and live out the rest of our lives in complete and utter peace. Suo, Misa, we're almost there. It's time to hide. My father suddenly piped up, breaking up my concentration, and reaffirming that the time for frivolous thoughts was over. From here on out, I could no longer afford to waste time mulling over my own feelings or mental state. We had a job to do, and until it was done, I would become the professional I so often claimed to be. Nod. All right. Sue and I followed my father's lead and hid below the floor of the truck. While inside the truck was by no means spacious, the space below the floor was downright cramped. Between the three of us, there was precious little room to reside, and movement was not an option. Ark, I can't move even an inch in here without brushing up against either Suo or my father. No wonder our team needed to be comprised of no more than 3 people. Even if the others didn't turn traitor, we couldn't fit a 4th member in here, let alone a muscle-bound idiot like me. Our vehicle came to a sudden stop, forewarning us of what was yet to come. We're in. In 5 seconds, I'll open the hatch below us. Try to land on your feet, okay? Lacking the room to do so physically, I nodded mentally as I prepared to land. Ha! Perfect landing. Get up, there's no time to lay around. While my father and I both landed on our feet, Sue hit the ground hard. My eyes were yet to adjust into complete darkness to the bright interior of the outer facility we had just entered. Nonetheless, I quickly located Suro, grabbed his hand, and pulling him toward our next destination without a second to spare. And a few moments later, hand in hand, we entered the control room. All right, Suo, Misa, do you have the devices I gave you? Nod. Yes, sir. Good. Suo, that terminal is yours. Misa, yours is the one next to it. Suo, you go first. Misa and I will sync our timing with yours. Understood? Got it. I took out the device from the pocket and walked it over the terminal I was designated. Resting my thumb on the switch, I waited the signal from my partners. Okay, are you two ready? Nod. Whenever you are. Suo exhaled deeply and focused on the task in front of him. 3, 2, 1, go. Did it? Did it work? All 3 devices are on and this room has been locked down. Yes, it worked. Phew, thank God. Tell me about it. These devices have never been tested in a real outer facility, so if I had to identify the part of our plan most likely to fail, this would be it. There was also a fair chance that someone would be working late in here, and that we'd have to kill them before advancing. Or just ask them politely to leave. Thankfully, neither one of us had those 2 disasters befell us. Don't get complacent yet, we're only just getting started here. Suo, Misa, that door is yours. Security system down, so any fingerprint retina will open it. I'm taking the other entrance. We'll be back here in 10 minutes. Got it? Nod. 14 minutes, 30 seconds. Get moving. On my father's command, I headed to the door he assigned us, then used the fingerprint and retina scanners to open the door. Seeing Suo looking confused, I grabbed him by the hand once more and pulled him through the door. Okay, Misa, this is it. Time to slow it to work. The rooms in which late-night research are most likely to be conducted were clearly marked, as were the pertaining to subjects which Kara specifically requested. I need to prioritize the rooms he requested, then move on to those which should be empty. If I have time, then I can visit some of the riskier rooms, and make sure to leave well and truly before 15 minutes are up. I removed the wakizashi on my hip, usually hidden behind my back, underneath a layer of clothing, and put my blade in the keycard scanner of my first target lab. Door opened without issue, and once again causing a wave of relief to wash over me, I entered the moment later. Wasting no time on physical documents, I went straight to the only computer in the room. I then moved the mouse slightly, which caused the screen to light up and display the computer's lock screen, prompting me for a password. After cycling through the few most commonly used passwords, I struck gold with password 1 and leveraged access to the underlying operating system. It'd be nice if we had time to disassemble these computers and take the hard drives and boot up with the live USB operating system instead, but there's no guarantee that all the labs will use such insecure passwords, and I can't afford to guess more than 10 or 20 of the most commonly used secure passwords before getting out and moving on. As part of my preparation for this adventure, I memorized the 20 most commonly used passwords, consisting of 8 or more letters, which were all mixed case and contained at least 1 number. It was all freely available online as part of a university study covering a broad range of cybersecurity topics, and I remember banging my head on the desk more than once as I went through the list. But as painful as it was to discover how lax people are about their digital security, it did make my job easier. Most of the HDD is empty. I guess I'll copy everything I can. No use wasting time sorting through it now. Concealing under my shirt, holstered like pistols, were 6 portable solid-state devices. With a combined storage capacity of 1.5 terabytes at my disposal, my job was to copy as much data as I could within a reasonable amount of time. To that end, I removed one of the SSDs and plugged it into the first computer and began to copy all of the non-system data I could. By leveraging the command line, I began to copy the appropriate flags to ensure problematic files would simply be skipped, thus ensuring the operation could complete without my intervention. Unbelievable. What kind of system administrator gives end users this level of access? In the same manner as my first room, I traveled to the next few targets in my mental list. Unfortunately, I was unable to access 4 of the 12 computers I tested within 20 guesses or so I was wasting more time than I'd hoped. Damn, only 1/3 success rate? I hope my partners are having more luck than I am. I had caught a glimpse of Suo while moving between rooms. He was carrying what looked like a duffel bag filled to the brim with DVDs, flash drives, paper documents, and whatever else he could get his hands on. It was a terribly inefficient way to steal data, and would only serve to slow him down, but nonetheless he was doing his job. Okay, on to the next room. Methodically, moving through the requested rooms, I soon finished my first sweep. I had visited each of the room's cars who specifically asked for, and collected the SSDs I left from copying. Now it was time for the less valuable, but likely uninhabited rooms. What? Only 5 out of 18? This really isn't going to go as well as expected. But maybe the staff here aren't as careless as I thought. I checked the first uninhabited room on my mental list. A flick of the wrist, the computer's screen turned on, this time jumping straight to the desktop. No lock screen, no password prompt, no protection whatsoever. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Whoever oversees this Adder branch cybersecurity, you have my condolences. Huh? As the copying began, a sound came from out in the hallway caught my attention. What the heck? Is Suo trashing one of the labs? Or could he perhaps have run into a researcher working late? I tried not to think about Suo's predicament. My focus belonged to the job at hand. I could not allow my curiosity to get the best of me. Forget about Misa. Suo has his job, you have yours. Focus on the task at hand. Shutting out all external distractions, I moved on to the next room and the next, and as with the first room, neither one of the targeted room's computers were protected. I was able to access computers and begin copying information without a single roadblock. It might just be a coincidence, but it seems like the only computers with even basic protections are those in labs Karasu was interested in. I guess the information of those labs is too valuable to leave completely unguarded, though if it is that valuable, they could do hell of a lot better than they have been. Moments before I could access the 4th unprotected computer, the same sound from earlier rang out. The sound appeared to be either louder or closer than before, and what immediately followed were footsteps. A few seconds later, Misa! Suo, what's going on? Is there trouble after all? Did I lose track of time? Noticing the blood on Suo's face and the panic in his voice, I instinctively reached for my wakizashi. Misa, you're safe after all. Listen, I don't know what kept you for so long, but we've run out of time. We need to go right now. Leon is here and he's... Arg. Before Suo could finish the sentence, I lunged forward, striking his predator with deadly precision. Leon was already in bad shape, bleeding and exhausted. He had been on the receiving end of a serious asking. Unfortunately for Leon, I was in no mood to take pity on him. I pushed him against the wall, pierced his skull with my blade, guaranteeing his death beyond doubt. Gak. Gurgle all you want, it is done. I don't care how good you think you are, Leon. You're flesh and blood. You're about to die like one. Within moments, the gurgling stopped. Leon was dead, killed instantly by yours truly. He put up no resistance, failed to say a single word, and died like a worthless maggot I always knew him to be. However, I could not take any pleasure in this sudden encounter. I was in the middle of a job, and while Leon's death was welcome, his presence was a sign that things were about to go wrong. Damn, I knew this was all going too smoothly. Why is Leon here? What was the plan? Do you think he bust in if we didn't work? Just take our haul? Or is there something bigger at play? Whatever the case, I have a bad feeling about this. Misa, that was amazing. You don't warn you about Leon, but looks like you already have bothered. Now let's get out of here before your luck runs out. While I was focused on ensuring Leon's death, another presence manifested behind me. I tried to spin around, but my blade was still embedded in Leon's skull, and I couldn't free it in time. Before I knew it, I was being restrained, choked behind, and unable to break free. Phew, that was a close one. I hoped to find you while Leon was keeping me apart, but it looks like you're mine, obviously. Kane? I should have known Leon. My wakizashi wasn't still embedded in that compost heap right now, I'd be... Gasp? As thoughts of resistance filled my mind, the pressure on my neck increased. I could not breathe in at all, nor could I move an inch without my already damaged larynx being crushed. Really now, to think that you killed not only Violet but Leon too. I may not be the family man that Carson used to be, but I was rather fond of those two, you know. Gasp. No matter how hard I tried to breathe, the air would enter my lungs. For all my skill of blade, my agility to fight, my discretion on the job, I was simply no match for Kane in terms of strength. Without a weapon handy, I couldn't damage him in the slightest. Misa! Let her go, you bastard. I wouldn't come any closer if I were you. One little twist, and the little girl's head would come straight off. But, be it due to lack of oxygen or the blocked arteries in my neck, I could feel my vision begin to darken. Sounds mere inches away were becoming very faint, my head felt dizzy, and my consciousness steadily began to fade. Parts of my body went numb, one after another. My arms fell limp by the sides, then lost feeling, as though they had been severed, or had never been there to begin with. From there I quickly began to lose touch with my other senses. The scent of blood, which I never thought I would miss, vanished without a trace. The voices of Kane and Sewell were dampened to the point where I could not hear a word they were said, and even if I could, my thoughts were too hazy to make sense of their chattering. Finally, the last of the light of my eyes threatened to disappear. I could hear nothing, I could smell nothing, I could taste nothing, and see only Suo's desperate face. As the last of my consciousness faded, surprisingly few thoughts filled my mind. I was not concerned with any notion of an afterlife. I did not look back on my life with perfect hindsight and wonder what could have been. I did not wish I could have done things differently, or even desire to trade places with someone else. I did not care about any of that anymore. Instead, at that moment, facing certain death, all I could think about was my family. My mother slain back in Japan, fated to die because of my father's criminal dealings. My older sister Sane, who crushed my larynx when I was just 7 years of age. My father, who lost his wife and abandoned his eldest daughter, then tried to create a new life with his one remaining family member. And myself, always sitting on the sideline, unable to do anything, but watched as my family was torn apart. Come on, Misa. Wake up already. You're not allowed to die. My messed up family is so beyond saving that most people would not even try. A family filled with so much death, central to an astounding amount of malice, and doomed to forever be bereft of joy. Even so, that was my family. From my criminal father to my homicidal sister to my enabling mother, each and every one of them was a precious family member. An irreplaceable existence so special to me, so unique, yet always beyond my grasp. You have to pull through, Misa. Who's going to keep me company if you die too? In the end, was I a good daughter? Was my choice to follow in my father's footsteps and help him achieve his goals enough to absolve me? Would my mother have approved of this life of mine? Would she have enabled me like she did my father? Or would I have been better off dying by my sister's hands? You promised me that you'd stay with me, remember? We're going to live happily together, free from the death and bloodshed. I suppose none of that really matters now. My mother is dead. My sister is likely dead. My father is bound to get himself killed one of these days. And all I'm doing is going with the flow. Even so, I am sorry, Father. If I'd been more attentive, like you taught me to be, I wouldn't be in this situation. If I'd paid attention to the time and returned promptly, we'd be escaping together at this very moment. If I'd just been a better daughter. Please, Misa, just open your eyes. Gasp? Misa? Where? For a moment after regaining consciousness, my memory failed me. Stunned by the bright lights, I slowly opened my eyes, then looked around the room. I was lying on the floor of a research lab in the Outer Branch we had infiltrated, and kneeling over me, cradling my torso, was Suo. How did I get here? My throat hurts, my chest hurts, my lips are wet, my eyes sting, and I can't remember how I lost consciousness in the first place. But before all that, why is Suo crying? Geez, don't scare me like that. Relief filled Suo's voice as tears ran down his cheeks. There was blood on his face, but as far as I could tell, he was not injured. Instead, it seemed as though I was the one who had been injured. Is that my blood? Am I bleeding that heavily? I'm not dying, am I? No, if that's the case, Suo would be crying out in pain, not joy. I know what he looks like when he's mourning, and this isn't it. While my logic was shaky, my conclusion was correct. I wasn't dying, not any longer at least. I had trodden dreadfully close to the other side, called forth by those who went on before me. But I had not crossed over before I could make that final mistake of my life. I was called back by a single person. Misa, don't you dare scare me like that again. If even you were to die, then I... Gasp. The moment I dared to feel one iota of relief, terror filled my mind. The smiling boy kneeling over me who had just saved my life had been stabbed through the chest, impaled by my own blade. His face displayed not fear, but confusion. Protruding from his chest was a piece of bloody steel. Behind him, Hugh. Got a hand, you kid. I didn't think you'd actually manage to save her life. It was Kane. It's a good thing I decided to stick around and finish the job, just in case you actually succeed. For the moment, Kane's disgusting voice reached my ears. I remembered exactly what had happened. One moment. I'm back. Writer of the game. You did a good job on the story. The artwork definitely lends to the impactful, emotional story you were telling in this game. Good job, good story. This reminds me of the new Final Fantasy game recently came out. Wonder if Aerith's still gonna die in that game, or if you can save her this time. Or maybe if, like, Sephiroth has a potential kill 'em all ending, inspired by Berserk. I mean, Sephiroth and Griffith really aren't that far off from each other. I remembered slaying Leon being strangled by Kane and losing consciousness as the blood and oxygen sounded in my brain. Now, after felling me, Kane had stabbed Suo from behind, seeking to finish what he had started. God, my eyes opened wide and my pupils started back. No sooner had I regained consciousness than a horrific scene played out before me, one which I was unable to prevent. I had been pulled back from the death, and in my place, Suo was about to die. Why is this happening? Things were going so well, all doing our job so perfectly, everything was going according to plan. I retrieved ample data, Suo filled a massive bag of all sorts of documents, digital mediums, even Leon was disposed of quickly and easily. He posted through it all supplied. Before I could mull over the situation any further, a ray of hope entered the room. Turning to face the unexpected intruder, whom I had not even heard, Kane immediately found himself face down on the floor, laying in his own blood. He had been shot with deadly accuracy by none other than my father, but I had no time to praise my father or to wish that he had arrived even 30 seconds sooner. At that moment my mind was filled with one thing, and one thing only. Suo. Our positions reversed. I kneeled over Suo, my mouth agape and my eyes wet. I tried to scream his name. I tried to keep him from falling asleep in the same manner as he had woken. In the same manner as he had woken me up. But after being choked by Kane, my throat had been damaged worse than it was already, and I could not squeeze out a single word of sound. With tears streaming down my face, I screamed wordlessly, wishing for a second time in one day that I possessed the strength to speak. That I possess the strength to speak even one word. My throat felt like it was on fire as I pushed myself harder than ever before Misuo's eyes were gradually closing. He would soon lose consciousness just as I had, but unlike me, he was not deprived of oxygen, nor was his blood flow disrupted. CPR would not save him, as I assumed by the wet sensation on my lips that it had saved me. Screaming at him would not bring Suo back from the border between life and death. He was dying, and there was nothing I could do about it. And yet, I kept trying to scream his name. No matter how hopeless I knew it to be, I did not stop. I didn't even think about giving up. Forgetting all about where we were and what we were doing. Forgetting all about the 15-minute time limit, I could think of nothing but the boy dying in front of my eyes. Misa, we have to go. Spoken in a low, serious tone, my father exhibited no emotion as he prompted me to leave. As he suggested before, when he himself was a hypothetical victim, my father wanted me to leave Suo behind. He wanted the two of us to escape before our time well and truly ran out if it hadn't already. And for what it was worth, I understood. I knew we couldn't all go down just because one of us was at risk. The music's very good, by the way. Suo dying would truly be a tragedy, at least in my eyes, but his death was nothing compared to all three of us dying. Indeed, the sane, rational, professional thing to do would be to leave him to die and to make our escape. Misa? Even so. I didn't budge. Whatever fate might befall me, at that moment I was paralyzed, not by fear, not by anxiety, not by pain. The cause of my immobility was nothing so obvious. Truthfully, even I didn't know why I refused to move. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew it was the professional thing to do, and yet, Suo. Suo and my father both stared at me in amazement as I finally completed my objective. But by that point, I no longer cared. What good was able to speak? Suo's name, if I could not save his life? I could take no pride in speaking a dead man's name, nor could I selfishly call myself a professional for the grand achievement of letting someone close to me die. To hell with being a professional. If being a professional means abandoning the people you care about, then I'm out. I'm not my father. I just can't cast aside those closest to me like they're worthless. If there's any chance whatsoever that Suo might be saved, no matter how slim, then, despite the state of my weary, wounded body, I rose to my feet, slinging Suo's arm over my shoulder and pulling him up. I struggled to rise under our collective weight. My legs were not even close to being up to the task. Though my mind might be willing, my body was weak. Damn, Suo's heavier than he looks. When we get back, I'm putting you on a diet. No more muscle training for you either. I'm not going to rest until I'm every bit as strong as you. Albeit forced, but positive thinking yielded immediate results. Moments ago I could barely stand, and yet now I was holding Suo up as though he was weightless. Before I could pat myself on the back, however, I noticed a sudden shift in his body weight. Honestly, what a troublesome daughter I have. Oh, on Suo's other side was my father, who was lifting more than his fair share of the weight. Between the two of us, Suo suddenly felt as light as a feather, and we were able to take our first step forward. You'd better be sure about this, Misa. If you two break up the second we get out of here, I'm going to be pissed. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a smirk on my father's face. Unfortunately, the musical style actually reminds me of a music composer, Myu, M-Y-U-U. though it's more so his music's usually used as background music for creepypastas. Unfortunately, our time likely having expired long ago, and Suo in no condition to walk, I couldn't spare the time to ponder such a fleeting thought. I had only one goal in mind, and until I had achieved it, nothing would stand in my way. Not Leon, not Kane, not Adder's security, not even my own anxiety. We were getting out of Adder safe and sound, all three of us. "32 days later. Saturday morning, January 7th. Faced with another day of solitude and boredom, I clung to the sheets on my bed as I tossed and turned. Despite being a Sunday, I had woken up early once again, unable to enjoy sleep-in, which every day people would look forward to. But it wasn't just today. For the last few weeks I had woken up before the sun, and on every single one of those days I regretted it. The day after breaking an adder, I had slept all day. Late nights, early mornings, all-day training. More grief had come to her door boggling me, necessitating a pure day of pure rest. For 16 hours straight I slept, completely undisturbed, in the bedroom of my temporary home. However, it was not a good sleep. Alone for the first time in this house, I did not sleep soundly, despite my overwhelming fatigue. And even after I had woken, I didn't feel better. Rested, perhaps, but not happy or relieved. Despite our mission being a success, I suffered an utter defeat at the hands of Kane, and my carelessness almost cost Suo and I our lives. Furthermore, even though we all survived, Suo is now in the hospital, yet to wake up. Successful or not, I couldn't feel good about this outcome. Surprisingly, the worst part of my current situation wasn't the aftermath of breaking into Adder. It was not the knowledge that we would be hunted, living every day in fear of getting caught, afraid to live our lives out in the open. Rather, what was causing me to suffer right now was my return to solitude and inactivity. Left alone, trapped with my own thoughts, I was prohibited from seeing my father until he was prepared to vacate the city. Similarly, as much as I wanted to visit Suo in the hospital, there was no telling if and when he would wake up, and I was not the type to idly sit by someone's side while praying for the best. Finally, with the situation surrounding Adder yet to cool down, I could not risk going outside without good reason and being seen in public, and I certainly couldn't return to work. With that being the case, I had little choice but to wait patiently and pass the time in an empty house. I used to feel overjoyed whenever I came here, not just because I could see Suo, but also due to the mystery which normal teenagers offered. Going through Sarah's clothes, flipping through her school books, raiding the fridge, this house offered an alternative to the empty life I was forced to lead. But now, with Sarah dead and Suo hospitalized, this place is no better than my hotel room. A few hours passed by, and my growling stomach inevitably called me to action. I entered the kitchen, intent on making something filling, and headed straight to the fridge. I didn't possess the enthusiasm to cook up anything complicated, nor was there anybody present who would appreciate the effort. So my plan was to just make whatever was easy and filling. As soon as I opened the fridge, however, I realized that doing so would not be so simple. Sigh, it looks like it's about time I went shopping. I can probably go another day or two on what's left, but not much longer than that. Whenever I do go shopping, I'll stick with instant foods whenever possible, stuff that's easy to make and with a long shelf life. Because whether I like it or not, as I reached out my hand to grab some leftovers from the fridge, an unfamiliar sound filled the room. I turned my head from side to side, trying to locate the source of the sound. Eventually my eyes rested on a phone in the corner of the room, which had begun to ring for the first time since I had begun staying at Suo's house. A landline phone? In this day and age. I hesitantly picked up the phone, wary that I could not hope to hold an actual conversation. It'll probably be a telemarketer, but just in case. Heavy breathing stuff. Running faster than I ever had during training, I sped through the busy streets of Lisbon. In every direction there were passerbys watching me, drawn to a clear sight before them, no doubt curious about what was going on. But for once, I paid them no mind. I simply continued to run, focused solely on my destination. Eventually I caught up to the bus I had narrowly missed, at which point I was able to rest once more, clad in the white dress I had been saving for a formal occasion. I once again ignored the gazes of onlookers as I tried to calm my breathing and sat toward the front of the bus. Usually I'd sit further back, tucked away somewhere discreet and dressed inconspicuously. Today, however, I am not on the job, and there's no need for discretion. There is someone waiting for me. And even if this dress is soaked with sweat by the time I arrive, I plan to get there as quickly as possible. I had taken my time at first. I had changed in this dress, had something quick to eat, and walked to the nearest bus stop. After a few minutes of waiting for the bus I had already missed, however, I was no longer able to contain myself. Suo was waiting for me, and I wanted to be his first visitor, no matter what. While I knew that a few minutes or even a few hours would likely make no difference, that didn't change how I felt. I had heeded my father's warning and kept a low profile. I had trapped myself in Suo's home, and then denied myself the presence of another human being for a full month. But now he was awake, and I couldn't stay away any longer. The phone call I received, which I struggled through with short grunts, was a notice that Suo had finally woken up. Finally awoken. Contrary to expectations that he would be in a coma for years, if not for life, he awoke unexpectedly, surprising hospital staff at every turn. Hearing that, I was immediately pulled out of my slump. I was filled with energy I hadn't possessed since he was first hospitalized, and I quickly capitalized on it. His revival triggered my own, just as my near-death experience led to his. Our fates truly were linked. Talking my way through the hospital reception took longer than I anticipated. Without Suo or my father to interpret for me, or even my phone to convey my message through text, I was at a loss for how to communicate. Luckily, after a few awkward minutes of playing charades, one of the nurses finally came to the grand realization that I couldn't speak, and offered me a pen and a notepad. From there on, things progressed without issue. I was led to Suo's room and told to wait outside while the nurse confirmed that he was ready for visitors. So I waited, peeking into his room from outside, biding my time in silent contemplation as I tried to calm my suddenly rapid heartbeat. And I'll say this. Granted, this is the injury thing in the hospital is a shitty circumstance. But of course, the alternative is he's dead, but still. It sucks anytime anybody gets hurt or injured. But I'm just saying this. The emotional state that she's in, okay, she's not willing to just betray him. Suo's not just disposable. He's not garbage to be thrown away. He's not just some tool to be used. He's someone she actually cares about. And the way she's expressed everything in this whole thing, she actually does love him. He's precious to her. That is the way all healthy relationships should be. Both people should feel that way about one another and care about and value the other person. What we're seeing here is actually a healthy relationship. The way she feels toward him, that's the way both people in a relationship should feel toward each other. So I waited, peeking into his room from outside, biding my time in silent contemplation as I tried to calm my suddenly rapid heartbeat. Mr. Suo, I understand that you're keen to get up and move around, but please take it easy. Standing up and stretching so soon is a bit. I'm fine. That doctor said I should be okay as long as I don't leave the hospital. Completely betraying its state from only a second ago, my heart stopped. The moment I heard Suo's voice. And that's the thing, ideally, I'm just saying, if I were in a relationship, I would want the other person to feel that strong about me to where their heart basically stops upon hearing my voice. And of course, I should also feel that strongly about them. both people should feel mutually this level of, attachment to one another, care, putting value on the other person. Like, both people should feel that way about each other. But this game that was originally supposed to be, a horror story is a very heartfelt, romantic novel. It's basically a romance novel, and not even like, and not in the way like you guys are thinking, like, this is more like, it's like, yay, people love each other, yay, you guys get what I'm trying to say. But this is very, it actually might be the best love story ever written. Though you don't, like, here's the thing. There's a lot of build up through the rest of the story with all the stuff that's Suo, and a lot of stuff that's completely their stuff. But after playing all that, coming back through and seeing it from Misa's perspective, this is probably the best love story ever written. Bedridden, comatose, near death, he was a patient here. He should have been weak from his struggle between life and death, worn out from his lengthy stay. Instead, the voice I heard was one filled with the same strength as ever. Suo was his usual self. He was alive and well and ready to resume where he left off, and not at all hindered by what he went through. He's alive. Suo really is alive. I'm finally able to confirm Suo's well-being. The reality of what I was told set in. I knew that he was alive and well. I had been told as much as by the nurses here, who were amazed by his recovery. But it wasn't until the moment I heard his voice that relief truly overwhelmed me. I see. In that case, do you think you're ready to accept visitors? Before I knew it, tears began to stream down my face. I was smiling, yet I couldn't stop crying, nor did I feel the need to. I didn't need to hide how I felt, not anymore. If someone wants to see me, let them right in. Okay then, I'll go get her right now. I think we've kept your girlfriend waiting long enough. Prompted by the nurse, I finally entered the hospital room. I walked slowly and calmly, trying my utmost to remain composed. Still in tears, I held my hands in front of my body, unable to prevent them from shaking. Misa? I stared directly at Suo as he uttered my name. He was sitting up, dressed in a hospital gown, and looked more pale than I remembered. Even so, it was him. A month in the hospital hadn't changed that. Suo smiled back at me, genuinely happy to see me. Ah, I made you cry again. Sorry. To worry you, Misa. Shake, shake. I rejected Suo's misplaced concern and continued to smile. My hand still shaking, was taking every ounce of restraint I had to not leap onto his bed and bury my face in his chest. Whatever guilt he felt, I would rather indulge in a tear-filled reunion than dwell on our mutual anxiety. Misa? And maybe a few more days for I'm allowed to leave this place, but once I do, let's go home. Okay, we've already seen the credits. It's in part 9. 2 weeks later. Saturday morning, January 21st. In the days following my first visit to the now conscious Suo, I learned something new about myself. While I was not the type to sit by someone's side and pray for their best, or to knowingly endanger myself for the sake of someone else, I was, without a doubt, loyal. As I thought, sitting by Suo's bedside, wishing that he would waken was something I could not do. I could not pretend that everything was going to be okay, nor could I convince myself that he would recover faster if I was beside him. My life would not be spent by a bedside. I would not become a secondary existence dedicated to supporting someone else. And yet, the moment he did wake up, I was right by his side. I abandoned my house arrest and made my way across town, donning a conspicuous outfit and making no effort to conceal my presence. There was one place I wanted to be, one place I needed to be, and nobody was going to get in my way. On the day of Suo's return to this house, change and excitement both overwhelmed me once more. First, while I had succeeded in controlling myself in the hospital, I felt no need to do so here. The moment we returned home, I latched onto Suo, like a child clinging onto their parents as they returned home from work. I refused to let him go for an embarrassingly long time. Like I said, this kind of cherishing the person, closeness. Like I said, best love story ever. And this is like very lovey-dovey. And again, it's healthy relationships should be like this. I refuse to let him go for an embarrassing long time. Second, though he claimed to be as strong as healthy as ever, Suo had definitely been weakened by his stay in the hospital, if not his wounds. Since he stubbornly refused to accept his own state, I found myself silently ordering Suo around, preventing him from overexerting himself, and ultimately acting like a bossy housewife. Finally, as I was no longer alone, my slovenliness had been culled once more. Just like before, I found myself bathing regularly, eating healthily, brushing my teeth twice a day, and performing other basic tasks for the sake of my own well-being. I had picked my life back up once more, spurred on by my escape from solitude. Oh, Misa, there you are. Have you finished up in the living room? Despite my insistence that I could live alone, and that I wouldn't live on purely to support another human being, I realized that I was much happier with someone by my side. My quality of life improved dramatically after I met Suo, and the same thing happened once more when he came back to me. And so, unable to accept that I needed the company of another person to be happy, or that my well-being hinged on Suo's presence, I came to a similar yet starkly different conclusion. We were partners. I'm almost done in here too. I was going to keep more of my old clothing, but I figure it's time to let most of it go. Is there anything else in here you want to keep? I'm going to throw away anything we aren't bringing along. Shake, shake. Returning to that simple designation, our relationship became much easier for me to accept. It wasn't that I needed Suo or couldn't live without him. It wasn't as though he could no longer get by without me either. We were two individuals, both perfectly capable of surviving on our own. That hadn't changed in my mind and never would. Even so, as partners, we were undeniably at our best when we were together. Suo made me happy. He saved me from my own loneliness and depression and showed me that even a person like me could strive for an ordinary life. In return, I stayed by Suo's side, whether he was reeling from his sister's death or trying to keep his fragile mental and physical state under control. We complemented one another, making up for one another's weaknesses as we were strengthened by simply being together. We provided each other with support when we needed it, and when we didn't, we just enjoyed the company. Whatever others would call that kind of relationship, I saw us as partners, and that was good enough for me. Alright then, is there anything you still need to grab from your old residence? I don't know when you were there last, but you don't want to forget anything. I thought over Suo's question for a moment. Well, he didn't know where I was staying before moving in with him. Obviously, I was living somewhere. So before we could move into his old home, Suo's reward for conquering Adder, it was important that we grabbed anything we need. When I think about it, I don't really have much in the way of possessions. I've never really had money to buy anything frivolous or a home in which to store such things. My clothes were all moved here when I began living with Suo, and I usually keep my phone with me, so there's nothing that I really... It's not a possession of mine, and I could go without it, but there's still one thing I need to take care of as soon as possible. Alright, I'll make the last 2 trips myself. You go do what you've got to do. Parting ways with Suo temporarily, I left the last of the moving to him as I returned to my old hotel room. Karasu owned this building, and he had essentially given me the room, so I could afford to leave my things here if I needed to. But I had already moved out of this place and returned today for only one reason. Suo's new or old home does have a computer, but if I'm going to do this, it's only right that I do it here. Upon entering the hotel room, I locked the door and headed straight to the computer. Despite being nothing flashy, it did have the software and cables I needed for what I had planned. I pulled out my phone and connected it to the computer. I then opened the encrypted messages application that Karasu mandated we use to communicate with team members, set the keyboard to direct keystrokes straight to my phone, and started typing. Father, I apologize for not doing this in person, but with our current circumstances being what they are, I feel this method is for the best. What I have to say will either be a shock to you or something you've suspended for a long time, or perhaps both, given your tendency to ignore reality when it becomes convenient for you to do so. Sorry, that isn't fair. I do not mean for this to become criticism of you, and I do not want this to make things awkward between us. Please just read on until the end. Father, I have decided to move in with Suo, not in the house he was renting, not in one of Karasu's hotels, and not on a temporary basis, permanently in his own home. Whether we stay there or not, only time will tell. We may very well be forced to flee from the city, or simply decide to downgrade. But if we are forced to move, we will move together and attempt to settle down once more. Father, what I'm trying to say is, I quit. I will not work for Karasu any longer, nor will I be at your command. Whatever my life becomes from here on, it will be a life of my own choosing, together with someone who needs me as much as I need him. At 17 years of age, I will now start to live my own life, free from the bloodshed which plagues our family. I will work, or perhaps study and strive for an ordinary life, just as I've always wanted. Before you misunderstand, do not think that I am running away with some boy who charmed me, or any other such cliché. While I do care for Suo, I am not so confident in my feelings as to openly claim that I love him, nor would I blindly follow him into a life I did not want. But just for now, while I try to sort my life out, I feel like I can only reach the conclusion I seek if I'm by his side. Whether that feeling lasts for a day, a month, or an entire lifetime, I am choosing to follow my heart, and while I won't ask you to understand, I will request that you do not stand in my way. Please, if this is a mistake, then let me figure this out for myself. I will be going on without you, with or without your support, and I for one hope that it's the former. If you've read this far, Father, you shouldn't be surprised by what I have to say next. Put simply, I want my money. I want everything you and Karasu owe me for my ongoing work and for shutting Adder. I won't be so unreasonable as to demand that you give me everything, or you send it to me immediately. I understand the dangers of transferring vast sums of money, and quite frankly, I'd be just as happy to receive what I'm owed in weekly or monthly payments. Either way, building a new life isn't cheap, and I have lived off the charity of others for far too long. Finally, let me reiterate that I am not trying to sever my ties to you, Father. You are the one who told me we could not meet for a while. You are the one who rarely visited me and claimed we needn't live together. Nothing about our current situation was my doing or my desire. The fact is, I do want us to remain in contact. I want us to one day meet again, face to face. If you feel the same way, I will await your response with glee. And if not, then send me what you owe me, and we can go our separate ways. Please contact me when you read this message, if only to confirm that we will never meet again. Even if you choose to toss me aside like the rest of our family, you will still be my father, and I will still love you. By the time I had finished typing my message to my father, I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. Looking back, my father and I have spent more time apart than together. Always busy with work or performing some criminal act he didn't want us to know about. He spent his entire life in secret, trying to either protect or exclude those closest to him. But no matter how much I resent my father, I do love him, and even if he won't openly show it, I'm sure he feels the same way. However, if I'm wrong about that, and I'm just another nuisance to be cast aside, then I looked at the lengthy message I had typed up. Though I considered it to be complete, I hesitated to actually send it, fearful of the response I would receive, or the thought that I wouldn't receive one at all. Even so, I summoned all my courage and sent it anyway. I was not the type to sit around doing nothing, hoping for the best, nor would I leave the responsibility of first contact with my father. And although I said I would be fine with not meeting him again, in truth, I would likely track him down, using the very skills he taught me, and then demand an explanation. Because from that point on, I was doing things my way, subject to nobody's whims but my own. Okay, we made a long video, guys. If you listened to the 6 hours of this, I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope everyone had a good day. Bye.